sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. She started off observing, she kept to herself her wording. She saw the need for a friend indeed to all of those deserving. She travels the world through your eyes. She listens and sometimes cries. She wants to know what makes you whole and cares without disguise. According to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worries. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, according to Leanie, she welcomes you here. A laugh, a song, sometimes a tear. A friend, a foe, a stranger. Your life story, your moments of glory. You're sad, you're happy, your dreams and your worry. She wants to know the ins and outs of all of you here. According to Leanie, she wants to know what it is all about. According to Leanie, you're welcome here while we all just figure life out. So sit back and yak, smile and laugh, have a cuppa or two. Leanie is coming on right now and she welcomes you. Let's hear life according to Leanie. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's clips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coins, Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions come in views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear
Hello, ladies and gents, if there's any in. Thanks for being here. Thanks so much. Well, it's a really hot day in the UK, and I feel like I'm sitting in the night time because I've got all the blinds closed to keep the warm house. Because when it comes to bedtime, I can't cope. I'm sweating. I'm rolling round like a dying fly. So I've got to try and make it as cool as I can because you put the fan on and that fan is just like that. A little blow like that, isn't it, when you're that hot and you can't cope? So I'm trying to keep the house as cool as anything. And I've still got Jessie's, what's it called? Canvas over there on the couch, right? And I feel like she's here with me. And I don't want to get it put up on the wall. Because every time I sort of look at the side of my eye, there's my little girl looking at me and I'm all made up. So, just to let you know that I feel like I've got it here with me right now. I mean, I know that sounds mad, but I'm mad anyway. But anyway, thank you all for being here. Let me do the roll call. I don't know where that lady is. You can't rely on the staff. Can you, Ray? Isn't she supposed to be setting an example to the co-host? Do you know what I mean? The host is not here. She's always late. She's going to be late for her own funeral. Let me tell you that. I mean, the way my brain is, I'm going to be late. If it relies on my brain, I'm going to be way late for my funeral, like a few months, because I don't want to be going to my funeral. But anyway, we've got MJD in the house. Hello, MJD. Glad to see you awake today. I don't know whether it's a hot one where you are. Probably is. We've got Lisa Dodson. Hello, Lisa. Miss Dodson's here again. Thank you very much. And good morning, good night, good whatever it is to you, Lisa. We've got Misty Blue. Good morning, good evening, good night to you, girl. I don't know where you are, but whatever. Good morning, good night. Thank you for putting that fair use disclaimer in. Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot for being here as well. Who else have we got? I know we've got Gemma in the house again and made up Gemma's in. We've got Dolores. Oh, hang on. We've got movement, girls. Hold on. Let me take this off the screen. Woohoo. Let me take this off the screen. What have I got on? Oh, look, has it gone off again now? Well, it's just been moving. Let me get the sound on so we don't miss anything. So let me carry on doing a roll call. So we've got Dolores. We've got Melly Joe. Hiya, Mel. Oh, I haven't spoke to you today, Mel. Been a bit up the wall, to be honest. Roasting, Melly. Roasting. Hope you're okay, girl, and thanks for coming in. All the way from Oz. Gemma Butler. She's back with us. And we've got... Let's see. Hang on, where's it gone? Come on. Oh, that's just gone a bit fast there. We've got From Survive to Thrive. And she's back with us again. I'm made up. Thanks from Survive to Thrive 5602 for coming back with us. It means a lot. Please, everyone, can you hit the like? And because I know, I mean, I forgot to listen before I come in. I always do, but I'll do it on my way out. But sometimes I don't know. I remember, like later, I go, oh my God, I have to go and hit the like. So there you go. So yeah, if everyone could hit the like, me and Leanie would be made up. I'm going down the list here, girls, just to check. Oh, we're happy to have you. We're happy to have you. Now, have you got a name? Could we know it? If not, it doesn't matter. Just don't want to keep calling you From Survive to Thrive. Do you know what I mean? It's a mouthful. And by the time I get it out, it'll be next week. I'm just glad that I found out that I don't have to type everyone's name, the whole name, because it's hard work. So I could just put From, couldn't I? From Survive to Thrive. Oh, okay. We've got Sarah. Thanks for being here, Sarah. And you know what, Sarah? I'll probably call you Sue or Shirley or something like that after. But just taking a notice of me, you'll know I'm talking to you. I forget everyone's name. Lisa's here. Lisa's here. She's further up the chat there, Mel. Oh, Miss Dodson's in the house. MJD, I know. Who was the calling? Lillian the other day, and was it you or Misty or Melly, one of you saying it's not Lillian, it's Gillian? I kept getting it all wrong. Was she in the other chat? Lisa, get over here. Now, Sarah from Survive to Thrive, just so you know, she's not oh yes she is, she's showing a phone. So everyone's showing a phone. So does that mean use it on the other one? Use it on the other chat and you're not over here on this one? I haven't got a clue. You just need to explain it to me, because when it comes to all that, I'm lost. I haven't got a clue. I use all in the same place together. All right, Sarah, I'm awful glad you said that. See, I've remembered, and I have never had to scroll up to see your name, Sarah. I'll just keep saying Sarah, 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 and then say something later. I think she was in the other chat. Lisa Dodson, where have you gone? Come and tell us where you are. Are you here or you're in the other one? We have the phone symbol, but it's not a vertical live. Okay. Well, I'm on the vertical. Am I? Because it said before, I've got the wide screen. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I've got the wide screen, the landscape, and you'd have the little one at the side, and it says hide the vertical screen, which is exactly what I'm looking at anyway. It's just a smaller version, so click it off. So you don't have to be looking at it, because there's no point. You don't see anything going on it. Just the screen. Charlotte Tweedy's in the house. Welcome, Charlotte. Thanks for coming back. She's ready for this. She's got her snacks and everything. She's ready to go. I should have got some popcorn. That sounds a bit terrible, doesn't it, looking at this? But you know what I mean? We've got to make light of it in this terrible heartbreak and tragedy. What happened to these little babies? Oh my God. We have to make light of our conversation somewhere along the line, because we will all end up in a mental institution. So Mary Jane Doe's got her popcorn now. Thing is, when you send emojis, I don't see them all. I can see laughing faces of Dolores now screwed up my screen, whatever that is. Mary Jane Doe, I can see the word popcorn now. So whenever you send popcorn, you put popcorn on. I decided to bake in a heat wave, Maggie. Sarah, oh my God, listen, I'm telling you now, I'm going to tell Leonie I won't miss the sun for no one. So 5 o'clock, when it'll cool down a bit, I'm going out in that garden and I'm getting on the deck chair ice. I'm pulling my straps down because I can't bear strap marks, and I'm getting on it. And I'm just going to be listening through my headphones. I don't care, I'm taking an hour off. It's not often we get this here, is it? We've got to make haste while the sun shines. There you go. Now I see the what's it called? The popcorn. Now we see that. Yeah, and watch the eclipse. When's the eclipse, Sarah? I read that the other day. Didn't they say that's on the 14th or something like that? Yeah, I think they said. Anyway, listen, before Leonie comes in, it's a birthday tomorrow. Now, don't mention any more. So when we come on in the morning and everyone's here, we're all going to sing happy birthday to her, okay? She thinks we've all forgot. Well, you know what thing they taught it, don't you? Shit itself and thought it was sweating. That's what they say here. I'm not sure what time now. What time what? Oh yeah, I think it's I don't know whether they said 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. here. Well, I hope it's later, because we're not going to see it. Oh yeah, we will. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. Leo, I'll have a look now. Keep an eye. Oh, that's all right. I've got the course on in case. Hang on. When is the eclipse? So it's the 12th. Okay. What time in the UK is the eclipse? The UK will experience a spectacular deep partial solar eclipse on Wednesday, August 12th. The event begins, I told you, around 6:08 to 6:20 p.m. BST. British, I've been saying GMT, BST, British summertime, reaching peak maximum coverage between 7:05 and 7:16,
All right.
and concludes.
Well, before we get going, I just kind of wanted to
Play me a clip.
remind everybody
Here we go.
that there is a media order that has been issued on this case. And for some of the media and the individuals who've been here for the last couple of weeks, I'm sure are familiar with it. But I know there's a constant people coming in and out. So I just want to remind everyone that there is a specific media order that's been issued on this case, and everybody is presumed to have reviewed it and agree to it. So if there are any violations or problems with that, we'll have to deal with it. But I just kind of wanted to remind everybody, especially people who may have just come into the courtroom recently. So if you have any questions about what that order is, you can speak to any of the court officers. They have a copy of it. We can get a copy of it to everybody who needs to see it and review it. All right, and with that, what we'll do is we're going to go, the defendant, had filed a motion for addition to the witness list, to add to the witness list regarding a Ms. Thorndike. So what I'm going to do first, I'll hear from the defendant, then I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Your Honor, basically, as the motion speaks for itself, there is a woman, her name is Emily Thorndike, who's a LACSW here in Massachusetts. She owns and is an independent operator of her own clinical social work establishment called Wise Mind Therapy. Your Honor has her resume. She graduated from Dover-Sherburne High School, received the Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from Hartwick College, master's degree from BC, 2019, is licensed in Massachusetts. And interestingly enough, she did work at the McLean Hospital in the very short-term unit that the doctor was testifying that Lindsay was in for 5 days in January of 22 into 23. She worked for 5 years as a mental health specialist from May of 2014 to May of 2019. She was a clinical social worker manager of that unit from 2019 2021. So she's basically got about 7 years and 7 months of experience working in that unit for a majority of that period of time, full-time employee, and then for 1 year as a supervisor. She left, as the court is aware from the motion. I vetted her out. I obviously would be concerned if there's any so-called axe to grind, if you will, any lawsuits pending. Were you fired? Did you have any difficulties? Any claims for harassment, hostile workplace? Absolutely nothing. She has friends that are still employees that still work at McLean. And I do not know this woman. I have literally never met her. Her involvement in this case came about after one of the prosecutors, I don't recall which, made it out on direct examination that McLean is some kind of a 5-star institution where the doctors, the psychiatrists, the psychotherapists, the counselors were all banging into each other in the hallway trying to interview Ms. Clancy, who was just blithely refusing care and treatment, which is not the case. Patrick testified as to his observations. The court is aware that Patrick's testimony clearly in all fours landed on the fact that it was clear to him that there was no staff that was available other than kids behind plexiglass on their cell phones. She colored. She took walks. There was no therapy. She didn't speak to any therapists or counselors. So now the jury is left with that image that McLean is purportedly some kind of a 5-star hospital because they're affiliated, quote unquote, with Harvard, which you, from your practice, I'm sure, as I know from my practice, is as far from the truth as can be possible, in my opinion. But it doesn't matter what my opinion is. I could cross-examine somebody till the cows come home. It doesn't matter. This woman posted a video on TikTok which, much like yourself, I'm sure. I hardly know what TikTok is, but I received an email from one of the very, very active people in the community of TikTok saying, look, you got to check this video out. So I did. This is about a week ago, maybe longer now. When I saw her video saying that she could not stand for, and I quote, the lies and the misrepresentations from that witness stand about McLean Hospital, I then said to my private investigator, Bob Jones, I said, Bob, I can't find this woman because she had a pseudonym name or whatever. He went, we wrote, he called her, left messages. She never got back to us for like 3 days. He went to her house. He sat out in front of her driveway. She came home from work. They interacted. He waved, didn't want to scare her. And she said, I thought, and oh, by the way, I believe that my wife had written her a letter as well because she's a nurse and was trying to reach out to her to have her get in touch with me, to no response. She then tells Bob, I thought you guys were all AI. I didn't know that you were real. I thought it was spam. He then gave me her number. I spoke to her. She told me exactly what I put in the affidavit or in the motion. And she is available, ready, willing, and able to testify to an employee's observations over 7 years, including as a supervisor, as to what woeful environment McLean Hospital offers, especially on holidays such as major holidays like New Year's, which is fine. We all enjoy New Year's. But nevertheless, New Year's, the day after, that weekend, Monday, nobody was there. And I think it's important to rebut the inference that was created through the examination by the DA.
All right, Mr. Brake, let me ask you this, and I'm going to ask the Commonwealth kind of the same thing. What's the relevance? What's the argument for the relevance of what McLean's was, at least because she wasn't there for about a year, if I looked at the motion. Is that correct? That's all right.
Yeah, that's true. She left. She has her own business now, and she left, but it was just a year.
Yeah.
There's no change in the circumstances from Lindsay going into that hospital on New Year's of 2022 to 23, and this woman's work experience where she left a year before. And I agree with you. This would have been a non-issue were it not for the flavor of the government's repeated argument that she was a person who was spurning health care, didn't want health care, had the opportunity, and she walked away from the opportunity, which, as I say, is as far from the truth as possible. So I think it is now, because of their questioning, squarely before the jury, to leave that impression. And the woman that was the doctor from McLean was just a pleasure. She was just a lovely, lovely woman and testified as best she could in the case. But they're left with the impression that McLean is this wonderful place that she just did not have any interest in utilizing what was available to her. That was not available to her. And she's testifying to custom, practice, and her observations over 7.5 years.
Is there another alternative to get there? Someone who actually works there or worked there during this time period? That it's the time period that
a year.
One of the things that, well, yeah, but things can change in a year. You know?
I don't think so at McLean.
I don't know so. I guess that's the question. I don't know so. That would be that. That's one of the things I may have to wrestle with. But that's kind of what I was asking, whether or not there is, or I understand the argument.
Okay.
Guys, can everyone see
the argument regarding
and hear
relevance,
okay?
But if we're talking about staffing or the availability of programs and how that work, this witness is a gap there. I guess that's all. I'm wondering if there's another way to get there.
So, the realities of trial practice, if you're the government, you send summonses, you have people come to your office, you're interviewing witnesses. If you're the defense, they run for the hills. For example, one motion I'm bringing with you is merely looking for pediatric records that I have had to have Bob Jones go and try to get them, HIPAA forms, everything, and they're avoiding us horribly. And I'm going to have a contempt hearing request very shortly. But the point I'm getting at is, If they want to reach out to McLean, I'm sure that McLean administration would bend over backwards to give them every record that they would need as to how many employees they had, what their work records were, their doctors, their counselors, all available. I know I can't get it. So I'm suggesting to Your Honor that this is an opportunity for a person who worked there for all those years who does not have any dog in the fight to testify to what her observations were clearly within her time frame. She left a year before Lindsay went in there on New Year's. So I certainly agree with that. Cross-examination, they could get records if they wish, but I think it is relevant. I think it's material, and I think it has to be used to rebut the inference that was raised.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would object to the witness, the late disclosed witness. In addition to the obvious Rule 14 issues, the fact that we didn't have notice of this individual, there's been no discovery other than what's contained in the affidavit and what we could identify from this woman's TikTok video. There's no report from the investigator who admittedly by counsel has spoken to this witness, this individual. Aside from that, we have a number of other issues with this witness. One is this isn't somebody that's proposed to be an expert, so they're not relieved, they wouldn't be relieved of a sequestration order, but this woman's TikTok, admittedly, she's been following the trial. She goes on for several minutes in a very long TikTok video where she identifies what she thinks are lies based on her observations of Patrick Clancy's testimony. We have no idea what her thoughts are or what her comments are on the rest of the trial that we assume she's watched based on her comments in this particular video. That she outlines in this video her experiences at McLean and her observations and how they are different from what was portrayed in that particular witness's testimony. But in the course of this trial, we not only have that particular witness's testimony, we have records from McLean, and the records speak for themselves about what she was offered, what she did, what she declined, what the contact was with each and every person who wrote a note in that record. But this witness admittedly wasn't there, had no contact, has no knowledge of the case in of itself. And in this case, Your Honor, we deal with facts. We're presenting facts to the jury. We're not presenting somebody's opinion about what kind of care the defendant got during her stay at McLean. That's not what this trial is about. That's not what it should be about. And if it wants to play out in the court of public opinion, that's fine, but not inside the walls of these courtroom. So this person who said that she cares about Lindsay in this video, whether other people do or don't, this person who said that the prosecution of this case is an abomination, this person who said that the health profession needs to be held responsible for their care of the defendant, that's not a witness that presents facts to this jury. And I would also agree that there is a problem with what relevant testimony that she could give. There is no indication that what her experiences were in those 7 years up until December of 2021 are exactly the same as they would have been when the defendant was at that short-term unit at McLean. And the defense had the opportunity to ask that of Dr. Goodhart, and he didn't. So there is...
Hey, wait a minute. I think she said, I don't know what the staffing was. Didn't she say, I don't know how many people were on? I don't know if it was a skeleton crew?
She said on that particular weekend she didn't know what the staffing was.
Well,
but she wasn't asked
That's the only weekend we're talking about.
Right, but now he wants to make this an issue about the practices and the common practice of the hospital, but that was not a question that was asked of her, nor would Your Honor necessarily have permitted it where he was trying to tailor the testimony to the exchanges with the defendant. So to then have the witness available to answer those questions that was at the facility during that time period, and then not take that opportunity and offer this subsequent witness and call it a rebuttal witness, it's not a fair line of examination. It's not a fair line of rebuttal where she wasn't there during the time period. So we would object for all of those reasons.
I mean, just so everybody knows where I'm going, I can't imagine that that witness would be allowed to give her, in a sense, review of McLean's. If it's 5-star and she may say it's 2-star, this is not TripAdvisor. I wouldn't allow that.
And no one...
But the question seems to be, for me, a closer call about what the standard staffing and programs may be available on a holiday weekend. Because the Commonwealth's witness said, I don't know that. And that seems to be something that maybe the parties could come to an agreement about establishing. Either, there's got to be somebody who's still working there that says the weekend, 2 weeks, the weekend after this wasn't a holiday, we have X amount of people there. We have X amount of programs that are available. On the holiday weekend, we do or we don't. To me, that's where the battle on this motion is. I do understand the Commonwealth's objections regarding allowing people who watch the trial to then say, I disagree with it, and I want to testify about what I disagree with. That's troubling, but I'm talking about the facts on this thing. And that's if it was anything other than those kind of facts and this witness had not worked there, I'm not sure we'd even be having this hearing.
And I would suggest that counsel indicated that in trial practice that people are reluctant to give information to the defense. But there are procedural avenues that he could pursue to get that information involving the court or involving subpoenas, in which there's been no indication that he's actually tried to do. And again, I would suggest to the court that we have the McLean records from that time period in evidence, and they are the best evidence of the contact that people there, staff that were there that day, had, or those 4 days, had with the defendant on that day. So from the perspective of if there's missing information, there are avenues he could pursue if he wants to rebut it. I would suggest that this person's testimony is not relevant because they weren't there. And I would agree that the better option if defense wants to present this as a rebuttal would be from somebody that is there, but he doesn't have that. And so for those reasons, this motion should be denied.
And you don't have to commit to this at all, but it seems to me that it would be a very simple solution to get the staffing records or somebody at McLean's who can testify to this. What was the program availability on the mid-December weekend, if you went in there, as opposed to the weekend of New Year's? And it may be no different whatsoever, and that kind of eliminates the argument. So I think probably the best way to deal with this is to maybe have a voir dire of this witness in regards to what. So then the record's clear too, but it also allows the parties to consider while we're setting this up, maybe there's another way to do it, a lesser alternative, so to speak, that would reduce the prejudice to both parties. So
again, I don't know how a voir dire of this particular witness, who clearly wasn't there and didn't have contact with the facility during that time period, would answer Your Honor's questions. But I do agree.
Maybe we can find out. I can ask the questions, and we could see. I understand the problem that I kind of had as the case was going. The individual that was probably, he would anticipate, could talk about the staffing, the difference of a holiday weekend and a non-holiday weekend, said she wasn't aware of that. So,
well, I don't know that she said she wasn't aware of the difference. She said she wasn't aware of who was there on that weekend because she wasn't working that weekend. So I think there's a slight distinction in that. But again, the witness was available. Counsel could have crossed her on that, subject to any sort of objection, and we could have addressed it at that time when the witness was on the stand. But again, that witness is under summons, and if counsel wants to recall her, he can. There are avenues that he could pursue if he wants to pursue this line of rebuttal that's short of calling this particular witness that's been proposed, is the point that the Commonwealth wishes to express.
So I'm going to take this under advisement. I want to review it. But I'm inclined, just so everybody can kind of maybe make some idea where we may go with this, I'm inclined to have a voir dire. this witness or some other witness. So maybe the defendant can get somebody who hasn't watched the trial, because I do understand there's an issue regarding sequestration, but that may be a function of a trial like this that's being broadcast. How do we guard against that? But that's not going to affect really the relevance, the prejudice, the determinations I have to make, under all the rules, 401, 403, all of those considerations that I have to make. So I'm inclined to do that unless the parties can think of I won't say better alternative, that's not fair to this witness, a different alternative that might address everybody.
We're going to be able to agree on anything, Judge, so it would really be up
to I know,
but the referee to make a decision.
Right. What I'm trying to do is put that out there. If the parties can agree, I think the three of you know me. I don't have a problem making a decision. I really don't. But I just kind of wanted to give everybody that opportunity to maybe craft a solution. And if I have to do it, that's kind of what I'm saying by saying I'll take it under advisement. So I'll let the parties know.
I may just ask,
sure.
Your Honor, if you're reviewing this, taking it under advisement, that you do look in more detail at those records, the McLean Hospital
sure.
records,
and
current evidence, so that Your Honor can see the extent of the contact, the extent of the notes of people who actually dealt with her. Because again, that is the issue. That is the factual issue here, is the contact that she actually had, not what maybe she wasn't offered at other points, but what she had while she was there. So I ask that you just review.
All right. I'll review that. I'll review my notes regarding the doctor who testified from McLean's, and then we can deal with this. This would be a witness that would be called later in the trial anyway, so it'll give me a chance to do that, review that, get a decision to the three of you, and then we can, depending what happens, either schedule a voir dire or go from there. All right? But all right, thank you for everybody for kind of agreeing to argue this a little bit earlier, so it gives me a chance to review the records and the arguments. All right, with that now, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Come on. Yeah.
All rise. George entering.
the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thanks for your patience. I told you we got a little late start, but I appreciate you waiting for us. And so what I'm going to do is going to go through those questions. And then at that point, we'll talk a little bit about the schedule, and then we'll get right back into the trial. So first question, as you all know by this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Second question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to today's schedule, I'll probably be wrong again, but the best aspect, I think it'll probably be similar to yesterday, okay? So we'll return to the case, we'll take a break, hopefully around 11, take a break from 1 to 2, and then we'll go into the afternoon, depending on how the case testimony goes. And then at the end of the day, I'll try to remember, bring counsel over here. We'll talk about kind of where we are on the timeline of the case, where we are kind of scheduled for the week and going forward. So I'll try and give you that, hopefully, this afternoon before I send you home. All right. So with that, we're going to return. There was a witness. Ms. Paul was on the stand. The Commonwealth had finished their direct examination, and we're about to begin cross-examination of that witness. So I would ask the witness if the witness could retake the stand, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Nurse Paul.
Good morning.
And if I understand, you now live and perhaps work in New Hampshire, is that right?
That's correct.
And are you still doing the same type of work that you were doing with the social health?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Very good. You obviously are a very, very dedicated person to this field, if you will, and helping people that are pregnant women after they had birth and during that postpartum period, right?
Correct.
You worked with Lindsay, and the reason you were involved with Lindsay is because, if I understand it correctly, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother, Sue, worked with a friend of yours.
Correct.
So basically, Sue asked her friend if she could reach out and have you kind of step in and help out.
That's correct.
And then that's what you did.
Yes.
And you stepped up and you treated this woman, obviously, with care and professionalism, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would like to offer the records from Social Health, if I could.
Objection?
No objection.
I thought those records may be admitted.
Exhibit 222.
And in the course of your treatment of Lindsay, actually, you went so far as to give you a cell phone, if I'm correct. Is that right?
She did have my cell phone because I called her on my day off. Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you very much for your care.
All right. Counsel, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Rebecca Gelada as its next witness, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Stop right there and raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the only issues you give the chair of Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
Hey, good morning. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Rebecca Gelada.
And how do you spell your last name for the record?
Jolllotta.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And what kind of training and education did you do in order to become a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
Thank you. I have my bachelor's degree from the University of Connecticut in Allied Health Sciences. I then went on to get my master's actually in counseling psychology in 2013 from William James College in Newton. I worked in the mental health field as a clinician in various positions for a time. Then I went back to school. I've been an RN in Massachusetts since 2017. I got my MSN in 2019, at which time I became a licensed and credentialed psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And where is that? Here in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Are you licensed anywhere else?
No.
Okay. And so can you tell us a little bit about your work history?
Sure. I have worked in as a detox nurse at McLean. I have worked as a therapist in outpatient clinicians prior to becoming a nurse. I have worked in DMH respite facilities, and now I'm a nurse practitioner.
And when you were a therapist doing outpatient therapist, was that something you were doing on your own as a social worker, or were you associated with a practice?
It was part of my training after I got my master's in counseling in 2013. So I had a panel of patients, but I was under the supervision of a licensed provider. It was up towards getting my licensure.
And where do you currently work?
South Shore Health.
And how long have you worked for South Shore Health?
Since 2021.
And how did you come to work at South Shore Health? What was the role that you started?
I had been working sort of in general practice as a psychiatric nurse practitioner, but I was interested in working in women's mental health specifically. And at that point, I was getting training to become, more specialized in it. And when a job opportunity became available, I applied for it.
And what kind of training is that you were doing to be more specialized in women's health?
So Postpartum Support International is the certifying body so that somebody can become certified in perinatal mental health. I did the 2-day, well, actually it was a 2-day training plus a 3rd day specifically for the psychopharmacology track of it. And then I took a examination and passed the examination.
And so are you certified by the Postpartum Support International?
I am.
Now, as far as the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, how did you become affiliated with that?
That was the job I applied to in 2021.
Okay. And so when you came to the clinic, who was running the clinic, or who was the director?
Julie Paul.
And as far as the clinic itself, what is the clinic's, what's the patient base, or who does the clinic service?
So we specialize in working with women who are pregnant and postpartum up to 2 years after the birth of their most recent baby. We offer medication management. We have a clinician on staff to do counseling. We have a few nurses that work in our program. We work with moms for any range of psychiatric disorders, including addiction.
And when we talk about the range of psychiatric disorders in women who are postpartum, what are we talking about?
Postpartum depression, anxiety, postpartum psychosis, bipolar disorder, panic disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder.
And so you mentioned postpartum psychosis. Have
Yes.
you yourself had the experience of treating women with postpartum psychosis?
I have, yes.
And how many patients approximately over the course of the last 5 years?
Approximately 5.
And how about postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety?
Hundreds.
And in the range of services that the clinic offers and the work that you do you oftentimes collaborate with other community providers to offer additional referrals or services to patients if they need it?
We do.
And how about when somebody appears before you and you believe they need a higher level of care than what you can offer? Do you have relationships with hospitalization programs, or are you able to make referrals for people for those services?
Yes.
Is that pretty common practice?
Yes.
And you mentioned that one of the services or one of the things offered to patients at the clinic is medication management.
Yes.
Is that a big part of what you do as a psychiatric nurse practitioner?
It is.
And what kind of training do you receive in order to be a prescriber?
So in order to be a prescriber, it's part of my master's in nursing. So you take courses like in advanced pharmacology, advanced health assessment, pathophysiology. It's part of the coursework of my degree. And then you actually have to take a certification exam, and you have to pass the exam. You have to go on and get a DEA license, a Massachusetts controlled substance license. You have to go on and get your advanced practice registered nursing license. So it's education and certification and licensure.
And so you've done the education,
Mm-hmm.
you did the certification, and do you have all the licensures that you just described here in Massachusetts?
I do.
And you also mentioned part of the services of working with social workers in the clinic.
Mm-hmm.
And what do the social workers do?
They provide short-term counseling to patients, again, because we specialize in up to 2 years postpartum. They could be available to provide counseling during that phase.
And traditionally, postpartum period is a year after birth, right?
Correct.
So why does the clinic offer support for women up to 2 years?
We do acknowledge that while the highest risk period is the first 3 months postpartum, some women can struggle later on in the first year. They may have symptoms that emerge 9-10 months in, so we want to really be able to cover them and treat them if that happens and get them stable.
And does it sometimes take some time to get a person stable?
Absolutely.
And would that be why the program or your program goes up to 2 years?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to a particular patient, Lindsay Clancy. You're familiar with that patient?
I am.
And how did you become involved with the care of Lindsay Clancy?
I became involved. She had initially seen Julie, and Julie was going to be leaving the clinic in December, and she wanted somebody to take care of Lindsay, again, longer term, since she would be leaving.
And at that time in 2022, when Julie was leaving, how many psychiatric nurse practitioners were at the clinic?
3.
And that includes Julie?
Yes.
And so who was the other nurse practitioner?
Andrea Warden.
And fair to say you had a conversation with Julie about transferring care of this particular patient?
Yes.
And did you have more experience than the other nurse practitioner in the field, if you know?
Not necessarily.
Okay. But as far as taking Lindsay on as a patient, you were agreeable to taking over for Julie?
Yeah, in all likelihood, Andrea Warden only works 2 days at our clinic, so it could have been that I was working 5 days at that time, so I would have been more available.
So do you recall when the first contact you had with Lindsay Clancy, what date it was?
It was November 29th, 2022.
And so that was prior to Julie actually leaving, right?
Correct.
And fair to say, on that November 29th date, you had an actual follow-up with Lindsay.
I did.
Do you recall if it was virtual or was it in person?
I recall that it was virtual.
Okay. And in the practice of the clinic, is there an option for patients to do in-person or face-to-face
Yes.
in-person visits? And how does it come about that a person is either in person or virtual?
Our model is that we do initial assessments in person because new motherhood is very busy. There's a lot going on. We would rather see you than not. And so sometimes it is just easier to log on to a screen. Sometimes if we feel like someone would benefit from that face-to-face assessment, we'll say, please book your next appointment in person. And I know I did see Lindsay in person on at least one occasion, but my first was virtual.
And as far as kind of that choice about whether a patient appears virtual or in person, is part of the calculus the patient's choice, what they want to have happen?
Yeah.
And if there were circumstances where you believed or insisted that an in-person visit was required, would you articulate that to the patient?
Yes.
And then have them scheduled for an in-person?
Correct.
And as far as your first contact with Lindsay Clancy, were you aware that Julie Paul had done that initial intake with her in person?
I was.
And you had the chance to speak with Julie and to also review the records prior to meeting with her?
Correct.
And so were you aware that the day before, on November 28th, that Julie had some contact with Lindsay Clancy?
I was.
And that there was some phone interaction and there had been some messages sent to the clinic prior to you scheduling the meeting with her?
Correct, yes.
So would you agree that there was an issue that needed to be discussed and that led you to have this appointment with her prior to Julie actually leaving the program?
Yes.
When you met with Ms. Clancy, did you go through kind of a history of her presentation or present illness and kind of things that had occurred in the past?
I did.
And did you do kind of a nuts and bolts start to finish, or did you rely on some of the previous information she had disclosed?
I relied on some of the previous information she had disclosed. Things like where she grew up, where she went to school, past clinical history, medication trials, but otherwise I would add my own clinical assessment.
Okay. And you were aware that in the history she presented to the clinic that she had previously been on some medications from another provider?
Correct, yes.
And that she started with Zoloft and Ativan and Benadryl?
Yes.
And that at some point she had visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room?
I believe it was November 16th.
And as a clinic that's associated with the South Shore Health System, do you have access to those records to review when you're dealing with a patient?
I do, yeah.
And so you're aware that when she went to the ER on November 16th that they prescribed her trazodone?
I am.
And that she was reporting significant sleep issues at that time?
I was aware.
And then as far as the course of treatment at the clinic, were you able to review her course of treatment with Julie?
I was.
And fair to say that had been very recent, correct?
Very recent, yes.
Her first contact with the clinic was actually November 20th, correct?
Correct.
So you were aware that Julie had originally prescribed Prozac and had already changed the medication plan.
Yes, I was aware.
So in this meeting on November 29th, what was Lindsay reporting to you as the issues?
Would I be able to refer to my note, Your Honor?
Sure.
I know most of it by memory, but just so she had been taking mirtazapine, Remeron, at that point for 4 nights. So I believe she started it on November 25th. I was then seeing her on November 29th. She wasn't yet appreciating much difference from mood, anxiety, or insomnia. She would say, you know, I'm able to fall asleep for 2 hours, then I'm up for 3 hours in the middle of the night. And finding herself like in those 3 hours needing to take an Ativan to help her fall back asleep.
Now, when she said not appreciating much difference after taking it for 4 nights, in your training experience, is that something that you would normally see with that type of medication?
Yes, I wasn't surprised by that.
And for something like mirtazapine, or it's referred to as Remeron, right?
Remeron, yeah.
What class of drug is that?
It is a noradrenergic specific serotonin antidepressant. So it's slightly different than an SSRI. It does work on serotonin. It also works on the noradrenergic part is alpha receptors, which is what those are the receptors that our body responds to adrenaline. So it should help kind of calm you down. And it also works on histamine receptors, which is why it can make people sleepy.
So for Remeron, the fact that it has a calming effect on somebody with anxiety, it's sometimes a good fit, right?
Correct, yeah.
And for somebody who might be complaining of sleep issues, it also has that secondary component that could help.
Yeah, it is a good choice for somebody who's having depression with prominent anxiety, insomnia, decreased appetite, because it can also increase appetite, which sometimes we want to happen.
And based on your view of her course of treatment with the clinic, those were issues that had arisen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had noticed she had lost weight when she had gone to her PCP on October 20th. I believe she weighed like 130 pounds. On the 16th, when she went to the ED, she weighed 124 pounds, and they had done a pretty good medical workup on her with labs and everything. And she had reported like decreased appetite. So that was part of the clinical picture. And of course, not sleeping and very anxious.
Okay, and so with a medication like Remeron or mirtazapine, does it take time to work or to see results?
Yes.
And typically, what's the time frame for that drug?
I usually tell patients 4 to 6 weeks at a given dose is really going to give us a good idea of what that dose is going to do. You may start to see improvements in the first 2 weeks, but full clinical benefit can take a month, sometimes 8 weeks even.
And you were aware prior to her coming to this follow-up appointment with you that she had been reporting after taking the Remeron, feeling disoriented, forgetful, not feeling connected to the body, and anxious about whether she would actually sleep.
Correct.
And so were you aware that on November 28th that one of the nurses actually advised her to increase the Remeron?
I was.
And in addition to the medication, there was also the recommendation that she add some cognitive behavioral therapy to her treatment plan.
Yes.
And at that point on by November 29th, were you aware of whether she had met with the social worker at the clinic?
She had not.
So did you have any indication that she had been engaging in some sort of cognitive behavioral or psychotherapy?
No.
Now, in relation to the medication piece of this follow-up, did you have any conversations with her about the concerns with the Remeron and what to do about that?
Yes, I did. I explained to her that it takes time to work, that it has only been 4 days. So I did encourage her to give it some more time. I also made additional recommendations as well.
Okay, and so what were the recommendations for?
I had known that Julie had tried like 5 milligrams of Ambien. So I had suggested maybe we could try 10, maybe we could try Ambien controlled release formulation, because she was having these wake ups in the middle of the night. The controlled release, kind of like the outer layer gives you 60% of the dose, helps you sleep. Then throughout the night, the inner layer gives you 40% of the dose, keeps you asleep. I said that might be a good option while we're waiting for the Remron to work. Because I was sort of thinking that maybe the underlying depression anxiety was causing the poor sleep. So while we're treating that, let's try these alternatives.
Okay, and so was she receptive to the Ambien?
No.
And did she say why?
No, I don't recall.
Did she express to you that she had some other concerns about taking certain types of medications for sleep, like benzodiazepines?
She did.
What did she say about that?
Was concerned about taking benzo. She had mentioned something called rebound anxiety. And what that is once the dose sort of wears off, your anxiety goes like above your baseline once the dose of a benzodiazepine wears off. It usually typically has to do with half-life of a medication. So for Ativan, that's usually between 8 and 24 hours. So if she's taking it in the middle of the night, the next morning she would feel more anxious. She was concerned about that. She also feels she was concerned about getting physically dependent on it because she had needed to take it for a number of nights.
And when she used the term rebound anxiety, was that her terminology?
Yes, it was.
And is that a terminology that you generally use in psychiatric care to describe that, what you just told us about?
Yeah, it's a clinical term.
And was that something that she mentioned first, or did you mention?
I put it in quotes in my notes, so that's usually when a patient mentions it, I put it in quotes.
Okay. And so as far as the plan to address the sleep and to help her with this complaint, with Ambien not a choice, what was your next recommendation?
I discussed hydroxyzine because it's an as-needed medication for anxiety, but it's not a benzodiazepine, doesn't really carry that risk of rebound anxiety or tolerance or dependence, and it could help her sleep. So I offered that as an alternative as well.
Were you aware that she was offered hydroxyzine before?
I was not aware of that.
Was she willing to try the hydroxyzine?
No.
And so what was her preference?
Her preference was to continue with the mirtazapine, the Remron 15 milligrams, and with the as-needed lorazepam.
And just so we kind of stay with the same terminology, when you're talking lorazepam.
Sorry, Ativan? Yeah.
And that was something that she expressed to you?
Yes.
Now, when you're dealing with a patient, and obviously this is your first interaction with her, right? Mm-hmm. Do you take into account your contact and communication with them in assessing whether they have the ability to make these choices or make informed decisions?
Absolutely.
And so your conversation with her about her medication treatment that she had received and what you were proposing as a plan, was she able to engage with you in that conversation?
Yep.
And so when
it was collaborative.
And so when she declined the options that you first offered, mm-hmm. did you then present her with alternatives?
I did.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, whose choice is it as to what medication regimen person would be on?
The patient.
And why is that?
Because they have autonomy in their decisions. I'm only making recommendations based on my education, experience, training, what I'm seeing in terms of symptoms. The patient has the autonomy.
Are there instances where you're dealing with a patient where you have concerns that they shouldn't have autonomy? Or that, maybe if I rephrase that question, are there instances where you're dealing with a patient where you're concerned that they don't have the ability to make the right choice for themselves?
There would be, yeah.
And what options do you have in those instances?
In those instances, I mean, that sort of comes down to like competency, capacity to make decisions. Sometimes we might get our legal or ethics team involved to make a determination about whether this patient needs a healthcare proxy to make their decisions, things like that.
And what about if a person presents with a very serious risk to their own physical health or the health of others? What are your options then?
I guess it would depend, if they had capacity to make their decisions.
In your interaction with her on November 29th, did you also go through with her and perform a mental screening test or a mental status screening?
I did.
And why do you do that?
It gives me some objective data of how the patient presents, how is their speech, how's their appearance, what is their thought process, what's their thought content, things of that nature.
And in this meeting on November 29th of 2022, did you observe anything in which she displayed manic symptoms?
No.
And what traditionally are manic symptoms that you look for?
So there's a new mnemonic called Dig Fast. Try to do this quick. D is distractibility. Patient is highly distracted to lots of extraneous stimuli. There is pressured speech, grandiosity. So suddenly someone's I'm going to run for office. I'm going to be the president. And you're okay, you've never had an interest in that before. Sleep is really poor. So somebody might get 2 hours of sleep, but be go, 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 go. Increased goal-directed activity. So somebody might be painting the exterior of their house, painting the interior of their house. They might be, doing a bunch of different projects with no decompression time or feeling tired. Those are the general symptoms of mania. Sometimes there can be psychosis associated with it as well.
Okay, and so when you say mania and psychosis, are those two different things?
Yes.
And so are you also looking in these screenings to identify signs of psychosis?
Absolutely.
And what would be signs of psychosis usually?
Signs of psychosis, they can be sort of subtle. It might look like somebody's responding to, stimuli in their head, based on the way that their eyes are kind of tracking and they're not really paying attention. They may be quite guarded. They may have a delusional thought process. For example, they might think that somebody's out to get them when there's really no basis.
When you say responding to internal stimuli, is that generally when a person hears things, auditory hallucinations, yes, or sees things that aren't there, visual hallucinations? Mm-hmm. And in addition to kind of watching for these things in your interaction, do you flat out ask somebody if they're experiencing those symptoms?
I do.
And in this first interaction that you had with Lindsay Clancy on 11/29, did she display any psychotic symptoms?
No.
What about assessing for suicidality? Do you do that as well? Mm-hmm. And what do you do for that?
I generally ask, are you having any thoughts of wanting to hurt yourself or anybody else? And if the answer is yes, it sort of becomes a more in-depth assessment.
Do you go back and ask them about past thoughts?
Yes.
Whether they've articulated that? Mm-hmm. And in this case with Ms. Clancy, did she ever indicate whether she had a history of having suicidal thoughts or suicidal ideation?
She did not.
And how about homicidal ideation? Do you ask about that?
I do.
And in this instance, did she indicate whether she had any homicidal ideation or thoughts of harming other people?
No.
And as far as your observations of her presentation, like her mood and physically how she presented, did anything stand out to you as far as any of that?
She seemed anxious.
Okay.
Can I remember?
Okay, so as far as mood.
So I couldn't hear that.
Sorry, if she can finish your answer.
Sure. You done with that?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All
right. So as far as mood, you noted her to be anxious, right?
Yes.
And you also look at a person's affect.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're going to have to answer yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
You observed her affect to be consistent with her mood, which you identified as anxious, right? And you examined somebody for their
Sorry.
that's okay thought process, right?
Right.
And what did you observe her thought process to be?
I observed her thought process to be linear, meaning you could follow it, her train of thought easily, and goal directed. She understood that she was there to be assessed for treatment. It seemed to be her goal.
And do you also perform other screenings like the generalized anxiety depression scale and the Edinburgh scale?
I do.
And did you do that for Lindsay Clancy on November 29th?
I did.
And what were the results of those screens?
Her Edinburgh, so the Edinburgh scale is out of 30. She was 17.
What does that mean?
Moderate to severe symptoms, postpartum depression.
Now, with that particular screening tool that you can use, is it fair to say that with postpartum women, it often fluctuates?
It can. That it's asked. The patient is asked about the previous 7 days.
And as far as the generalized anxiety depression scale, what were the results of that screen?
May I look? 14 out of a total of 21.
And so what does that mean?
That would mean moderately severe anxiety.
And do you recall about how much or how long your interaction with her was on this telehealth visit?
It would have been 30 minutes.
And as a result of your interaction with her, did you come up with a plan moving forward as to what to do to address her issues or her concerns?
Yes.
What was the plan?
Continue Remeron 15 milligrams nightly, Ativan as needed. Those medications had been prescribed to her already. I did not write her any prescriptions at that visit.
And again, you indicated that you kind of encouraged her to stick with the Remeron and give it a chance to work.
Yes.
Was she receptive to doing that?
Yes.
And as far as, again, the sleep issue, based on your conversation with her and her request to continue with the Ativan, that's what you recommended?
Yes.
Did you also recommend other types of treatment that were not pharmacological?
Yes.
And what were those?
I recommended therapy, mindfulness, physical activity, meditation.
And you're aware that in the past she had reported physical activity was something that had been helpful to her?
Yes, I believe with her postpartum period with Dawson, her middle child, she had some anxiety, but it seemed to resolve with exercise in particular.
And fair to say, as it pertains to that experience, her postpartum with Dawson, she had reported at some point to the clinic that she had sought medication after having Dawson and that she didn't end up taking that medication, right?
Correct.
Now, after this particular follow-up, what's your practice when you're dealing with a patient to have them have an intervention if they need to get in touch with you or they have concerns before your next scheduled meeting?
I generally advise for non-emergencies, you can message me on the Epic portal.
Is that generally referred to as My Chart?
My Chart, yeah.
And so My Chart, you could kind of go back and forth with messages, right?
Yes.
Did you encourage Lindsay to utilize My Chart if she felt the need to reach out to you before your next scheduled appointment?
Yes.
And at the end of that meeting, what was the plan for the next scheduled appointment? What was the track that you would ask her to be on as far as regular visits?
1 week.
And is that typical, 1 week?
1 to 2 weeks would be typical for a new patient.
And based on her report of symptoms or potential symptoms, was it important to you to identify if there were any changes?
Absolutely.
Now, were you aware by the time that meeting was completed that she did have an appointment scheduled with the social worker at your clinic, Letitia Dukes, for December 2nd?
I was aware of that, yes.
Now, after this meeting, so this was approximately 10:30 in the morning on 11/29, right?
Yes.
Did you have communication or contact with Lindsay Clancy on November 30th?
I did.
How did you have contact with her on that day?
She messaged me on the MyChart portal.
And you're aware that on that particular morning, Julie had informed her that she was leaving?
Yes.
Or were you aware, I should say?
Yes.
Now, when Lindsay messaged you, that was at 11 a.m. That was the first message, correct?
I would have to look at the note for the time.
Okay. Do you have those?
I do have the messages. I believe that'll be accurate. It was 11 a.m. Yep.
And did she ask you something specific in that message?
She did.
What did she ask you?
She asked me if it would be safe to stop taking Remeron after 5 nights.
So you had just met with her on November 29th.
Correct.
And talked about stopping Remeron, or talked about the concerns with Remeron.
We talked about continuing it on the 29th, yes.
But as far as the starting of that meeting where you were talking with her about the medication, she had already reported concerns with that medication, right?
Yes.
And so you encouraged her to stick with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, she's asking to stop again.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that in that message, she indicated that in the course of that night, that she felt like the depression was much, much worse and not helping her sleep, and that she only got 2 hours?
Yes.
And she asked for a phone call from you, right?
Yes.
And did you call her back or did you message her back?
I messaged her back, but I also believe I had my nurse call her back because I was in between patients.
Okay. And so when you messaged her back, what did you ask her about to address that concern about stopping the Remeron after 5 nights?
I asked her what symptoms of depression did she notice was worsening.
And why did you do that?
Because she had mentioned that she felt that she was more depressed. She was attributing it to the medication.
But in her original message, did she give you any detail about what was worse?
Yeah, no, she did not. Sorry.
Is it important to you to know what symptoms are worse so that you know how to advise the patient?
Absolutely.
And did you again express to her a concern with stopping that particular medication after the short period of time she had been on it?
Yes, I shared with her that from what I understood, there had been really short medication trials since October, a short course of the Zoloft, a short course of Trazodone, and now what would be a short course of the Remeron. And I reiterated that sometimes it can take 4 to 6 weeks before these treatments start to work.
Okay. And you also knew from Julie Paul that she had only taken Prozac for approximately 4 days.
Correct.
So even though you gave her that information and encouraged her to stay with it, did you suggest an alternative?
I did. And
why did you suggest an alternative?
At this point, I'm trying to establish a therapeutic relationship with her as a patient. So I had met with her on the 29th. She's concerned about the mirtazapine. I'm kind of asking her to hang with me on it and give it a chance. But then the next day she's asking me again that she really doesn't like it. So at this point, I'm trying to kind of give her an alternative to establish a collaborative therapeutic relationship.
And at the end of the day, if you prescribe a medication and the patient doesn't want to take it, right, you don't know if they're going to take it, right?
Exactly.
So what was the alternative you suggested?
I had suggested Prozac again, just because I had known that she had taken it in like 2012, whenever she was in nursing school, and she was able to take it for a year, and she tolerated it okay. So I was kind of thinking maybe we could try to get you to retrial it, and it would be helpful.
And in making that recommendation to potentially restart it, had you reviewed the notes from Julie Paul in which the defendant, or Lindsay Clancy, indicated that when she took the Prozac, she felt disconnected, and that she was concerned about that, and that Julie had told her to stop it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But you still felt that it was worth giving it another try?
Mm-hmm.
And did you suggest anything else to pair with the Prozac to help sleep?
I did.
What did you suggest?
I recommended Seroquel, 25 milligrams.
And now, Seroquel, is that a drug that you're familiar with?
I am.
And in your practice, especially dealing with women's health, perinatal issues, what would a low dose of Seroquel accomplish for a woman postpartum?
To get them to sleep.
And you are aware that Seroquel at higher doses could be used to treat other types of mental illnesses?
Yes.
But in this circumstance and with this recommendation, what was the purpose of the Seroquel?
So at this stage, my awareness was that she had tried a first-line option, which would be the benzodiazepine. The second-line options are usually what we call the sedating antidepressants, like trazodone, Remeron. So this would be more like a third-line option to try.
And is that because trazodone, she reported, didn't
help,
and she didn't like the feeling on Remeron?
Right.
And so ultimately in that message, you kind of reiterated what your overall recommendations were, right?
Yes.
And it was to continue with the Remeron for another 10 days,
mm-hmm.
and that the alternative would be to restart Prozac and add the 25 milligrams of Seroquel nightly for anxiety and insomnia. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so were you recommending that she be on all of those at the same time? That she do the Remeron, the Seroquel, the Prozac?
Yes.
And in your experience in psychiatric care and prescribing medication, is it a common practice to pair low doses or doses of particular types of medications together to effectively manage a person's symptoms?
Mm-hmm. At this clinical juncture, my thought was the combination of Remeron with the Prozac to treat the depression with prominent anxiety, the Seroquel to help alleviate the sleep.
And you're also addressing the concern of benzodiazepine dependency, right?
Correct.
Did you encourage her to do something to help you to kind of manage her treatment track going forward?
Yes.
What did you encourage her to do?
I had noticed that Lindsay was attributing a lot of her symptoms to her medication. And so I attached to the MyChart message 2 different mood charts. And what those one is daily, one is weekly. What it is it asks the patient each day to rate their mood from like 0 to 3. Good mood, bad mood, normal mood. It asks about like, did you take your medications? What doses? What were they? Check the box. How many hours a night did you sleep? What's your anxiety level? What's irritability? And what I wanted from that was, because it had all those parameters about mood and then also the medication, did you take it? We'd be able to track over time what the progression was. Was it getting worse since we started the medication? Was it actually getting better? I just wanted more data.
And were you aware that she was actually tracking those things herself?
No.
Now, you continued to have some back and forth messages with her throughout the course of the day on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So we have, she reached out to you at 11. Mm-hmm. You responded to her at 11:52.
Yes.
There's another message from her at 12:15, right?
Yes.
And just going back for a second, when you were asking her about worsening symptoms, did you ask specifically about suicidal symptoms?
I did.
And why those, if she was expressing some depression and sleep issues?
Suicidal thoughts can be a symptom of depression, and I just wanted to make sure I assessed that one because of its severity.
And is that something that's important to do before you make a recommendation to change a medication?
Yes.
Now, when she responded at 12:15, did she tell you anything about the suicidal thoughts, or if she was having any?
She said she's not at the point of being suicidal.
Okay. She also indicated, but I'm really feeling as if I can't go on like this, right?
Right.
And she asked you to call in the Seroquel.
She did ask me to call in the Seroquel, yes.
So based on her response, did you feel that she was taking the alternative that you were offering?
Yes.
And then at 12:29 p.m., you get another message from her where she asks for a phone call, right?
Yes.
And again, at that point, did you have a phone call with her, or did you continue to interact with her on the MyChart portal?
I interacted with her on the MyChart between patients, and I had my nurse give her a call.
And again, you said in between patients. So did you have the opportunity to pick up the phone and call?
I did not.
Okay. And is that one of the benefits of the messaging portal, that you can get back to somebody quicker?
Yes.
So when, before you were able to respond, did she send you some additional messages on MyChart, if you remember? Or if you could look at your notes.
Okay. I see that the symptoms of depression that she reported.
Yep. So just drawing your attention to 12:58 p.m.
Yes.
You get another message from her where she says, the symptoms of depression that are much worse are just feeling completely hopeless and unmotivated to do anything at all. And that she says, I printed the daily mood chart and we'll start it. Okay. Now, you said that you did ask your nurse to give her a phone call at some point, and so you're aware that a nurse did call her on November 30th at approximately 3:10 p.m.
Yes.
And that during that phone call that Lindsay agreed to the plan and that she was going to pick up the Seroquel.
Yes.
Now, at that point, you had another meeting scheduled with her for a week out, right? Mm-hmm. But yes. Prior to that, did you also continue to communicate with her via MyChart?
Yes.
So moving into December 1st, again, were you able to send her a message?
She sent me a message on December 1st, and I did reply to it.
Okay, so December 1st at 12:20 p.m., we have a message from Lindsay Clancy. Hi, Rebecca. I really don't like the way I feel on the Remeron, and I know that I can't stick with it, or I can't stick with taking it. I started having very intrusive thoughts that I never had before. I didn't take it last night. I would really like to go back to Julie's original plan of Prozac in the morning and using Ativan and Benadryl at night as a Band-Aid until I get to a therapeutic level of Prozac. Please let me know if you agree with this plan. I know that I need to give it a good couple of weeks to work. Is that the message that you first received on December 1st?
It was.
And were you aware that that same day that Lindsay had reached out to her primary care physician asking for an immediate appointment with her nurse practitioner?
I was.
And that she was looking to discuss medications?
Yes.
Do you know if she actually got an appointment or went to the appointment there?
They had reached out to her, and she did not respond to their voicemails or MyChart messages, so she did not see them that day, to my knowledge.
So you're able to review the notes from the network of South Shore Health, right?
Correct, yes.
So you were able to review that she asked for an emergency appointment. They were able to find her an emergency appointment, but she didn't get back in enough time to actually get there.
Correct.
Okay. And so in the meantime, you're having a back and forth with her during the course of that day, December 1st.
Yes.
When she indicated to you in this message on December 1st about having intrusive thoughts and not liking the Remeron and not taking it, what was your response?
I sent her a detailed message of signs and symptoms of postpartum depression and anxiety, including factors like onset, risk factors, predictors, common symptoms, and it highlighted how intrusive thoughts are quite common in postpartum depression and anxiety. And I asked her, I'm wondering if that's what's going on here. I then asked her if she was able to take the Seroquel that night and if she noticed any improvement in terms of sleep or anxiety with the Seroquel.
Now, by giving her this information about postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety, was that consistent with a diagnosis that either you or Julie had given her in coming into the clinic?
Yes, we were thinking this could be some postpartum anxiety, and I wanted to familiarize her with the symptoms so that she had them written down and she could report them to me and understand that they are part of these disorders.
Okay. And you also gave her some information about obsessions and compulsions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said you asked her about the Seroquel and asked about sleep, right?
Yes.
And did you also reiterate that you were still encouraging to keep up with the Remeron for a period of time?
Yes.
And you further indicated to her that you wanted to kind of see if there was a correlation between the symptoms and the medication and that you just didn't have enough data.
Right.
In response to that message, she actually responded at 2:36 on December 1st, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated, thank you for the information. It was helpful. That she says, I panicked last night and just took Ativan and Benadryl, but tonight I'll stick with the plan and try the 15 of Remeron and the 25 of Seroquel. Do you recall if you had ever had a conversation with her about kind of you using Ativan and Benadryl as a backup, or if she just felt like she wasn't getting any relief?
I recall having a conversation about using the Ativan as a backup. I believe it was, yes, in my initial, I said continue the Remeron and the Ativan as needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about the Benadryl?
The Benadryl I don't recall discussing.
But you were aware that she had reported the combination of Ativan and Benadryl had worked for her before.
Right.
And in that message, she also says, I'm sorry for all the messages. It's just a scary, very scary, stressful time for me. And starting new meds with side effects is very scary to me. I'll check in the morning and let you know how it went, right?
Right.
Okay. And again, you continued to have some contact with her on that same day after that.
I believe I responded to that, reassuring her that it's understandable to have fears, concerns about starting medications, and I sent her a detailed description of common question and answers I get from patients about medications, things like what to expect, how long does it take to work, what are common side effects, risks for, is there any risk for suicide, homicide with medications,
So in providing all this information with her, what were you trying to do?
Provide information because she had said it was so scary starting medication, so I wanted her to be equipped with understanding and what to expect possibly.
And based on your interactions with her and your review of Julie Paul's interactions with her, this was a person that was very receptive to taking information, right?
Yes.
And as her role as a nurse, she was not afraid to ask questions. Is that fair?
No. Yes, she was not afraid.
And one of the things that you provided her, or the information you provided her in this detailed response back to her on December 1st at 3:04, was that there are other sources or resources that she could utilize that are available at the clinic, right?
Yes.
And
go ahead.
Just gonna show you these two books, Exhibit 148.
Yep.
Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts, and this one, The Pregnancy Postpartum Anxiety Workbook.
Yes. Yes, I instructed her that we had copies of these books that we were giving out to patients and that she should come grab them when she was in clinic. And she informed me she would be seeing Letitia the next day for counseling, so she would grab them when she was there.
Okay. And so that day, December 1st, fair to say you went back and forth with her from about 12:30 to her last message, she was at 4:37 that day.
Yes.
And you said that she indicated that she did have an appointment the next day with Letitia Dukes.
Yes.
And were you aware of whether that was an in-person meeting?
Yes, it was in person because she said, I'll be in clinic, I'll be able to get those resources.
Okay. So moving to December 2nd, you didn't have a scheduled appointment with her, correct?
I did not.
And you knew she was going to see Letitia that morning in clinic, right?
Correct.
And you received several messages from her that morning.
I did.
Again, through the MyChart portal?
Yes.
Beginning at 7:51 a.m., where she sends you a message saying, "Hi, Rebecca. I took the 15 Remeron and 25 Seroquel. I woke up at 12 with horribly intrusive thoughts of wanting it to be all over. I took 1 milligram Ativan and went back to sleep, and the thoughts went away. Now that I have the Ativan on board, I really need to explore the option that I'm addicted to Ativan. I have a therapy appointment with Letitia in your office. I would really like to speak with someone in the substance use clinic to explore the option." Do you recall getting that message?
I do.
Okay. And did you respond to that message?
I did. I am credentialed at South Health and Addiction Medicine, so I felt that I could be that person to discuss those concerns with her.
Just discuss the substance use concerns?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and you're aware that the social workers can also screen for those as well?
Yes.
So at 8:51 on December 2nd, you respond to her, right?
I did.
And what do you tell her about the concerns she just expressed in her 7:51 message?
I fully appreciate and understand the concern for benzo tolerance. It's not something I want to happen to my patients ever. That being said, there's a place for benzodiazepines, especially at the beginning and acute phase of treatment and getting someone stable. And then we would always pull back slowly. I think another thing to try tonight would be to take 50 milligrams of Seroquel, the 2 tablets, and see if that works better. The intrusive thoughts are part of postpartum depression, anxiety, very painful to think and experience, but I want to reassure you that it's not uncommon and mean nothing about who you are as a mother. Let me know what you think.
And so the recommendation from 25 to 50 milligrams of Seroquel, is that still within the range for treatment for insomnia?
Yes.
So would you characterize that as a low dose, a high dose?
A low dose.
And as far as her statement about intrusive thoughts, fair to say your response doesn't ask her more specifics about those thoughts, right?
No.
But you reiterate to her, just as you had in the lengthy messages where you provided information, that intrusive thoughts are pretty common.
Correct.
Now, did she respond to that message?
She did.
And so at 9:04 on December 2nd, there's a response from Lindsay Clancy. "I'm willing to try anything. I just keep coming back to the feeling that I'm dependent on Ativan after my 2.5 weeks of taking it daily with Benadryl, following the bad reaction to Zoloft. I feel addicted to it, and I feel like I'm not being heard, that is a possibility. I feel like we are throwing all these different meds at my insomnia when the root cause is Ativan dependence. I don't feel any of the anxious thoughts I had before. I feel completely numb." So you got that message from her at 9:04, correct?
I did.
And what was your concern when you got that message, or did you have any concern?
I wouldn't say I had concern. I just wanted to, again, provide her some information about what I thought might be happening.
Based on your training and experience as a psychiatric nurse.
Sorry, she didn't finish her answer, please.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was finished.
Okay, well, she's finished. All right, next question.
Based on your training and experience as a psychiatric nurse, and you said you had some experience with substance use, did you feel that there was a dependency issue or an addiction issue with Ativan?
I did not.
Is it fairly common that Ativan is going to make somebody feel better if they're feeling anxious?
Yes.
That's why you take it, right?
Yes.
And that's why you take it as needed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So in your response to her at 9:37, do you make clear to her the difference between dependence and addiction?
I do.
Okay. And as far as benzodiazepines go, there is a real concern for dependence and addiction in the fields. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But based on taking it for 2.5 weeks, taking it to address actual symptoms of anxiety, did you have a concern of dependence?
No.
And so did you articulate to her that anything about that concept of dependence versus addiction? What did you say?
I said, I wonder if you fear you're becoming dependent on the benzodiazepines, and there's a subtle difference between dependence and addiction. With addiction, there's a change in behavior caused by biochemical changes in the brain after continued substance abuse. The substance use becomes the main priority of the person with the substance use disorder, regardless of the harm it causes to themselves or others. With dependence, we're referring to physical dependence on a substance characterized by symptoms of characterized by symptoms of tolerance and withdrawal. Benzodiazepine withdrawal is similar to alcohol withdrawal symptoms. We would be seeing things like elevated vital signs, high blood pressure, tachycardia, diaphoresis, mild alteration of mental status, initially with a possibility of perceptual disturbances, delirium, dysphoria, and tremors. Did the insomnia predate the Ativan use? I hear your concerns about the benzos. So my recommendation is do not take them every night. I recommend taking only every other night, and then we will not refill
it. And so what's diaphoresis?
Sweating.
Okay. And in the fields of prescribing psychiatric medications, do you often have to deal with physical dependency and then addressing it later?
I wouldn't say often.
Is there a way to address that
Absolutely, yeah.
And so that wasn't a concern of yours regarding Ativan, was it?
Not at that time.
And what about her statement about not being heard? Did you see that in her message, where she says, "I feel like I'm not being heard about addiction"?
That being a possibility.
As a psychiatric nurse practitioner dealing in psychiatric medicine, is it important to you when a patient tells you that I don't feel I'm heard?
Yes.
And do you take that in consideration when addressing them and continuing to build that relationship?
Yes.
And so in this case with the defendant, with Lindsay Clancy, did that change your approach with her at all?
It's why I sent the message that I did, trying to explain what addiction versus dependence and tolerance is. And I wanted to reassure her that we will try to have you take these less frequently, and we don't need to continue them moving forward.
So she advocated for herself, and you took that into consideration and created an alternative plan, or suggested an alternative plan?
Yes.
Did your care of her change at all when she told you she wasn't being heard?
I wouldn't say it changed.
You treated her as you would any other patient, right?
Correct.
Now, you continued to have messages with her throughout that day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so at 10:02, you receive a message from her. She says, the insomnia started from the Zoloft, but then after the 2 weeks of daily Ativan and Benadryl use, that's when the insomnia was at its worst. I've tried so many different sleeping aids at this point, trazodone, Ambien, Remeron, Seroquel, and they all seem to barely touch the sleep until I take Ativan with them. So tonight I will try 15 of Remeron with 50 of Seroquel. I fear that if I wake up in the middle of the night with intrusive thoughts again, I will feel like I need Ativan. Do you recall her sending that message at 10:02?
I do.
And that she sent another message, it's kind of cut off, but it's still within the 10 o'clock hour, where she adds, I also just feel concerningly numb right now. Like I have no emotion whatsoever. I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care. What do I do about this?
I do recall that message, yes.
And this is a message that she sent when she would have been or have seen Letitia Dukes already, right? If she had a 9 o'clock appointment?
Yes.
When she sent that message to you, did you respond back to her at 11:35?
I did.
And with the fact that she talked about being numb and having no emotions, feel like I'm going to die and don't care, what did you do?
I said, this sounds like depression and anhedonia symptoms. I would say if you're feeling unsafe, particularly as we head into the weekend, it is important for you to have information for psych emergency services available to you. And I provided a list of the 24-hour emergency service programs like mobile crisis intervention.
Okay. And when you say anhedonia, excuse me if I mispronounced that, what does that mean?
Anhedonia is a symptom of depression where people are unable to feel pleasure. They might describe it as feeling numb. They're unable to look forward to things.
And in her message where she says, I feel like I'm going to die and I don't care, did you take that as a suicidal thought or suicidal ideation?
No.
And so did you tell her to go to the ER right away?
No.
Did you have concerns that she needed to get a higher level of care at that moment when she sent that message?
My concern about that statement was that I wanted her to have access to resources if it escalated or if it worsened. So I made sure she had it.
Okay. And fair to say you also, at the end of that message, indicate, are you able to get rest or reach out to your support system so that they can be helpful to you right now, and that this is hugely important?
I did say that, yes.
And 11:41 a.m., she responds, yes, I have support. My parents are here to help. And again, this is 12:02. Does this sound like side effects to Remeron or Seroquel? I have never felt anything like this before. And then 11:57, she sends another message. Do you think over time these symptoms will go away over time? 12:04, another message from her. Is there any chance you could give me a call to discuss when you have a minute? At 12:10 p.m., and just to confirm, your recommendation for tonight is 15 Remeron, 50 Seroquel, and avoid Ativan, even if I'm not sleeping. So you got those messages in succession, right?
I did.
And were you able to eventually respond to her with a phone call?
I responded to the message at 12:12 p.m. I wrote it down for her.
And again, in your response to her, did you reiterate that these are pretty common signs of depression, and that what she was expressing to you wasn't uncommon in women with postpartum depression?
Correct. I said it sounds more like depression than side effects. It's not uncommon for me to hear, I've never felt anything like this before, or I just don't feel like myself. All of this sounds like postpartum depression.
And did you further try to give her some encouraging words?
Mm-hmm. I shared a passage from a book called This Isn't What I Expected.
And is that book kind of centered around postpartum depression?
Yes.
And did you also tell her this is going to get better?
I said, even though they feel terrible, remember that they're symptoms of an illness that is very real and very treatable. This is going to get better.
And after that message on 12:12, did you in fact send her another message?
I did.
And fair to say that next message was to kind of address the concern about her question, what to take.
Yes.
And you confirmed to take 15 milligrams Remeron, 10 milligrams Prozac, and 50 milligrams Seroquel.
Yes.
And that taking Ativan every other day might help.
I said, I would say taking Ativan every other day might help you to see you are not addicted, as one cannot be addicted to something they don't take every day, but we can also decide to let me be concerned about whether you have a problem with the Ativan and simply take it nightly for now. And if I have concerns about your use of it, I will make them apparent to you. My primary concern at this time is that you sleep, and if that means taking the Ativan for middle of the night wake-ups, that is what it means. I'm confident we can safely and successfully get you off Ativan in the near future. And then I also go on to make recommendations about if she does have trouble in the middle of the night, certain sleep hygiene techniques that she could do, like getting out of bed, and doing something non-stimulating, and then go back down to try to sleep again when you feel drowsy.
So an alternative as to medication intervention.
Yeah.
And then at 1:40 p.m., she responds, "Thank you. I'll stick with that plan. I really hope it works and to feel like myself soon." Right?
Yes.
And then at 2:35, you respond, "We will follow you closely. We have lots of alternatives. If this for some reason isn't the combination, we'll find one that gets you back to feeling like yourself."
I did say that, yes.
In all your treatment of women, the women that you've treated with postpartum depression, is this common that you have to kind of trial different plans in order to find the right one?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Buckingham, it's 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right?
Thank you.
So we'll take the break.
Thank you.
Court, all rise. Judge, kindly close your notebooks. Listen on your chairs, please. This way.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Maggie.
I'm eating.
You're eating.
Hello,
Y'all, just to
baby.
let you know, the reason why we mess with Maggie so much about eating oranges is because she literally eats them like an apple peel and all. It's really disgusting to watch, but it's also very entertaining as well. So I
do.
watch her.
I
She's
love me some
nasty, y'all.
orange peel. Very
She's
puffy.
nasty.
So I say.
Victoria, I've been watching what you're saying. I found that very, very interesting. I am going to go back and watch that as well and try to see what you are seeing. Thank you for letting us know that.
Also, like Victoria is very much like Lindsay, what she went through. She's gone through it all. Lots of girls in here have.
Yeah.
But she was telling me things, and I did ask, but she didn't reply. So whether she's seen it or not, I don't know. Would she be willing to get up on panel and talk about it? Because it helps us, it helps everyone else to try and understand what was happening. Do you know what I mean? I don't know whether
Wow.
you'd be willing to, Victoria. Obviously, we understand if you won't or you can't, or anyone would be willing to come up and share your experience on panel. Thank you. Here you go, Lee.
Jessica is chiming in here. She says, yeah, I seen one picture he had on a solid dark colored shoe, and another picture they showed he had on what looked like white sneakers. That'd be interesting to take a look at. I'll write that down. And but you guys know I'm going to come at it from both ends, right? I'm going to consider that there's snow, and so they could be wet. But I'll tell you what I think about it. Well, you're welcome to your opinion. I mean, hey, listen, nothing is off the table. Nobody's opinion here is off the table, other than I think I have proven that, in my mind, And it's my channel. So, in my mind, for myself, I have proven that Patrick did not kill his kids. You guys can still believe that if you want to. All I can say is do your own homework. Um, let's see, what else is going on in here? Wait, I just tuned in partway through the questioning. What is this about? Welcome, Kit. This is about the Lindsay Clancy trial, who admitted to killing all three of her children. Rest in peace, Cora, 5, Dawson, 3, and Callan, 8 months, whom she admitted to killing. Uh, the reason for this court case right here, though, is not a whodunit. We know who done it. We need to know why. And so that is what she is being accused of. The state says that it was a malice murder, that she did it knowingly, that she killed her kids on purpose. The defense is that she was in postpartum psychosis, and that she was over medicated by doctors, and that's where we stand.
Just to let you know, Melly Jo's leaving. She's going to bed.
Mel, good night.
Good night, Mel. Have a good sleep, girl. Also, Jenny is in hospital. She's talking to us from a hospital bed. She's made up with the chat, but she's got sepsis. Just found out. She told me she got an infection, but Lisa's just told me it's sepsis. Bloody hell.
My goodness.
Hope you're going to be all right, Jen.
Jenny, we will say a prayer for you. Look, I believe in prayer big time. I really, really do. When I say I'm going to pray for you, I'm not just saying it to comfort you. I say it because I mean it. I may not remember everybody's names, but I can remember what's going on. And I just pray that God will meet the needs of those people. In fact, when I say I'm going to pray for you, usually I just try to get very, very quiet. We can pray right now. Anybody who, I don't want to be offensive to anybody else's faith, but this won't be the first time we've ever prayed on this channel. You pray however you want to pray, tune out. This isn't offensive, but it is my channel. I practice on my channel what I believe in. All right, let's just go and pray right now for Jenny and all those that need it. Let's remember our JB, I call her the FBI, that's in the hospital struggling now with some surgery difficulties and some infection in her body as well, and just other people that need it. If you're in chat, you need it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and say a prayer. Max, give me just a second.
Go on, Gail.
Lord, we come to you and we thank you for this day, God. We thank you for waking all of us up and bringing us together, Lord. We thank you for the respect that we show each other and the friendships that we have built. Lord, we ask you to touch all those that are affected by Cora, Dawson, and Callan's deaths, God, that you will comfort them, send angels, God, to give them the comfort that they need, Lord. God, we just thank you for the friendships that we've built through this tragedy, God, and that somehow we know we needed each other. We may not understand it now, God, but I believe that you bring us together because maybe for a moment or a lifetime, we need each other. So we glorify you for that. Lord, I ask you to touch Jenny right now that's in the hospital. I ask you to touch JB, who is in the hospital right now. I ask you to touch the matriarch of this channel, God, who is so, so precious to us, Miss Barbara. God, we ask you, all of those that are in chat that are facing something mentally, physically, emotionally in their lives right now, God, that you just reach down, God, and make a way, Lord, where there doesn't seem to be a way, where we cannot understand it, God, but you see what we don't see. Your ways are not our ways. And God, we believe that whatever's going on, Lord, that it is your will and that your will be done. God, we plead the blood of Jesus over all of those that are sick, that are in need right now. God, we pray that you would meet every need right where it's at, Lord. Send just one angel, God, to comfort and watch over us. We know that there are tens of thousands of angels, God, that we could dispatch in your name, God, but we don't need them. We need you, and we ask for the comfort of an angel just to give us that warm hug from you, God, whenever we feel alone. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Thank you guys so much for that, just that time. I appreciate it. Maggie, give me just a second.
What did she do then? She get right. That's what I heard. Oh, so Jen, get well soon, girl. I didn't know it was sepsis. I was talking to you before, and you just said it infection. Oh my god, girl, they've got you on the IV now. That'll get right in your system, Jen. You just take it easy, sit there, and look after yourself. Just relax, and they'll do the rest, girl. Okay. Thanks everyone for joining in, saying that little prayer. Even if you don't believe, or like Lena said, you don't have the same faith, you know what? I'm not religious at all. I do believe there's something there. I don't know what, but I prayed as well. And I hope my prayer will somehow touch someone somewhere. What's that? She has gas. Who's got gas, Lunchy? Oh, you mean this Lena one? Oh, she's out of her mind. I just ignore her. You know, just leave her to it. So Mary Shaitley, I can't even say that. I can't say it. I can't say it. Mary Shaitley. I don't want it to sound like I'm saying shit. Mary Shaitley or Shaitley. Oh, I don't know. Away, I'm already subscribed. I must have been impressed by you all. Mary, we're impressed by you, and thank you for being here. We're all good mates. We all get on. We've all got different opinions, but you know what? We're all adults about it, and we don't fall out over it. You know, this has had me and Laney up the wall. We've thought 1 minute, Patrick's done this, he's done that, or he hasn't. We keep changing all the time with the evidence. And we keep saying, like Lisa Dodson says, wait for the end. Let us hear all this evidence before we make any judgment. But it's so hard, isn't it? So hard.
Yeah,
We love you
I,
as well. Thanks for being here, Teresa.
I'm back. Lisa
Thank
is
you.
definitely, and all those that are able to do that, I feel like
Thanks,
they're
Mary.
stronger than me because I can't help it, y'all.
Oh.
I'm like 1 minute, and I'm not always like this, but this case has got me just thrown into a loop. Like, and 1 minute I'm sitting on the fence and throwing my feet over, like, Patrick, you ass, and then I throw my feet on the other side. I'm like, Lindsay, what did you do? And then I don't know what to think. What I do know for sure is that if this went to the jury today and I was on that jury, I would be able to say, I can't do it. I can't even make a
Me
decision
too.
here.
Me too. I'd have to
I'm
walk out.
sorry. I would have to just say, I'm not making any
Yeah.
I'm not making any kind of decision. I'm not doing any kind of vote. I'm not doing nothing because I simply don't know. This is confusing. Get somebody else to make and I walk out. Thank you guys so much. Look, all I'm going to say is this, and no, I didn't have Munchie. You guys know I get emotional over stuff. I can't help it, but I don't like to cry in front of people. So it comes out usually in a grunt like that. Like, I can't believe I'm doing this again and I can't stop it from happening. So then I have to cry. It's just what I do. So, anyways, while Maggie eats, I cry.
And she cries a lot. She cries that much. I call her Tiny Tears. Remember the doll? When
I
you
do
give it a
not.
bottle and it comes out of the eyes on
I
the
do
bum.
not cry that much.
Oh, she does, guys. Ignore her. Honest to God. I know her. She's always crying. I swear down, I always call her. So I say, oh, shut up, Tiny Tears. She's off. She's like Niagara Falls.
Well, okay, I'm just gonna let's just not talk about that. Let's not
Hang
talk
on a
about that.
minute. Charlotte Tweedy, I'm waiting for closing statements as I'm also flip-flopping. What do you mean? See,
She's
I've been
waiting
on
on,
the wrong...
She's waiting on closing statements from the prosecution and the defense because she's like us. 1 minute she's like, Lindsay didn't do it on purpose. She was over medicated. The next
Oh,
minute she's like,
okay.
Lindsay,
I
what'd you
thought she was
do?
there watching. I was like, oh my gosh.
No,
Am I
Charlotte's
behind?
saying that she's just as bad as the rest of us. Lisa's the only one that I know of 100% every day of the week has got Lizzo's a lot like that too, but she's not even freaking here. You would get along great, Lisa,
She
with
is here.
Lizzo because Lizzo
She's in
would
the bushes.
well, I
She's
hope
in
she's in
the
the bushes.
bushes. I
If you
think she
could
is.
if you could talk to Lizzo, she usually like sticks to her guns. She's like a tree that
Yeah, you'd love
the
her.
leaves will ruffle a little bit, but she's not moved. I mean,
Oh
it takes
no.
a lot to move her. And me and Maggie is a willow tree. Sway to the side, sway to
Oh,
that
we're
side.
terrible. Terrible. You can change us with
Yeah.
anything. But yeah, if she was to come in and you met her, you'd like her. She is funny.
And she,
But I like to imagine she's in the bushes because we've lost our friends. We've been friends
yep,
now for a long time.
long
And she's
time.
left YouTube. There's a lot gone on, but I just hope you're there, Liz, and you're listening.
If you're listening, Liz, I love you. And I just think you should just come back. I think you should come back. You
And
haven't done
JB,
anything
we
wrong.
miss you terrible
We
as
miss you,
well.
JB. Get better. Jenny, get better, love bug. Everybody get better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'm so grateful. If nothing else came out of this case that is good, and there's nothing good that I could see. I mean,
Oh,
I
Lenny,
always try to
the
look for,
kiboshes on me. The orange peel stuck in me gullus. Oh, God,
I don't
it's
even
really
understand what that word means.
You put the kiboshes.
What the hell does
That means
gutters
you
mean?
put the jinx on me. Going on about me and the orange peel, and now it's stuck.
Stuck
Oh,
where?
you ever has it and you feel a pain in your back? In me gully?
What is a guller? Your gizzard?
Look it up. Where you swallow and it goes down your throat and then it goes like down your chest. Well, it's
Then,
stuck.
then take a drink of water. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you chew it up enough?
Hang on a minute because I couldn't wait to swallow
Drink
it.
coffee. Drink coffee. Get it down.
Oh my God.
Don't you choke on me.
Oh, it takes a pain when you swallow. Oh. Yeah, it's in me gullet. Tell her what it is, Lunchy.
It's your
It's,
gizzard.
you know, that bit that I think dogs have it. You give it to dogs. You can buy it from dog places. And it's like a trachea.
Oh my
I
gosh, you
don't know.
guys.
Is it a trachea?
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 Oh my God.
That's in your throat, love bug. You're talking
Yeah.
about down in your. Oh, what was in your throat? Come here, I'll
So
punch
it's
you off. I have no problem punching you in your throat.
It's a throat. And then you go down. What is it when you go
The
down?
esophagus? The
Well,
esophagus.
it's in esophagus, whatever it's called.
Oh, for the love of God, get us a dictionary, an English one and a Scouser one, you guys. I got nothing for this woman.
It's stuck. I'll have to go on it off because I need to cough.
She was scared, yet she was talking and breathing. That's a good sign. Listen.
Chickens have it. What do chickens have?
They have gizzards.
No.
Or they have.
Called? Anyone in the UK?
It's the esophagus. That's what you're talking about. It was stuck in your esophagus.
Giblets. What the giblets? Does anyone in the UK or know what the giblets?
Giblets are just the organs. Oh my God.
God, are they? I never knew that.
Oh, y'all. You see?
No, but Dolores, when it goes down the wrong hole, that makes you cough. I swallowed it before I should have swallowed it because I was listening, my nerves all go when I'm listening. I swallowed it and I could feel it getting stuck, halfway down, not in my throat, and I could feel it going down and it's it hurts. But it wasn't where sometimes you swallow your own spit the wrong hole and you end up near choking to death.
The wrong hole would be the windpipe. And so you started hurting after it passed the windpipe and it went into your esophagus. Listen, I have my YouTube MD. I am the one around here that has a YouTube MD. I am a doctor on here.
God.
Okay. Listen, Maggie, you must have forgotten.
In my esophagus, wherever it is. I definitely had it. I swear to God, I was near at death's door. Oh.
Now do y'all see why that I picture
Look at
Maggie
our
in a bed?
catfishing picture. We're going to have to start doing these again.
I think we're way past. Are those the ones that you sent to me, the doll ones?
Yeah,
Y'all,
I said, listen, this
listen.
is what happened. I went on AI and we were talking about something which I'll be able to tell you tomorrow. So I can't say now. But anyway, we were talking about dolls. And I said, oh, I'm going to have to make us all dolls. So I put in a picture of me and Leonie. I said, make us dolls. Make us look like dolls with blonde hair and ponytails and big eyelashes. Guys, it's like a porn doll. Look, I love it. I wanted to send it to my husband. But you know, if he'd have said, doesn't even look like you. Oh, I had to be in a fume. I had to be in fuming, so I thought, no, don't send it. Don't put yourself in that position, soft hole, to be let down. Do
To
you
be
know what I
let down
mean?
again by that husband.
Again. Oh, I come down the stairs loads of times, think I look lovely. I go, do I look all right? You know, if you're going for a meal or something and you're fishing for compliments, do I look all right? And this is exactly what he does, look. Yeah, you look sound. I want to punch him right in his nose. Yeah, you look sound. Oh, fucking hell, don't go out your way. Don't say, you know what, you look lovely. You look lovely. Oh, no, we wouldn't dream of it. Yeah, you look sound. You look all right, yeah.
I don't even say that anymore. I say, so I give it time, right? I give it
Yeah.
some time. And like we're in the car going where were we going? And I look over and I'm like, yeah, I know I look good today. And then he looks back at me and he's like, yeah, babe, you look good. And I'm like,
See?
fuck off.
Even if he
Like,
lies, don't give it up.
seriously.
I know,
Seriously.
sick of it. And you
Oh
know what?
my
I could
goodness.
ever give him compliments. I go, oh, that does not look nice on you. And I go, don't you fucking say it again. Keep your trap shut. I always open my mouth for you. Well, I'm not going to anymore now. I'm learning.
We're learning. We're becoming them. I
Yep.
remember telling Beefcake too. No, 3 engagements later. Honest to goodness, I'm not lying. If I'm lying, I'm Brian. I ain't going to help for nobody. That I wouldn't marry him because, well, first because I'd already been there, done that, and that was terrible. But anyways, but I was like, no, because as soon as you put a ring on it and you say I do, within 2 weeks, the remote control becomes your best friend. And he's like, "Oh, that'll never happen to us. We're taking Sunday baths together every Sunday, no matter
Yeah.
what the
Put a
kids
ring on
need,
it.
blah,
Say I do.
blah, blah."
Put a ring on it. Say I do. Within a week, I'll fucking hate you. That's how it is. That's
Mm,
how it is. He hates me.
mm.
I hate him. So beat that. Hey,
Listen,
Lainey.
I call mine
I'm.
and my hubby's relationship, well, listen, we are addicted to each other at this
They
point.
are, you
That's
know.
what it is. It's our addiction.
But she adores him, and that's the truth.
I
And I
do
adore
adore
him,
that
but
man.
I like to call him to fuck. But anyway, Lee, you know, 5 o'clock my time. It's 16:23 now. I'm taking
Okay.
an hour off.
Okay, that's fine.
The last of the sun. I've got to run out, Lainey, and get a
Oh,
bit of
yeah.
sun on that chair before it goes down, and then I'll be
Yeah,
back in.
because you're already not dark enough. But yes, please get out in the
Yeah,
sun.
well, I've gone all white.
Oh, stop it right now.
I'm camping right now.
Y'all.
Look you,
Listen, go
Lainey.
ahead and take you an hour or 5 off. It's
Well, it's a
okay,
bit too hot
Maggie.
now, so I'm waiting till 5.
Y'all, she's a
Otherwise,
sun goddess. She is a sun goddess. Maggie
anyone in the
has to
UK
be
will
in the sun.
understand.
She has to be in the sun for at least 30 minutes. And if not, then she's just terrible to deal with. And she eats her oranges all wrong. It's just a thing with Mags. It's just what it is. But anyways, I know
And
we should
she's
be
the
talking.
opposite. She can't stand it.
I
Because
can't
me and her
handle
are like
heat.
chalk and cheese. Imagine me and you being together going in our camper van. And I'm going, hang on, Leonie, stop the van. I want to get out with the chair for an hour. And you'd be going, oh, fuck off. And I'd be saying, no, stop this van now. You just go and sit in there and do a live, and then I'll join you in an hour. I'm not coming round
And
with
I'll
the ham
send
pan
all the
myself.
dogs and Wednesday out with you. I'll be like, go with
Bobby
Maggie,
Mays
everybody
up.
outside.
I'll say, give me an umbrella so the dogs can lie underneath. I won't be going
Listen,
nowhere
you
if I'm not
guys,
getting the sun.
for those of you that are new around here, we know we're covering the Lindsay Clancy case right now, and that maybe some of you are thinking, why are they goofing off and joking around up there? Such a serious case that we're covering, and we should be talking about this case. Listen, sometimes when it gets just too deep, and sometimes when there's
Yeah.
already so much passion that's being put out into chat, and eh, people are really feeling it and wanting to rage quit and wanting just to, you know what I mean? You have to take a break at some point. And these are
Victoria,
only 15, 20
everything.
minute breaks. Yeah. And so sometimes during the break, we
Go
will
on,
talk
get away
about
from me.
things that we hear during the court case. And then sometimes, like this morning, how things got a little bit more passionate than I'd like to see in chat, but I understand it completely. Then I'm going to do something a little bit different to lighten the mood, to put us back into some kind of perspective. And that's just how I do things. So,
Yeah.
look, everybody's opinion is welcome here. Absolutely. And especially just depending on how, if you have experienced this, I just can't imagine watching this and
Here's
reliving.
Lindsay asking, what do we want to know, Lee?
What? I'm sorry, I'm not at chat.
Sorry. I asked Lindsay a while ago, would she come up and talk to us about, because she's been exactly like Lindsay. So I asked Victoria, and she's asking us now, what do we want to know about someone who's been in a psychosis state of mind? We'd just like you to come up and talk about how you felt, what was happening for you. And you were saying about your husband, you had your husband to support you. I asked you, what did he do? Because she had thoughts of harming her children as well, Lee.
Yeah,
It's
so
very,
that would
very
be
similar.
that would be a good question that I would want answered. How did your husband react to that? Did he remove the
He
children
got
from
a
the
he got
house?
a sections, put it in a
Oh,
facility.
wonderful, perfect,
That's what I mean. Put it in a
perfect.
facility. If you could just come up and talk about it, Victoria, that'd be great. If Leanie's okay with that, of
Yeah,
course, it's Leanie's
absolutely,
channel.
absolutely. Do I hear court coming back in?
I've just seen a bit of movement there.
Okay, so I thought I heard some movement in court. I'm not at the
It's mine on,
computer
so
right
I
now.
need to go. Make sure I've got the. Let's get this on, just so I know. Okay, it's all on. It's ready.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
I absolutely do not mind hosting anybody who's willing to come up and talk about it. No pressure at all. Listen, I've had many people who've never been on panel come on panel for the first time
mhm,
right here. And after 2 minutes, it's like talking on the phone.
it
Nobody
is.
cares. It's non-judgmental. The mods are watching. If anybody says anything negative, there is no grace given to people who are just ugly to people who are on panel here as a
Mm.
guest. There's no grace given. They are gone and they don't come back. That's just the way it
It might
is.
be a little bit late to come on panel now because I think they're going to be coming back soon. But on the next break, if you could come up and just talk about it, and Lainey will have loads of questions. She'll keep you going. Yeah, that'd be great if you could do that, Victoria. It really would.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Do you know
Um,
Charlotte Tweedy? I keep thinking she was one of the a girl out of one of the bands. Oh God, what was her name? I keep thinking, oh, is she the one who's this? Is she oh God, I forgot the name. Lynn, it's gone up my brain.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Love Bug.
I know. Don't worry, carry on, Lee. I'm having a minute.
Somebody just remind me later. If you want to hear it here, it's
Cheryl
fine.
Cole, but Cheryl Tweedy. I thought it was Cheryl Tweedy. Oh my God, I was thinking, am I talking to Cheryl Tweedy? Is it really here? It's not you, is it, Charlie? Are you really? Could you be here? Got a feeling.
I don't even know who Cheryl Tweedy is.
Look her up, Lee. You'll know her.
I don't feel like it. but I maybe will, but right now just don't feel like it. That's
I think
ugly,
they
but yeah.
were strong to see what happened to them. What's that, Dolores? So,
I think my
we're
other big
now. So,
question. Sorry, Mags.
now, I'm just wondering. So, this is for chat. For where we are now so far again with this trial today, has anyone's opinion changed, or has it still made you feel firm in where you were? Let us know.
Yep, let us know. I don't want to give my opinion out just because I don't want people thinking, "Oh, we can't go against the host." That's not the way it is around here. You've got your
No,
own
we go
mind. Use
against it all
yours.
the time.
Yep, use yours. Me and Maggie disagree all the time about stuff, different things. Some things we agree about. And it's okay. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with Maggie. You've got your own mind. Use your own mind. You may see things that I'm not seeing. Listen, I learned that the very first court case we did, that there was a lot
Yeah.
of things I had wrong, and I wouldn't have known them if somebody didn't agree with me. Did not disagree with me, I should say. They taught me some things, and so ever since then, I've been like, like I will never bash somebody or be mad at them for not having the same thoughts as I had. I mean, I think that's what makes a chat good, where you can just welcome in different thoughts as long as we're
Oh, it's
respectful of each
being
other.
erased today. There's been such, these girls are so clever. They talk like doctors. I haven't got a clue, Lee. I feel dead stupid. And I'm thinking, oh God, don't ask me one of them questions because I wouldn't know. But the chat's being given 10 to the dozen. It's been great. And as I say, they're all really respectful of each other. And everyone's getting on, even with the different opinions. Brilliant.
It's exactly like Mary Jane Doe said that one time, your tribe will find you.
Yeah,
And
certainly. And
yeah.
Lunchy said she'll go against you even if you'd agree if she agrees with you.
Oh, well, that's me and Lunchy's. We're sisters, you guys. We
Yeah.
fight like sisters.
She
We
pulls
we
hairs as
look
well.
like sisters, and
Mm.
we act dumb like sisters sometimes. We roast each other all the time. It's just what Lunchy and I do. Um.
Oh, Dolores has changed.
Oh,
She said, no, I've changed. I'm thinking
nuh-uh.
now Patrick had more to do with it. Amen.
What? In what way? In what way? Physical? Like, did he harm the children? Did he harm Lindsay, or was it a mental game Patrick was playing with them to get Lindsay to do these things? I'm
Yeah.
curious to know that. I'm curious to know that. I want to give a big shout out, and I will on the next break.
All right. We all set for the jury?
Yes, Ron.
I'm going to spend a penny late.
Okay. While the jury's coming in, I just want to give a big shout out to the Mad Mods, you guys who tirelessly put up with Maggie and Mai's mouth all the time, and also Mob the Chat. You guys, they sit here just like we do, and we watch every little thing that's going on in chat for the most part, and try to keep it clean and fair and in a place that everybody wants to come to, and most of all, welcoming. That's important to me, that everybody feels welcome. In the beginning, if you screw that up, then I'm sorry for you. I mean, because if you're going to come in here being all ugly to us, and no, you're not welcome. Sorry. Just, I mean, there's enough hate in the world. We ain't doing it here.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Nurse Gelato, when we broke, we were talking about your interactions via my chart with Lindsay Clancy on December 2nd of 2022, right?
Yes.
And so the last one on December 2nd at 2:35 p.m. was from you to her. And then on December 3rd, do you recall that a my chart message was sent on that day at 7:24 p.m.?
I do.
And you were able to review that message some point after it was sent?
I was.
And she reports to you basically that she didn't want to wait to let you know some things that were fresh in her mind. And it says, last night I didn't take Ativan. My dose had been the night before at 1 a.m., only slept about 4 hours at the beginning of the night, about 9:30 to 1:45. Then I dozed off for maybe another 45 minutes from 4:30 to 5. Today, all day, I had horrible, intrusive thoughts and felt deeply depressed. I finally took a 0.5 of Ativan at 6 p.m., and now the thoughts are gone, and I feel good. You recall receiving that message?
I do.
Okay. And fair to say there was no more communication between you and her until December 6th.
Correct. I believe December 3rd was a Saturday.
And you actually were out of the office on the 5th with sickness.
I was.
But you were aware that Lindsay Clancy did reach out to the office on December 5th.
Yes.
And that the nurse was able to respond to her to let her know that you were out sick, right?
Yes.
And Lindsay Clancy responds at 8:30 a.m. that day that she would just reschedule. Lindsay reaches out to the nurse and says that's fine, she'll reschedule, and that she, in fact, changed her appointment with Letitia Dukes to a virtual appointment for that day, for December 5th.
Yes.
So on the 6th, when you return, did you have a scheduled meeting with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And on this particular meeting on December 6th of 2022, do you recall if that was an in-person or a virtual visit?
It was an office visit.
Okay.
In person.
And so just kind of looking at the note from that day, from December 6th, it says encounter date December 6th. It says filed on December 7th. In the under chief complaint history, do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
The second paragraph says patient has verbally consented to this video visit. Is that just something that sometimes pre-fills into the narrative?
Yes.
But your memory was that this was an in-person visit.
It was.
Was Lindsay Clancy there by herself or with somebody else?
She brought in her husband, Patrick.
Had you met him before?
I had not.
Had you talked to him before?
I had not.
As part of your treatment plan or your course of treatment with Lindsay Clancy, was it your practice to speak with collateral individuals?
Yes.
And in this instance, did you feel a need to speak to collateral individuals up to this point?
Not up to this point.
If you did, would you have requested that of her?
Yes.
And do you need her express permission to do that?
I do.
So on this particular day, she presented with her husband, Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And was there anything different about your approach to the meeting than your previous meetings with her?
No.
You still go through history, you go through how she's doing now, you do your mental status exam, you do your screenings, right?
Yes.
And so first, just let's talk quickly about the screenings. The Edinburgh screen, what was her score on this day when she came in? Do you remember?
21.
Okay. And the GAD-7, fair to say that screen was a 19.
Yes.
So would you say that it was pretty consistent with the last time that you saw her?
Objection.
What's your objection?
My objection is that that's not right. He's now got a 21 Edinburgh scale. Prior testimony was not anywhere near 21. It's deteriorated.
Well, I'm gonna allow that question. On cross-examination, you can certainly explore the basis of what her opinion was. So I'm gonna allow that question. Go ahead, Como.
Well, let me ask you about that score of 21. It's 21 out of how much?
30.
So in what range is that?
Moderate severe.
Okay. And on your previous encounter with her on, or your actual telehealth on November 29th, you reported that the score was 17, and that's moderate.
Moderate.
Right?
Yep.
And then on the GAD-7, on this particular day on December 6th, it was 19, right?
Yes.
And on the previous visit, it was 14.
Yes.
Okay. So as far as your observations of her on December 6th. Did you notice anything different about her speech and language?
No.
How about her mood? What did you note her mood to be?
Anxious.
And the affect, fair to say, consistent with mood, meaning anxious, right?
Yes.
And thought process.
Thought process was linear and goal-directed.
And thought content, did she indicate to you whether she was experiencing any auditory or visual hallucinations?
No.
Any delusions?
No.
Any suicidal ideation, a plan, or intent?
No.
And as far as your observations of her during this interaction, this in-person visit, did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did you observe any signs of mania?
No.
Did you observe any signs of obsessive thoughts or compulsive behaviors?
No.
Now, when you met with Lindsay and Patrick on December 6th, did she or did they report why Patrick was there?
I don't recall if they indicated why he was there. I understood it to mean he was there to provide collateral and support for her.
Were you aware that he was coming to the appointment?
I don't recall if I was aware beforehand or not.
And you had engaged in a pretty significant my chart back and forth with her in the days preceding this this meeting on December 6th, right?
Yes.
Did she ever indicate to you in those messages that she wished to bring him along to one of the visits?
No.
Fair to say, when a person brings a collateral and is willing to have somebody speak, you're more than happy to get that information.
Absolutely.
This person, this collateral person, can they offer you a different perspective about the patient and what they're going through or what they're, how they're presenting?
Yes.
In this December 6th meeting or the visit, did she report to you some changes in her sleep or significant concern for sleep?
I would have to review the note. What I remember is that the sleep really hadn't improved much beyond getting a few hours, waking up in the middle of the night, maybe piecing together.
Okay.
More time.
And fair to say, there was some conversation to go back and talk about when symptoms started and try to get to kind of the root cause or what they believe the root cause of her symptoms were.
Yes.
And did Lindsay and Patrick report to you the connection with the Zoloft medication in September as a concern?
Yes.
And that at that they reported that, or she reported that exact night I went from 25 to 50 milligrams. I didn't sleep for 48 hours and I wasn't tired.
Correct.
So that's in your note as a quote, meaning that's directly what she told you?
Yes.
Did you express to the Clancy on this particular meeting Did you express to Ms. Clancy thoughts that you had about her diagnosis based on your interactions over the last few weeks?
I did.
And what was that?
I discussed with her and her husband the possibility of potentially an underlying bipolar disorder. I based this on several factors, one of them being that she had such what we call an activating response to the Zoloft. it's unusual for somebody to describe taking Zoloft and then going 48 hours without sleep and not being tired. So that raised my clinical suspicion a bit. And she had been, I would say, having difficulty tolerating other antidepressant medications that we had been trying to have her take since then. And so again, I'm wondering if it's because potentially there might be an underlying, what we call mood disorder, bipolar disorder.
And as far as the information that you had about her past psychiatric history, were there any indicators to you about manic episodes?
No. So I do recall in reviewing Julie's note prior to meeting with Lindsay, she filled out what we call a mood disorder questionnaire. It's like a screener somebody can do to assess history of mania and bipolar disorder. Lindsay it was a negative screen. So there's 3 questions. One question has 13 different symptoms. You have to score 7 out of 13 on question 1, but also in question 2, it asks about, are the symptoms happening at the same period of time? And then it asks about any functional impairment from the symptoms. So I recall the 3 symptoms she did endorse were not sleeping for that period of time with the Zoloft and not feeling tired, having racing thoughts, and trouble concentrating. None of the other symptoms did she endorse. They did occur at the same period of time. And I don't want to be inaccurate, so I can't remember what she said for functional impairment, but I believe it was minor impairment.
Okay, and so the fact that those were reported, but ultimately the full screen revealed negative for potential mania.
I did also consider, though, that the MDQ is less specific when it comes to bipolar 2 or bipolar not otherwise specified. There's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Both have mania symptoms as part of the diagnosis. Bipolar 1 is usually more severe in that it's typically, a patient might be hospitalized or it causes greater functional impairment. Bipolar 2, it's a shorter duration and typically less functional impairment.
And as far as determining diagnostically whether somebody might be presenting with bipolar disorder, is there a particular tool you use in your trade to try to assess that?
Typically something like the MDQ, and then you'll do more of an interview asking the patient about symptoms specifically and if they can ever recall a time where this may have happened in the past, because sometimes patients can't always remember when they're manic. So I was glad to actually have Patrick in the visit because he could sort of help us look at Lindsay's history more longitudinally, or at least since the time he knew her.
Okay. And as far as, so those tools that you're talking about, the MDQ and kind of screening tools that you use in practice, is there another tool that you use to assess whether a person meets particular criteria to be diagnosed with bipolar 1 or bipolar 2?
There are others, not ones that I've used.
So are you familiar with the DSM-5?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so while that's not the end-all be-all, it is a guide that tells you specific criteria, how to determine if episodes are manic or depressive, right, when it comes to bipolar.
Yes.
The difference between mania and hypomania.
Yes.
And so while you noted that there were some concerns reported, did what was reported to you rise to the level of diagnostic criteria for bipolar disorder?
Not at that time.
Okay. And When you explain this to them, your thoughts about her reactions to the medication and these reported prior symptoms, did Patrick and Lindsay seem receptive to your diagnosis?
I recall Patrick saying my wife is not bipolar. Lindsay looked at me. She did not say anything.
Okay. And was this the first time in this meeting on December 6th where you broached that issue or mentioned that?
Yes.
Did the conversation continue about symptoms and managing symptoms after that?
Yes.
Were you able to get any more specific information from Patrick during that meeting? Not what he said particularly, but did you get additional specific information that kind of helped you assess whether you would change your diagnosis at that point?
No.
And were there still concerns in that particular meeting that the focus was trouble sleeping and the potential for addiction?
Yes.
As far as recommendations, did you talk about what's called tapering medication?
Yes.
And what were your recommendations regarding tapering?
So we talked about her concerns about the benzos. And we decided to come up with a plan to taper off of them.
And the last that had been reported to you via the MyChart messages was that she tried not taking it at all, ended up having horrible thoughts and felt deeply depressed, then took it and felt better.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So was it realistic to recommend completely stopping?
No.
So what is a taper? Like, why do you recommend tapers?
I recommend tapers to slowly get somebody off of something. And tapers can be useful because we might have somebody at a dose and they might say, oh, I'm too anxious to stop this, or I'm not ready to step down to another level, and we can kind of keep them on it longer. But at this point, since I had met her on November 29th and throughout the MyChart messages, there was multiple concerns voiced about benzodiazepines. And again, in this visit, so I even did what's called a CWA assessment, which is something we use to determine if somebody's having actual withdrawal from benzodiazepines or alcohol. Again, I really wanted to show her I was assessing this and taking this seriously.
When you say CWA assessment, is that an acronym for something?
Yes. So it's
what are the letters, just for the record?
CIWA. CIWA.
Okay. And did you, when you do that assessment, does it give you some sort of score?
It does.
Ask the questions. And what was her score when you did that CIWA assessment?
1.
And what does that mean?
Minimal to no withdrawal. The only symptom she reported was anxiety. Her blood pressure was normal. Her pulse was normal. She had no nausea, no vomiting, no tremor, no tactile disturbances. People in withdrawal from benzos or alcohol will sometimes feel like there's bugs crawling or pins and needles. Auditory disturbances, so hearing things, seeing things. No sweats, no headache. She was oriented.
Okay. So with that, and knowing that she wasn't in withdrawals for Ativan, did you still recommend the taper and an alternative?
I did.
What was that?
I recommended Valium. The reason I recommended this is she had discussed rebound anxiety with me at our very first visit, feeling that rebound anxiety above her baseline once the benzo wears off. Valium has an extremely long half-life. It can, as in like 100 hours. It has a longer clinical duration of action. So I wanted to offset the chance that she would experience rebound anxiety And it's often used when we're tapering somebody on shorter acting benzos. It's common practice to switch to longer acting benzos to do this.
And did you also have conversations about the other medications that had been at issue, the mirtazapine and the Seroquel?
Yes.
What did the defendant, what did Lindsay Clancy express to you as far as Seroquel? Did she want to continue with that?
No.
Did she explain why?
So she felt like when she took Remeron and Seroquel together, she felt weighed down and exhausted, but her mind was still awake and alert. And she just didn't seem to think there was a benefit to being on it.
And so did she express to you a desire to want to go back to trialing Prozac?
Both Lindsay and her husband expressed that that was their preference.
And was that something that you agreed with?
I did. I had shared with them that I had concerns could be bipolar. It's in my differential diagnosis, which is just all the typical diagnoses we might be considering. And that typically SSRIs are contraindicated, but she did have that history of being able to tolerate Prozac at 20 milligrams and do okay with no mania. So I thought that's what they were wanting to do, so we could do it. We could try it.
When you say contraindication,
Okay, sorry.
what does that mean?
It means typically not something you would want to do if you were sure somebody had bipolar disorder, because if you put somebody on just an SSRI or like Prozac, like Zoloft, it can create a scenario where people are flipping back and forth between manic symptoms and depressed symptoms, or they're rapid cycling. It's not that antidepressants or SSRIs are never prescribed in bipolar disorder, but you often would want to have a mood stabilizer on board at the same time.
And so, despite your suspicions, you listened to the patient and went along with her request.
Yes.
So at the conclusion of that meeting, did you indicate that she could discontinue the Seroquel at that point?
Yes.
With the plan that she was going to restart Prozac?
Yes. Which I had been recommending the Prozac. Earlier, I believe even on November 30th, I had recommended it.
And with that previous recommendation, it was in addition to the Seroquel.
And the Remeron, yes.
So after this meeting on December 6th, did you have additional communications with Lindsay Clancy via the MyChart messaging on December 7th?
Yes.
And fair to say that those communications started as early as 9:48 a.m. when she sent the first message, right?
Let me just make sure. Oh, yes. Yes.
So on December 7th at 9:48 a.m., she sends a message saying, "Hi, Rebecca, last night did not go well at all. I took the Valium and melatonin and slept only slept from 9 to 1. Then around 2, I got desperate and took 25 milligrams of Benadryl and only slept about 1 more hour. What can I do? I really need help." So that was the message that you came into on December 7th, right?
Yes.
And did you respond to her in the messaging app?
I did.
And what was the response?
I'm trying to find the sequence.
At 10:19 a.m.
I think it's cut off. Okay. So I discussed, I mentioned, so your husband made a good point yesterday. Despite taking the Ativan in the evening, you were still only able to get a 5-hour stretch of sleep, which, yes, is improvement, but does sort of dispel the notion that benzodiazepines are the only thing that are helping you sleep right now, as you are still getting less than the target of 6 to 8 hours with Ativan, and the Valium did not help for sleep much at all. My next step in this case is to try a higher dose of Seroquel on its own. Are you feeling any subsequent loss of energy, exhaustion, fatigue with lack of sleep?
Why would it be the next step to increase from 75 of Seroquel to 100?
So she had been taking 50, so I was suggesting 75 to 100 would be my next step, because again, bipolar is still on my differentials, and now I have the data that she only slept 2 hours. So I asked her the follow-up question, are you feeling tired? Or, are you feeling exhausted? Any subsequent loss of energy? It's still in the back of my mind that this could be bipolar.
So as far as the Seroquel goes at that point, creeping up the dosage, do you get now from the using it to treat insomnia to using it to treat something else like bipolar?
Correct.
And so that piece of it about feeling subsequent loss of energy and exhaustion, fatigue, why ask that?
Patients can have insomnia because they're anxious or because they're depressed, but typically they're exhausted or they're tired the next day, and it really does affect them. If a patient has an underlying bipolar, they could go on 2 hours of sleep and not feel tired at all, and that's unusual.
And so that is one of the signs, potentially, of a manic episode?
Potentially, yes.
So on December 7th at 10:33, she responds, no, the weird thing is I don't feel tired at all. And she says, so just Seroquel tonight, ? I feel like I'm going to panic without a benzo with it. And then again at 11:44, another message, would I be able to do the Valium with Seroquel? Is that a safe option? So again, in this exchange with her in my chart, she's asking you questions to clarify what you've said and also alternatives to address the issue, right?
Right.
And as far as her questions go, and then her response about not feeling tired, how did you respond in the message?
So she kind of sent those in succession. So I don't feel tired, would I be able to do the Valium with the Seroquel? So I respond by, if you're not sleeping well with the Valium alone, there's no need to continue it, and I will prescribe a short taper to get you off benzos altogether. Because you are not tired at all and had a significant reaction to Zoloft at 50 milligrams, I'm concerned this is an underlying mood and bipolar disorder. I know you and your husband did not necessarily agree with that, but I feel that I'm going to send along this information to review. So I sent her a list of symptoms of bipolar, risk factors, so that she could have it to refer to.
And again, at this point, the only symptom she was reporting of mania was this not being able to sleep and not feeling tired, right?
And yes. And the racing thoughts and the trouble concentrating.
Okay, is that things that she had reported to you in your visit on the 6th?
No.
Okay. In these messages that she was sending to you in her on December 7th, she didn't talk about racing thoughts, did she?
No.
Okay, she just talked about the sleep?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But based on a review of her history, she had at one point indicated that she was feeling those in relation to a symptom she was describing. Is that
correct?
So at this point, what do you recommend her to do?
I explained the importance of knowing if this is bipolar is significant, because SSRIs like Zoloft and even Prozac would be contraindicated. My recommendation is to do 100 milligrams of Seroquel tonight, 200 milligrams of Seroquel tomorrow night, 300 milligrams on 12/9, 400 on 12/10, and we will hold there. I actually say hold the Prozac, as I'm concerned this is a hypomanic mixed manic state.
And what about the Remeron at that point? Where did this fall into the mix, if it fell in at all?
I had recommended a very short taper on December 6th. I think I advised her to take half of a 7.5 milligram tablet for 3 nights, but in her message to me on December 7th, she had not taken it that night. So I had assumed she had just stopped that entirely.
Okay. Now, after you sent that message at 12:32, did she respond at 2:53, indicating that she would stick with that plan and that she said she needed a refill on the Seroquel because she only had 30 25 milligram tablets?
She did say that. There were actually a few earlier messages as well that day. I provided an alternative. One as an option, it quickly came into my mind, oh, we're thinking about Prozac. We could add Zyprexa on board because there's actually a combination pill of Prozac, Zyprexa. The brand name is Symbyax, and it's for bipolar. And I said, for our purposes, we can prescribe them separately and take them both for the same effect. And I asked her to let me know which one she would prefer. And she responded, I think I would like to do the Seroquel with the Valium taper.
Okay, so that suggested alternative actually was on at 12:37.
Correct.
And then at 1 o'clock, she elects that she'd like to do the Seroquel with the Valium and asks for you to call in the Valium and the Seroquel.
Yes.
Okay. So that's on December 7th, right?
Yes.
On December 8th, at 6:35 a.m., she sends you a message saying, did well last night, need Valium, feeling panicky, don't know if ready to taper as quickly as planned.
Yes.
Kind of paraphrasing, but.
Yeah, she exclaimed, I actually did really well last night with the Valium and Seroquel. I mostly slept from 9 to 5 with a few wake-ups, but was able to go back to sleep. She was concerned that she felt like she needed to take the Valium around 5 p.m. because she was feeling panicky. I feel really dependent on it. Can I taper any slower?
And what was your response to her request for a slower taper?
I said, I'm hesitant to taper any slower. Remember, Valium has a really long half-life, 100 hours, so you will have some on board in your system throughout the weekend.
And why were you hesitant to taper any slower?
I felt like she was anxious about being dependent on it, and so I was trying to facilitate the process of tapering her off, and I was clinically thinking we could cover her symptoms of anxiety as we titrated the Seroquel, because Seroquel actually has several clinical trials that show it has really good efficacy for anxiety.
And this conversation about the request to taper, that actually goes into December 9th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And in her response to your indicating you were hesitant to taper, she indicates that she took the 5 milligrams of Valium and that she didn't have any left and that she was afraid that she was going to take Ativan.
Correct.
And had you recommended to take Ativan as an alternative or in lieu of Valium?
No.
Were there any more communications on that day, December 9th of 2022?
Yes.
What were they?
Later that afternoon, Lindsay and her husband called.
Okay. And so did you, fair to say they called the clinic, leave a message, and then you called them back?
Yes.
And when you called them back, what was the nature of that conversation? What did you guys talk about?
Her symptoms, we discussed that the plan was to taper the Valium over the weekend, but they both agreed that Lindsay's symptoms were too acute. She's sleeping better, but still waking up with panic symptoms and intrusive thoughts, feels numb, has thoughts of SI, but no plan and no intent. I encouraged her to engage with women and infants in Rhode Island to complete an intake for a partial hospitalization program. but she was able to contract for safety over the phone with her, with the three of us on the phone, that she didn't have a plan, no intent, that she would reach out if needed. I did agree to continue the Valium until our next appointment, which was scheduled for 12/13. I prescribed it as 5 milligrams, but I advised her she could take a half tablet twice a day, so 2.5 milligrams twice a day.
So walk me through that. She had she had indicated to you that she wanted to slow the taper.
Yes.
And then you said no, that wasn't a good idea.
Right.
And then on the 9th, they call you and say that she doesn't want to taper. She wants to stay where she is, right?
I think it was that same day. The messages were earlier in the day, and then later in the afternoon around, it's noted at 16:10, so 4:10 p.m., that she and her husband then called, advocating to stay on.
And in advocating to stay on the Valium, that she reported she's still waking up with panic symptoms and having intrusive thoughts, feeling numb, right?
Yes.
So in addition to agreeing to continue the Valium, did you make a recommendation about the Seroquel?
Continue the titration.
So when you say titration, what does that mean?
So I had recommended 100 on day 1, 200 day 2, 300 day 3, 400 day 4. This is the manufacturer recommended titration schedule to treat manic symptoms, because again, I had shared with her, I think this is a mixed manic hypomanic state. So that's what I was targeting.
Okay, and so as far as Seroquel goes, there's some guidance you get about Seroquel that's put out by the FDA, right?
Correct.
And it talks about dosage and administration for every drug, essentially, right?
Yes.
And as far as Seroquel goes, there is different recommended dosages or ranges for different mental illnesses that you're treating.
Correct.
So in this instance where bipolar is in your differential diagnosis and you're recommending titrate up to 400, is that consistent with the thought that you believe she had bipolar diagnosis?
Right. So I was thinking it was a mixed manic state or possible hypomanic state. A mixed manic state is when patient has symptoms of mania, like poor sleep, no loss of energy, but they also can feel depressed, numb, suicidal. It's sort of like it's a mixed state. It's a mixture of symptoms. A mixed state presentation is clinically acute. It's unstable. So I really wanted to get the manic symptoms under control. I really wanted to get her to sleep.
And so going up slowly to 400 milligrams, what's the recommended dosage range for somebody with bipolar disorder of Seroquel?
For somebody, a manic presentation, you can titrate over days rather than weeks. You can actually go up to 800 milligrams.
And so even though you had previously indicated to them in your December 6th meeting that you were agreeable to discontinuing the Seroquel, based on our presentation in the days following, did you change your recommendation?
Correct.
And with the increased Seroquel that you had requested as of December 9th, she was reporting sleeping better, right?
Correct.
And that had been something that had been a recurring concern in your interactions with her, sleep?
Yes, my understanding was that she had been sleeping poorly since October.
And was there, when you say you were recommending partial hospitalization during that phone call, did you give a particular place in which you would recommend her to try to seek treatment?
Women and infants.
And that's in Rhode Island?
Rhode Island.
And are you familiar with whether they have particular perinatal or postpartum programs there?
They specialize.
After that call with the Clancys on December 9th, when was the next time you had contact with Lindsay?
December 9th was a Friday, so I believe it was Monday, December 12th.
Now, people are able to send my chart messages all hours of the day, every day of the week, right?
Correct.
But in this instance, you did not receive any messages over the weekend?
No.
So the next my chart exchange was actually on December 12th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Now, on December 12th, do you recall who initiated the contact via my chart?
Lindsay?
And at 1:59 p.m., she sent a message to you saying, I've been noticing on my Apple Watch that my heart rate has been fluctuating more than usual. It has been going from 56 to 136 within a matter of minutes. I'm wondering if this is a side effect of the Seroquel and if there's anything I should do about it. Thanks, Lindsay. Do you remember getting that message?
I do.
And again, at that point, as of December 12th, you had recommended the titration plan going up to 400, right?
Yes.
So by that Monday, where should she have been if she was following your instructions?
400 milligrams.
And did she report to you whether she took 400 milligrams of Seroquel?
She reported she was taking 200 milligrams.
Did she say why?
No.
But your recommendation was that she should have been up to 400 at that point?
At that point, yes.
As far as the concerns about the fluctuating heart rate, were you able to address that with her in a response?
Yes. I explained that medications like Seroquel can cause something called orthostatic hypotension, which is basically when you get up from sitting or standing, your blood pressure doesn't compensate in time, so it goes low and people can feel dizzy. I explained that the mechanism for that is alpha adrenergic blockade, so the alpha receptors that help us with like adrenaline. They're also part of the picture here with Seroquel. It's often accompanied by orthostatic tachycardia, meaning getting up from sitting to standing, your heart rate can fluctuate. I said both can be common in the first days of medication exposure or when the dose is being increased. It's generally benign, meaning non-harmful, and self-limiting, meaning it goes away on its own over time. I also advise it sometimes necessitates slowing a dose titration or dividing a dose into like 2 or 3 smaller doses.
Okay. And so with this response and trying to address these concerns, you're aware that she had spoken to the nurse that morning?
Correct.
And that she had expressed to the nurse a desire to get off the medications altogether?
Correct.
And what was your response to that concern that she had in the call to the nurse? What did you tell her?
I said, as long as you are aware of the risks, I don't think you've been on Seroquel long enough for it to have a positive benefit on your mood or anxiety. But if you have noticed benefit, the risk would be worsening of mood and anxiety upon stopping the medication. We also discussed tapering off the Valium, which I'm fine with, if you would like me to send along the taper schedule. Being off medication might help you see where you are at baseline, but I do think you are experiencing significant and severe symptoms of postpartum depression that needs to be treated. I acknowledge that medication alone is not always the best option for someone, but often it's part of the puzzle. Other treatments include counseling, support from others, exercise, healthy diet, yoga, and relaxation techniques. I know this has been brought to your attention several times, but I strongly, strongly recommend a partial hospitalization program so that you can get started on utilizing these
hospitalization program. The thing about these exchanges that made you concerned that you had to kind of raise the level, meaning call her in for another meeting or make any sort of recommendations for inpatient hospitalization?
Not at this junction.
And why is that?
She wasn't reporting any acute safety concerns in these messages at this point.
It's just physical side effects.
Physical side effects, yes.
So the messages continued on December 12th, correct?
Correct.
So at 2:44, Lindsay messages you saying, "Thank you, Rebecca. It does seem to be orthostatic, and I'm glad to hear that it's benign and known side effect." And then she tells you a little bit more about the prior nights, right? So she says, "So the last 3 nights I've taken 2.5 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel. I have to say that I do like the way it makes me sleep very deeply and soundly for around 7 to 8 hours, but I don't like the way I feel in the morning and most of the day. Incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything at all. What would you recommend for tonight?" Is that the next message after you explain to her the side effects?
Yes.
Okay. So for 10 p.m., you respond to her, don't you?
Yes.
And what did you recommend to address those concerns about incredibly depressed and unmotivated?
So at this juncture, I recommended at least continuing the 200 of Seroquel because at least now she's sleeping. So I felt like although I had recommended getting up to 400, we had gotten sufficient activation symptoms down. She was sleeping. I think I advise that we need to give time for Seroquel to work for your mood. Let's continue to accumulate good nights of sleep, as this can only be a good thing in terms of recovering and feeling better moving forward. I would say take them tonight, and we will discuss further at our visit tomorrow.
And you had a visit scheduled for December 13th, correct?
Correct.
The message continues on that day where at 7:17 p.m. where she says, "Okay, thank you. I need to make our visit virtual tomorrow. I will not be able to make it to the office. Can you please change it to that?" Is that right?
Yes.
So after having met in person with her on December 6th, having had subsequent communications with her all through the date of December 7th and kind of, again, changing a little bit about the medication plan and having further communication with her on December 9th and now December 12th, the plan was for her to again come in person on the 13th, correct?
That was my recommendation, yes.
Why did you recommend in person at that point?
This was somebody who was communicating with me every day, and I did feel that she had significant symptoms of depression, some mixed symptoms with mania, anxiety. I felt that her symptoms were severe and significant enough that I wanted to touch base with her weekly, and I wanted to see her in person. But again, I was okay with her doing virtual because I'd rather see her and lay eyes on her and try to treat her than not see her at all, if that would have made her just cancel the visit outright.
Because generally you do the same thing whether you're in person or virtual, right? As far as getting the history, going through symptoms, asking how they're feeling, doing the mental status exam, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you meet with her on December 13th at 10:30, correct?
Correct.
And now this is a virtual at her request.
Yes.
And do you revisit with her kind of the recent events and the timeline of the changes that you've gone through the MyChart messaging?
Yes, I structured my note as like a recent treatment timeline. So I put, 12/6, what had happened, 12/9, what had happened, and then I write update today, 12/13. That's sort of for me to like remember the treatment history that I've had with her so far.
Okay. Because while the MyChart messages are available to you, they might be in a different place, right? So they're not all contained within your same note.
Right. So I made note of, again, our visit on 12/6. I made note that she and her husband had called me on 12/9, and then I made note on the 13th. So I wasn't documenting all the MyChart messages, but just sort of my visit history with her and phone calls.
Okay. And so when you saw her in this virtual visit on December 13th, was she reporting improvement in her sleep?
Yes.
And how was she sleeping during that time period?
7 to 9 hours.
Okay, and that was holding at 200 on the Seroquel?
Correct.
And was she taking anything else daily?
Valium, 2.5 just once daily at night.
Okay. And while she reported sleeping better, she still had significant symptoms of depression, right?
Correct.
And what were the symptoms she articulated?
Hopelessness and, again, anhedonia, that feeling no pleasure, feeling numb.
Okay. And she also kind of complained of that racing heartbeat, and that's tachycardia, right?
Yep, the orthostatic tachycardia. So I recommended holding a bit longer at 200 milligrams. At this juncture, she had been on 200 milligrams for 4 nights. I wanted to continue it for a full 7 nights. And then we were still discussing whether to taper benzos, and our plan was to kind of slowly phase them out at that point. So we were going to decrease from 2.5 milligrams daily to 2 milligrams for 7 days, and then we were going to reassess at our next visit in a week. I also provided psychoeducation about behavioral activation, CBT techniques to utilize for depression. I also recommended postpartum.net for support groups, and I reiterated that she consider a partial hospitalization.
And again, during this telehealth visit, you have these conversations with her, but you also do your mental status exam. You make observations of her, right?
Yes.
Did you observe any signs of mania?
No.
Did you observe any signs of psychosis?
No.
Did she articulate to you any suicidal ideation?
She had endorsed that she had had thoughts of it on the Edinburgh over the previous weeks, that she sometimes had thoughts of harming herself, but not at that visit.
Okay. And would that have been something you'd follow up on? Would that statement from the Edinburgh? Or
Objection. Would that be something you'd follow up on?
No, I'll
Okay.
allow that.
So just to clarify, so again, the Edinburgh...
After coming from the witness judge, I'm sorry.
Objection overruled. Next question.
The Edinburgh is over the previous 7 days. So she had that thought sometimes when I asked her, are you currently having SI? It was no during the visit.
Okay. And it just was the response sometimes?
Yes.
And so did you ask further in your interaction with her on that day, on the 13th, about whether she was experiencing suicidal ideation?
Yes.
Did she say she was?
No.
Did she indicate whether she had any plan or intent?
No.
And as far as intrusive thoughts, did she speak about intrusive thoughts during that meeting?
No.
Did she tell you she was having horrible thoughts?
No.
She had previously used that terminology in your MyChart exchanges, correct? At some point?
I do remember the intrusive thoughts that she would mention. Intrusive thoughts. I don't recall horrible thoughts.
Okay.
In my chart messages.
As far as the intrusive thoughts, were they things that you followed up on in your telehealth or in-person visits? And was she able to articulate to you?
Yes. Yes or no? Sorry.
Was she able to articulate to you what types of thoughts she was having?
Yes.
What were they?
Intrusive suicidal thoughts.
So thoughts of harming herself or just wanting to die?
Thoughts of wanting to die.
At any point, did she ever indicate to you thoughts of wanting to harm her children?
No.
So at the conclusion of this visit on December 13th, what was the plan?
The plan was to continue Seroquel 200 milligrams and Valium 2 milligrams.
Okay. And again, in this December 13th meeting, did you also indicate to her that she should engage with other services like support groups or partial hospitalization programs or CBT?
I did.
Do you recall whether you received any MyChart messages from her after that visit on the 13th?
I did.
So
I actually sent her a message on the 13th.
Okay. So on the 13th, you meet with her at 10:30. At 2:27, you sent her a message. Why?
I wanted to send along some more ideas and information on what she could do to help herself feel better.
Because even though she was reporting sleeping better, she was still presenting with these depressed symptoms, correct?
Correct.
And so in the message you sent her on December 13th, it's actually a fairly lengthy message that talks a lot about cognitive behavioral therapy, right?
Yes.
And the benefits of it, and sends encouraging words.
Yes.
Does she respond to you on the 13th?
No.
The next contact you have with her is that in a MyChart message on December 16th.
Yes.
And December 16th, 12:50 p.m.
Oh, no, I apologize. The next contact with her, there was a telephone call on December 15th.
Okay. Was it with you or was it with a nurse?
It was with me and her husband and Lindsay.
Okay. Sorry about that. So December 15th at 3:53 p.m., you have a phone call with them. And what do they report to you in this phone call? What does Lindsay report?
They inform this has been the worst day for Lindsay, is having persistent intrusive thoughts of suicide, no active plan. But both Lindsay and Patrick agree that higher level of care may be necessary at this time. Discussed options, they state they are likely to go to MGH ED, as they have perinatal psychiatry as well as an inpatient psychiatric unit. Lindsay also deciding about McLean. This writer advised that they keep us posted and sign a ROI, release of information, so that we can communicate with treatment providers at higher level of care. Lindsay verbalized understanding and agreement.
So on this phone call that you had with them on 12:15, what prompted the recommendation that they go to the emergency department?
Again, they had described it as the worst day and was having persistent intrusive thoughts of suicide. And they were at the point where they were ready to get assessed for a higher level of care.
And was this different than some of the other communications that you've had with, or that you had with Lindsay Clancy over the course of the weeks?
I would say so.
Okay. And so you talked to them about the process of going to the emergency department and the potential for going to McLean for inpatient?
I recall advising them that if they were to go to their nearest ER, which would either be BI Plymouth or South Shore Health, the process would be that they would get evaluated, but if they were determined to need to go to a higher level of care or an inpatient psych, those facilities did not have inpatient psych units. So they may be sitting there waiting for a bed at any first opening in the state, which could be, up in Amesbury or Newburyport. But that if they were to go somewhere like MGH has a unit called Blake-11, which is a psychiatry unit, and oftentimes they prioritize admissions from their own emergency department. MGH and McLean are also combined under the umbrella of what's now MGB. So sometimes if somebody presents to MGH ED and there's no beds at Blake-11, they might reach out to McLean and try to get them in to McLean.
So you communicated all of this information to them to kind of give them options on what the best course might be to get inpatient.
Yes, I summarized it in my note, but that's my recollection of the phone call.
Okay. And you're aware that that Ms. Clancy had been employed at Mass General as a labor and delivery nurse?
I was.
So they were familiar with that facility.
So I did ask, would you be comfortable with that? And they were.
And so, to your knowledge, after this conversation, did they go to the Mass General Emergency Department on December 15th?
They did.
And so then you were able to communicate with Lindsay via MyChart that next day on December 16th, correct?
She reached out to me on December 16th via MyChart, yes.
And she indicated to you On December 16th at 12:50 that she, after visiting the ER yesterday, I opted to remain outpatient and pursue the partial program at Women and Infants. And Women and Infants, that had been the program that you had previously recommended in Rhode Island, correct?
Correct.
She indicates I'm waiting on a call back for them to schedule. In the meantime, I want to know how to proceed with my meds. Do you still recommend the 2 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel nightly? Again, it's making me sleep well, but still not improving my mood. So I will need a refill on those meds. Please let me know. So in this particular message, she indicates to you that she was waiting to schedule with Women and Infants, correct?
Correct.
Or were you aware that prior to that Letitia Dukes had already initiated the referral process for Women and Infants?
Yes.
And so on this particular message, she's kind of updating you, but also asking you if she should stay on the same track for her medication.
Yes.
And what was your response? So December 16th at 1:14.
I said, "Hi, Lindsay. I know Letitia may have called you yesterday about information about Women and Infants, so I hope you were able to connect with her. Target dose for Seroquel treating depression is 300 milligrams, so we can increase it to 300 milligrams if you are willing. Yes, continue the Valium. Let me know what you think."
And why at this point did you recommend increasing now to the 300 after having recommended staying at 200 for the Seroquel?
The FDA recommended dose for treating depression, bipolar depression, with Seroquel is 300 milligrams.
So on December 16th, you continue to have messages with, my chart messages with Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And any of, or do you know that she went to see her previous psychiatrist on that day, December 16th?
Yes.
And so in her messages later in the day at approximately 2:11 p.m., she indicates, I spoke with my original psychiatrist after my ER visit, and she recommended adding 25 milligrams of Lamictal to stabilize my mood. Is that something you would agree with? Had you ever talked with her about Lamictal before?
No.
Is it a drug that you kind of commonly recommend for people?
I do.
And was it something that you thought could be a good fit for this patient?
Yes.
And so in your response to her at 2:26 p.m., do you further talk about using it as a mood stabilizer?
Yes. I state absolutely lamotrigine works well for mood stabilization and depression. I talked to her about the side effects of it.
I'm fair to say those side effects are like rash and skin changes, fever.
Can we find out what the witness feels the side effects are rather than counsel?
Well, why don't we let the question be, what was she told? All right. I think that's the proper question. So why don't you ask what was told or what was said or messaged to the defendant?
Can you tell us what you messaged her the side effects were?
So I recommended it needs to be a slow titration, meaning titration, increasing the dose due to risk of SJS, which means Stevens-Johnson syndrome, which can be a very serious rash that somebody can get. There's a higher risk of it if somebody takes Lamictal, which is why the FDA recommends such a slow titration, 25 milligrams for 2 weeks, 50 milligrams for 2 weeks, 100 milligrams. You can't really go quick with it. But I also specified it can cause a benign rash as a side effect. So any skin changes you notice, you want to be sure are not accompanied by things like fever, malaise, pharyngitis, swollen lymph nodes. Also watch for a rash that is purpuric or tender. Benign rash would be spotty, non-confluent, non-tender, and no systemic features like fever. Otherwise, I find this medication to be quite well tolerated. Take with food to minimize any risk of GI, such as nausea. I can send this to your pharmacy along with the dose change in Seroquel. Any luck with hearing back from Women and Infants?
So the Lamictal, am I saying that correctly?
Lamictal.
Is that something that you would add to the Seroquel?
Yes.
And why would you add it to Seroquel?
They work differently. They have different mechanisms of action, and they can work well together.
And so at that point, on December 16th, do you recall kind of what the last version of the medication recommendations were?
From me?
Yeah, so at this point, you added a medication. So what was on the prescribed or recommended list for you, for her, as of December 16th?
So I asked her if she needed me to send along the lamotrigine, and she said that she had her psychiatrist send it along.
Okay, but as far as now what you know to be the medications that she's been advised to take, Correct. What are they at this point on December 16th?
Lamotrigine, 25 milligrams, Seroquel, 300 milligrams, and Valium, 2 milligrams.
And the Valium, is that still a daily recommendation?
Yes.
At the end of that message that you just read, you asked her if there was any luck with hearing back from women and infants, correct?
Correct.
Did she respond to you in a message about what was happening with the women and infants? The next message at 2:33?
In 2:33, she said, unfortunately missed the call this morning from women and infants, but I did request them to call back. I'm hoping they do so today.
Okay. And you said that you'd also learned in this exchange that her other psychiatrist had already called in the lamotrigine prescription.
Correct.
And then, did you have any further communication with her on 12/16?
I said, okay, sounds good. I hope so as well. And that was it.
Okay. When's the next time you spoke with her?
12/16 was a Friday, so I spoke to her on Monday, December 19th.
And again, did you speak with her via the MyChart messaging, or did you speak to her on the phone?
MyChart messaging.
And were you aware that on December 19th she had another appointment scheduled with Letitia Dukes for that morning?
Yes.
And in your communications with her via MyChart, they started at 11:04 a.m. on December 19th?
Yes.
And does she indicate to you in that message that she is starting with women and infants partial hospitalization tomorrow, meaning the 20th?
Yes.
And that she's concerned because she has an appointment scheduled with you already, and she's asking what she should do about that, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to her?
So she has an appointment, but should be in the program. Should I call and cancel or reschedule because she thought the program would be starting her medication? I said, I'm so glad you were able to get into the program this week. That's great. So feel free to call and reschedule. The only issue is that I am on vacation next week, so it might be 2 weeks out that we touch base again. If that's okay with you, let me know what you think.
Okay. And her response at 1:24 that says, I think since I'll be followed by women and infants, that 2 weeks out will be okay. My only concern is potentially needing more Valium before that. I'm trying my best not to take it at night, but have still been taking 2 milligrams every other night. Can we refill that just in case I continue to need it, right?
Right.
So at that point, when she sends that message saying she needs the new prescription for Valium, was that in line with the recommendations you made for a taper of Valium?
I had recommended that she take it daily.
Okay. And so in this, she indicates to you that she's trying not to take it at night, but taking it every other night.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And on December 19th, you respond, sure, no problem. When will you be out of Valium? And she responds, I'll run out tonight. And then you agree to send in a refill.
Yes, I wanted to make sure she had an appointment rescheduled with me, and then I would refill enough of the Valium to get to that next appointment.
And so Did you refill the prescription based on what she reported she was taking, or what your recommendation was that she take of the Valium?
What my recommendation was that she take.
And so, do you recall receiving a message on December 20th via my chart from Lindsay?
I do.
And she reported to you that she had been discharged from women and infants that day, correct?
Correct.
And that they recommended she find help getting off the Seroquel, and that she was indicating that she'd like to taper the Seroquel.
Yes.
Did you respond that day or the next day?
The next day.
Okay.
Her message came in at 8:05 p.m., so I responded the next morning.
Okay, 10:57?
Yes.
And what were your thoughts about her report that she was discharged and the recommendation for tapering the Seroquel, or getting off the Seroquel, I should say?
I said I'm not opposed to that. However, I'm concerned she discharged you, as I do feel you could benefit from the groups and added support separate even from medication changes. In fact, if we're not going the medication route, I think groups and therapy are the treatment needed, as I feel the intrusive thoughts you've been having are nonetheless concerning, and I know they've caused you considerable distress. I'm also on vacation next week, so I'm hesitant to start a taper when I am not available to you for questions and concerns. Again, I'm open to starting a taper, but I want to be available to you as it happens. You mentioned you are connected to your previous psychiatrist. Would that be someone to consult as well?
And so when you sent this message at 10:57, were you opposed to the idea of tapering the Seroquel?
I understood that it was helping her to sleep, and I also understood that she felt as though she was still depressed, and she wanted to come off of it.
And in this correspondence back and forth on the 21st, was there any conversation about the lamotrigine and whether she took it as a mood stabilizer?
No.
As far as coming off medication, was that something that you thought might be a good option for her?
As I had expressed to her, I was hesitant. It could be done, but she would need a lot of what I would recommend to be group support, therapy, other types of treatment.
At that point, based on your interactions with her through the clinic, through all the messages, through the meetings that you've had, were you aware of whether she was getting any other support, like groups, other than Letitia Dukes and yourself?
No.
And this partial...
I apologize. Is she aware or no, she wasn't? She just said no.
Sure. If you could just...
Are you aware of whether she was?
I was aware it was recommended. I was not aware that she was interacting with any groups.
And the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Program, you have groups that are offered through the clinic, correct?
At that time we did, yes.
And if she was attending groups through the clinic, would that be something that you would have access to or be noted in her records?
Yes.
And as far as your communications with her, did she report to you that she was attending any sort of groups or therapy at other places in the community?
No.
The only person you were aware of that she was communicating with was her previous psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you made that recommendation to consult with her?
Correct.
And what's your concern, or what was your concern for not being available to her while you were on vacation with a taper?
I wanted to be there to evaluate if the taper was going okay, if she was suddenly having a hard time sleeping again, so maybe I could recommend that we go back up, or, just to reassure her, to be there for her while this was happening.
In your prior communications with her, she was very communicative with you about symptoms, about issues, about concerns, correct?
Correct.
And if you're on vacation, are you responding to my chart messages?
No. There would be someone that would respond. It would have been my nurse, and they would have consulted with the two other, and well, Julie, believe her last day was the 22nd, but they would have consulted with the other NP there, but I would not be available, no.
And you were invested in this patient's care, weren't you?
Yes.
So on December 21st, after you made that recommendation that she not start the taper while you weren't available or consult with her other psychiatrist, did you get a response from her at 3:57?
On December 21st?
Yes.
I see 3:47.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
So 3:47, she responds back to you, correct? And gives you some more information about the women and infants recommendation.
Yes.
And it reads, the psychiatrist at Women and Infants recommended a more general mental health, PHP, partial hospitalization program, right?
Correct.
Such as the one at McLean, which I'm open to. I'm also looking to schedule with a CBT therapist in Duxbury. My other therapist does have appointments this and next week, so I can follow up with her too. How would you recommend starting the taper? I will need smaller pills, as the ones I have now are all 300 milligrams. Right? That's her response?
Yes, she says her other psychiatrist does have appointments.
Okay. And in the meantime, she had also sent an email to the clinic. Are you aware?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know if she spoke with the nurse at some point on the 21st?
Yes, I asked my nurse to call to, again, go over the risks of tapering, which could include worsening of mood, worsening of sleep, verify that this was really something she wanted to move forward with, remind her that I wouldn't be there.
Okay. And on December 21st, 2022 at 4:26 p.m., you respond to her in the MyChart message, right?
Right.
And you had expressed reluctance for the taper, but ultimately did you provide her a plan for taper?
Right. I said, I know Nicole reached out to you and she relayed that you would like to proceed with the taper. I'm sending as 100 milligram tablets, 200 milligrams, 2 tablets for 4 nights, 100 milligrams, 1 tablet for 4 nights, 50 milligram tabs, half tablets times 4 nights, then off. Let me know if any issues.
And is that a standard or slow taper off of Seroquel being at a 300 milligram dose?
Considering the fact that she had only been taking it for a few weeks, yes. If she had been on it for months, I would have done a slower taper.
And in addition to giving her that plan, you also had the nurse provide her with some information about DBT groups, correct?
Correct.
And what's DBT?
Dialectical behavioral therapy.
And how's that different from cognitive behavioral therapy?
Dialectical behavioral therapy, there's certain tenets to it, like emotion regulation, distress tolerance, interpersonal communication. There's a lot of skills to it. It's a very skills-based treatment. So we had recommended that as an additional support.
And the next time you had contact with the Clancys, when was that? After December 21st?
I believe that was my last contact with Lindsay.
Okay. As far as the perinatal behavioral health clinic at South Shore, you're aware that on December 30th, Patrick Clancy called in about his wife.
Correct.
And that he spoke to a nurse, Katrina Melanson.
Yes.
And the record reflects that he reported that she was safe, right? But she'd like to go to McLean.
I do recall that.
And he was advised to take her directly to the emergency department. You can't just go there to McLean, right?
Right.
In your experience?
In my experience.
And that he said he didn't want to waste a day in the ED. Is that your recollection of the record?
That is my recollection of the record.
And that he was looking just to get the bed that was offered the last time on December 15th.
Yes.
And fair to say that that's not how the process works?
They do not hold beds for that length of time.
Okay. And so then he was advised to take her to the emergency department or call 911?
Correct.
And was that the last contact that the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic had with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
You were never advised or got any messages from her after she went to McLean, did you?
No. We did check.
Okay. The answer is no. Go ahead.
Did you learn anything about her course of treatment at McLean after the fact?
We had been wondering if she would come back to us. We did review the MASS PMP, which is sort of a log of controlled scripts, and we saw that she had medications filled from her previous psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts.
And that would have been...
No, object to move to strike. It's not responsive to the question about McLean. She's now talking about...
No, overall.
So the MASS PMP, what is that?
It is a database that shows when patients fill controlled scripts such as benzodiazepines.
And as a prescriber that has a DA license, you're able to review that information for any patient?
Yes.
And so after the 30th, when the call came in about going to McLean, you're able to identify that she was prescribed additional medicines by a different prescriber?
Yes.
And she never came back to the clinic?
Correct.
During all of your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, did she always present with clear linear thinking?
Yes.
Was she able to express to you her concerns and ask appropriate questions when necessary?
Yes.
And was she able to advocate for herself and express that she had some knowledge base about some of these medications?
Yes.
And at no point during the time that she was your patient or that she was at the clinic, did she ever indicate that she was had a plan to kill herself or harm her children? Did she?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Counsel, can I see your sidebar?
Y'all, they're going to be taking lunch here pretty quick. I can tell you that now because they're going to sidebar right now, and I will let you know. Defense is going to have a heyday with this witness. I don't know what y'all think about it, but I got some questions. We have situations around here. We have situations going on. Man, sometimes don't you wish you could just be in there and say, hey, ask her this for me. Hey, ask her that for me. You know what I mean? Because we definitely got some situations going on, y'all. And I really do believe that that the defense is just going to blow this wide open. I've written down quite a few questions.
Around 2 o'clock, same instructions, the research, talking about this case. And I hope everybody has a nice little break here. We'll see you back here right around 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all rise. Judge, notebooks, place my chair, please. This way.
That's from Angela. So just so you know, I might have to do something because they won't look at the page.
Okay.
The defense sure doesn't like it when they talk on hot mics. You notice every time that they forget to turn off the mic, he's looking over there like, yeah, idiots.
Here's the exit of the quorum.
All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till around 2 o'clock. Okay?
All right, guys, so we have a little over an hour. Like I said, I've written down a couple questions, but I'm just going to leave that alone because I'm hoping that the defense has picked up on the same questions that I'm just like, wait, what? You got to ask for this now because I mean, it's just so many holes. I feel like I need to know, how long has this prosecutor been a prosecutor? Does anybody want to know that? Because this sounds so like it's the first time up to bat. I mean, I don't know if that's the way you guys feel, but there's so many follow-up questions that should be asked that would make us understand this more, I think. But I'm going to hold back my questions because hopefully we know that at least the defense, you guys, he's been doing this a long time. I mean, he's been doing this a long time. So hopefully I'll get my answers to the question as he goes about his cross-examination. Thank you guys so much for being here. Listen, uh, thank you, Maggie, for the thumbnail. Listen, this is going to be very sensitive to some people, very, very sensitive. If you do not like blood, I will not be showing any bodies. No bodies. There are no pictures of any of the victims at all that I know of out there. Believe you me, I'm looking for them because I'm morbid. But anyways, the pictures that I did find have a lot of blood. Some pictures we're not going to understand because obviously they have yet to bring all these pictures into evidence, even though that's what they were taken for. We've seen some of these pictures. Maybe you've seen all the pictures. I don't know, but I want to make it very, very clear. Strictly over 18, which, listen, if you heard my mouth, you should already know by now, nobody under 18 needs to hear this, and probably even under 30 wouldn't understand a damn thing that I got to say about anything. So, yeah, we want to point that out. So I just want to give plenty of time for everybody to understand that this could trigger you. And I don't want it said, Lainey and just started throwing out. I mean, the weapons on here, you guys, I think in 2 different pictures very clearly, very, very clearly. So right before we go to that, let's go ahead and break down really quick just what the basement looks like, you guys, and not just for anybody's question as to what are the layout of the basement because they thought that maybe the exercise room was in a different room, but mainly because you're going to be seeing pictures. And so I want the basement in your mind so that when you're seeing the pictures, you can say, oh yeah, remember that's what, screenshot the basement real quick. That way you can look at the pictures that I'm going to show you. And then maybe look at your screenshot of the basement and say, ah, that's where that is. Okay, so let me bring up this really, really quick right here. All right, let me share this. Can you guys see it on there? No, Maggie, can you thank you, Max. All right, so I'm going to show you guys with my cursor. If you could follow my cursor. Obviously, this is someone's head. This was done in an AI mode, you guys. So, all right, this is upstairs, but it's looking down into the bathroom. Like I said, there are only 2 areas in the whole basement that are actually like little rooms. This is the office right here where Patrick would work. Off to the side here is where there's a closet right back here, and that is where Sweet Dawson was found, y'all. Over here is yes.
Your cursor, I can barely see it. So if you could just say, like, just for the chat, to the left, straight
Okay.
ahead, because that'd be easier, I think.
Okay, so when I talk about left and right, then you guys, I'm going to be talking about as we're looking at the picture. Okay, so to the left, you see this little room blocked off right here where the chair is. This would be where he worked. This is his office. Right over here, we're next to where the desk and the computer is seen on the desk. That blocked off area, that is where that closet is, and that is where little Dawson was found in this room right here. If you come out of the office, this area right here in the black, you see the black checkers right here. This is what they considered the exercise room, even though it's open to most of the room, y'all. It just has that kind of exercise matting on their floors. This is where they had one of the, I don't know what machine it was. workout machine, but they had dumbbells, things like that in here. So this is where they did their workouts. Off to the side here, even further on the left, you can see that there's a closet there. Going back down this way towards the right, you see the stairs going up to the first going. This is where to the bed, you guys. This is where Lindsay
Lee,
was sleep.
your
Yes,
mic's just been going robotic, love. You have to say that
it's
again.
it's because the storms are coming, you guys, and I'm so sorry. Just let me know when that happens. So we're coming down past the stairs, still going towards the right. You could see the couch that is laid out into a bed. That is where Lindsay Clancy was sleeping. In the pictures, you can see the ottoman is actually put on top of the bed. That is how they found the room. It's in the pictures. So that's why the ottoman is sitting on the bed like that. And this is, I guess, where they would watch TV or whatever, you know. Over here, going towards the left a little bit, up against the staircase, this black thing here was like, I don't know, it was some kind of cabinet with a chair off to the side. Going towards the back a little bit, you can see that exercise machine, the elliptical where they walked or whatever. The pole, uh, that's just a pole going straight up to the ceiling. Keep going towards the back door. That would let you outside. So partial of the basement is underground. Part of it is not. That's why there's a door back there. And then if you come back to the left just a little bit, you see this closed off room here. It looks like to me there's a washer and a dryer in there, as well as maybe their heating and air, big ass things, maybe a water heater's in here. But this is also a bathroom. So I want to show you once again where the kids were found, and then we will move on with pictures. Patrick says he came down the stairs. When he came down the stairs, he said he immediately went left. Now, mind you, left to him because he's coming downstairs is going to be towards the couch area. This is where Cora and the baby Callan was found, both together on this carpet. That is where we see the bloodstains as well. Then once he found them and untied their necks, you guys, he said he went into the bathroom looking for Dawson. So he went up towards the door and made a quick left into the bathroom laundry room. Dawson was not in there, so back down towards the stairs he went, over to where they did their weights and their workout area, into his office, and that is where he sees little Dawson right there. And he said he immediately knew Dawson was gone. Those are his exact words. And that he immediately left that room and went back to Cora and Callan. And then later on in his testimony, they asked him, did you untie, did you take the bands off of Dawson's neck? And he said yes. What I don't know, and what I think would have been important to know, is did he, just for time frame, did he, when he walked in here and found Dawson hanging, we know that he was hanging now because that was said by an officer, did he immediately unhang Dawson? Or did he run back to Callan and Cora and try to resuscitate them? He said after that point he knew that he was trying CPR on the kids as he was on the phone. Or did he do it that way, or did he run back after Cora and the baby Callan and then take down Dawson from hanging? And the reason why I think it is the latter, that once he looked at Dawson hanging there, he knew Dawson was already gone. He ran back to the other kids to try to save them. The reason why I think that happened is because, if you remember, he was found by the police and the EMTs outside with Lindsay. He asked him, stay here with Lindsay. Let me go find my kids. Lindsay had already told him the kids were in the basement. So he went running down here by himself. There were no police that came down here with him. That's why he was given enough time to take the bands off of them. Then I think a police officer realized, hey, I need to probably, like, it's a crime scene. I need to go with him. By the time that the police or an EMT or whoever called up from the stairway and said, we need help down here, we have a body hanging, that right there tells me that he left Dawson hanging and went back and tried to see what he could do for Cora and for the baby. And then when he couldn't do nothing for them, he ran back to Dawson, and the police actually saw him release Dawson. Because had he done it in the beginning, the police weren't down there quick enough to see him take the straps off of Dawson. So I hope that makes sense as to what this crime scene looks like. Of course, there are several crime scenes in this home, but this is where the children were found. This is where the murders happened. So I wanted to show that. Please, if you want to take, just for your own reference, a screenshot of this, do that so that when we go over the pictures, you can say, that makes sense. That's there. Okay, got it. Because pictures can be if they're not shown and then explained, they can be very, very deceiving. And some things look bigger in pictures and some things look smaller in pictures. All right, so we're going to get out of this. Thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you. I think we have given plenty of time for those that do not want to see any the crime scene pictures at all, to have exited the building. We don't have to have this scrolling right now. We'll just scroll a trigger warning, because this is my own content that I'm using, and I just don't plan on striking myself. So this is it. All right, guys, here we go. And if any point during this, when we're talking about it or bringing it up, if you're just like, nope, too much, I'm going to have a sandwich. See you guys. And that's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Protect yourselves, you guys. All right, I'm going to bring it up. And the first thing you're going to see, you guys, I'm pretty sure is probably already a crime scene photo. Like I said, some of these are not going to make any sense to us. Some of these are going to make a lot of sense to us. And some of these you may have seen before, if not all of them. All right, we're going to start with just the first one. This is my own Facebook page. Yes, we do have a Facebook page. It's According to Leanie on Facebook. And also we have a email address if you need to get in touch with me or Maggie right away. It's accordingtoleanie@gmail.com. Well, I can't say right away. We're terrible about that. We're terrible. We're really terrible. That's a lie. The easiest way to get in touch with me and maybe Maggie would probably be just find a video.
I promise.
Yeah, there's like 8,000 emails.
Yeah,
you guys, I'm a terrible person. But the easiest way to get in touch with either one of us, especially me right away, because I get all the notifications, is find an old video or one of these videos or a picture or something, leave a comment on it. I'll get a notice, and so will Maggie. Let's start off right here, you guys. I had a lot of questions about this picture right here.
Me too.
Obviously, most of these were taken in the basement. If they're not in the basement, I will let you know that which part is not in the basement. This, to me, because of the flooring, this does not look like carpet to me. If you guys remember the area that had, right by the door that was there and going into the bathroom, it had more of a hard flooring. So I'm thinking this picture was taken over there somewhere, and he is showing evidence. Now, I asked Beefcake and I asked Maggie, what does this look like? I don't know. To me, it looks like tape. It looks like tape is hanging off of one of his fingers, and he's folded the tape so it's not sticky on his gloves there. That's just what that looks like to me, you guys. I can't be sure about it, but it made me cringe a little bit because if it was tape and it's obviously part of the crime scene because it has got the placard right down here, Exhibit 115. If that was tape, what was it used for? Were their mouths covered? Was Dawson's so he didn't scream out so Cora wouldn't come in to the office? I don't know.
Can I say what I think?
Absolutely, Maggie, go ahead.
I said I thought he was holding it, like he picks something up with your fingers. He's holding it up. I think that's what he's doing. I don't think it's sticky and it's stuck to his finger. So that's what I think.
So you think it's like his two first
Pieces of
fingers like
fabric,
holding?
I'm thinking. Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's like fabric or something. Maybe she's used that. I don't know. But obviously it's something to do with the crime scene. But I'm thinking you could probably more right than I am.
No, I mean, could it have been a bind? Some kind of
I don't,
binding? I don't know.
don't
But
know.
obviously it's definitely part of the crime scene.
What do you think in chat?
Or,
What do you think?
we don't know right now if it actually was. Look, they placard everything that they think may be a part of the crime scene, and then when it gets to the lab, they realize no, this one's not part of the crime scene. Discharge this, So at this point, they're just picking up things and they are photographing it in case once it goes to the lab and it's found to have some kind of DNA on it or it makes sense. The body shows that this was either some kind of binding or restrictive kind of things. It'll have DNA on it. It will show it. Maggie, I'm looking at the pictures, so I cannot see chat, y'all. This was very shocking to me. I was shocked the other day when Maggie had to re-show pictures of all the blood, y'all. I had no idea how much blood there was. I had none. You can clearly see this right here. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor now. This is a couch right here. It's folded out into the bed that is going this way. Okay. Here are her boots right here. Maybe she had taken them off at some point or they were just left. There's some some hair ties. Listen, us women know about them hair ties everywhere. This looks like maybe a bra to me. I don't know what's going on around here. But obviously there was a cut done here. There's a lot of dripping, a lot of pooling, not much at all dried up. And how you can tell blood is dried up is it gets like crackly, thick, and black. Okay. Next picture. Again, we've all seen this one. I just brought it up. I thought it was important to show it because this actually has investigators' notes across it. And anytime I could see what an investigator sees or if they're writing notes, that means a lot to me because they're the smart ones, not me. In fact, if I was just looking at one of y'all's houses, I would have never thought this was blood, right? So would I have been able to guess it was blood? No, not on this picture. Maybe on this picture, which this picture looks to be the same as this one, just blown up differently. And then you could clearly up here on the top left see the picture on the bottom of the windowsill right there. And it's just got different pictures. It's got a close up, and it just gives a number for the image here, another number for the image here, close up, another image here. And it's showing volume of blood dripping off house, siding. I'm surprised I could even read most of this because usually they have terrible handwriting. Wondered if it's a female. No offense to the males at all. Some males do have really clear writing, but I haven't engaged with many of them. Red-brown stains with volume, and it gives the date. Irregular shape on a rough surface of shingles. Red-brown stain equals, was it a transfer? That's what they're questioning. Maybe a transfer, and it gives a date. And then elliptical shape single stain, red-brown, with a trail moving in a downward direction. no measurement. Drip stain or splatter stain consistent with something. So I just like reading their notes and getting what they're thinking as well. Because remember, never mind. I'm not going to say it. All right, again, just another exhibit of the pictures along with the officer who is looking at this. Stains CID on 615 exam. Stains on outside of shingles between the second floor and the first floor. So, of course, the top floor right here where we see the window open is where she jumped from. Down here, we're seeing, he says, red-brown stains over 2 different shingles, irregular in shape, same smaller something with larger stain, rough surface of shingle, red-brown stains transferred. So they believe that that was transferred maybe from her hand, not from a drip. Distribution, none. And then it gives a measurement of how long it is. And then, of course, once again, they are given the date on that. Moving forward, now we are down in the basement, you guys. The only place that there's this kind of material is over in where she was sleeping, where I showed you that the 2 bodies were likely laying, and it's actually where Patrick pointed when he was on the stand as to whereabouts the bodies were. And we were so curious about this, right? I mean, from before, I mean, we were just like, whose blood was it? Whose blood? I mean, I don't know how many witnesses we got through before we finally got to the blood analysis. That more than likely this is Cora's blood. And y'all, that's what scares me about the very first pictures that we looked at, those, whatever they are, pieces of material or tape or what, that this is more than likely Cora's blood. Now, did it have strains of Patrick, Lindsay, Callan, and Dawson's blood mixed in it? Yes, but the biggest amount of blood DNA was Cora's, and the whole reason why you would find their DNA in her DNA is because they all share the same DNA besides Patrick and Lindsay, right?
So Cora Blades, where from, Lee?
Well, I asked that the other day, and some of the people who were in chat gave really, really great thoughts. Some of them said maybe she bit her tongue, maybe she bit
Yeah, they
her.
said she wiped him out, didn't they? Something about, yeah.
This was definitely. Now, guys, this is before any swabs or anything has happened yet, because they have to take the pictures as the crime scene is, and then crime scene goes back in and they start taking all of swabs and things like this. So we do know that Cora was found, Cora and Callum were both found stomach down. So this could have been where her face was. It's very possible she bit her tongue or bit the side of her lip or something like that. And because she was laying on her stomach, she lost blood that way. And it just talks about red and brown stain area on rug, irregular shaped, and it gives the measurements of it. Bright coloring in some areas, darker in other areas, something not identified, irregular in shape, distribution size, brighter area on surface, darker area soaking into the carpet, saturation stain, which means that's a lot of blood, with transfer stain. Most of the stain was lighter red-brown stain. Look further than the darker stain. So I don't know what all that means. I hope they bring all this back up, because if they don't, the blood stain analysis person, yes, she told us where the stains were and who they belong to, according to how much a person's DNA is in that. You have to go with the strongest DNA, which was Cora's. Because I was wondering, wait a second, did Lindsay start cutting herself there? But that was ruled out because the main source of DNA is coming from Cora. So it wouldn't surprise me if you guys are exactly right that maybe she bit her tongue, her lip, and then she bled until her heart quit beating. This is outside where Lindsay Clancy's body was found, you guys, in the snow. I do not know how much ice. I don't know what kind of snow. Everybody that comes from a snow area, snow is different. We've got the white puffy snow. We've got the snow that has kind of unfrozen and then frozen back, so it becomes more icy. We've got the kind of snow that is nothing but a sheet of ice over the snow, which is the most dangerous type. And then we got some that's, kind of melting and it's slushy. There's all different types of snow. Were we told what type of snow this was? Were we told? No. And I think that's important to know as well. So this is showing, of course, Lindsay's body has already been removed. Red and brown, a diluted red and brown stains. Well, you would expect it to be diluted because what is snow made of? Water. Irregular shaped, unknown distribution. Not enough detected info to determine slain. I don't know what that means. Red and brown staining, blood stain. Okay, so there's that. That is outside on the ground. And the stain is anywhere from 3 to 4 to 5 inches. Now, I don't know if this came from a neck wound or if it came from one of her arm wounds. We don't know. It doesn't say in here. Again, just a picture of the outside, you guys. Top window all the way right here in the back side to your right. That is the window that Lindsay Clancy came out of. They said that she dropped right down. So right here where you see all this, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but right here in front of, these are the basement wells, you guys. These are the, in the basement, they will have windows that look like these. It's a safety precaution thing, you guys. So, anyways, I'm thinking right in here, because they said that she just dropped or fell right outside, right out here. All this where the snow is disturbed completely and it's black and things like that. I'm gathering that is where her body was found. This is just a closer up area. You can see right here where this is the window going down into the basement. And some people were wondering, well, did she vomit or what was going on here with this green substance? It was determined, and I don't remember where I heard this information, but it was determined that that was just patches of grass. And again, in this picture, you can see the blood. These brown marks that you see within the green and kind of around here, y'all, this is not blood. These are old fall leaves that have stuck around. And then the mess you see out here, you guys, I'm pretty sure that stuff is from the EMS that were opening different things to try to save her life, medical intervention. You can see, tape right here, just different things that, and I'm sure they picked that up later. But so here is the red stain. You can clearly see there's some redding up in here. So I'm wondering if this right here would have been a wrist, maybe her head here. I don't know. I'm just speculating at this point. Again, just another shot a little further back. More red staining through here. All this trash, you guys, is from the EMTs just opening stuff, trying to save her life out there and get her into an ambulance into the hospital as quickly as possible, which now I'm a firm believer it took a little while longer because it probably didn't take much to figure out that she has some kind of injury to her lower spine because she could not move her lower body from her waist down. Here we go, guys. This is where it gets really, really, really disturbing. I did not have a clue, not one clue, I mean, none, how big this knife was. Never would have dreamed. I mean, but if you planned on taking your own life in this way, d- I mean, I guess this is the type of life that you would grab. You wouldn't grab a steak knife or a butter knife or anything else if you meant business. Then yeah, this is
Where
what
is
you,
that, Lee?
okay, so this is on in her bedroom. It is on her nightstand, which is right below where her window that she jumped out of. Now
Okay, that's
remember,
what I was thinking. Did she put it down then jump out?
yeah, this was her bedding here. Remember, the bed was pulled away from the wall because the
Pulled
bed was
over to the
blocking.
window, wasn't it?
And yeah, and you can see if you look deep into the picture, you can still see all of the blood that's all the way through here. Blood on the baseboard. No telling what kind of blood is on the bedding or anything else. These are definitely drops of blood, and believe me, I'm going to explain blood spatter and blood droplets. They did a really good job, y'all, of explaining this just in the exhibits that they may still show. This is the basement once again. Now, if you remember, this right here is the bathroom door. I showed you the little black dresser thing. Around this corner right here is the stairs going upstairs. If you pass the stairs on that side over there is where they would exercise at. And then if you completely make a right-hand turn, you're going into Patrick's office. Here's the brown pole that I showed you guys in the beginning with the table sitting here, not a nightstand, but a little end table. And here is the little chair that was sitting there. Notice right here, you guys, bands right here. Now, Patrick never told us how close the baby was to Chorus, so we don't know the proximity. Close to Cora could have been in the same vicinity. It could be side by side. It could be just in the same room. Because I have a real problem with this. This right here is some blood. This right here is some blood. And then if you look right over here, there's some blood right there too. More exercise bands are found right here, you guys. This is all just junk. Look, I don't know if it was such a calamity when all of this was happening that things were just being thrown everywhere by Patrick. I don't believe it was that way. The police, they probably were just be like, chill out. This is a crime scene. We need to take a look. So, and this is the bathroom, like I said, if you turn this corner and then you take another hard right, you are going straight up the stairs. If you keep going straight down this little hallway, you're going to run into where they exercise. Take another hard right, you will be in his office. We can see right here, you guys, I did think this was all. I asked Maggie, I was like, what would they have marked out? Because we already know when these pictures were taken, all the victims' bodies were already out of this basement, and here's why. The police that did get on the stand said, and some of them had a really hard time talking about this. The police on the stand say that when they noticed, they could see the detriment here, and that they were working against the clock big time. And they just scooped these babies up and ran outside because they knew that they had EMS with their trucks waiting outside, and they had, epinephrine. They had all the medications to restart a heart if it was possible right in there. So the idea was we can quicker grab this baby, grab this child, run it straight into a moving operating room, and hopefully they have a better chance of saving their life. So the kids were removed right away. But if you look around, there's exercise bands. There's some there between those bags. There's some here. There's one over here. I mean, how many did she have in her hand? And how many exactly were used? Again, this is just the window, which I find kind of funny, you guys. That window doesn't go up very high. Listen, I have to squeeze my fat butt. I'd be standing there going, what's the way to get out of the window? Like, I can't go this way. That's going to hurt my back. Let me swing a leg. And I'm not trying to be facetious, but you've got to be a small person to only open the window this much and
Or
just,
she slid out head first.
yeah. All right, so let's keep going. Again, more blood stains on the window sill. And I think this is the bottom window sill, maybe from her falling, a piece of her clothing hit, maybe a splatter of blood, grabbed it and landed there. Okay, now we're back into the basement. This is the way that the basement was found, you guys. So I'm thinking Cora was right here. If in fact it's true that the blood came from Cora biting her tongue, biting the inside of her lip when all this was happening, and she's laying on her stomach, then yes, her mouth would have been open and, the blood could have just poured out until her heart stopped beating. There's a little bit of blood here. These to me look like blood spots here. I could be wrong. Maybe it's crowns. I don't know. Right now I see no placard at this, but I'm sure they knew about it and could testify about it on court. This is the bed that she was sleeping in, you guys, and then out towards the back door. So at this point, you guys, they are using this back door. The back door is wide open now. They were probably grabbing those babies and running straight out this door rather than straight up the stairs. The path of least resistance is the way you're going to go, and this would be it right here. Again, this one perplexed Maggie and I. This one grips my heart because yes, we have seen the picture of the green and the orangish red band tied right there. But for some odd reason in this, when the pictures that they showed us did not have these black things here, right? I don't know what they're used for, you guys. Listen, I don't exercise. I exercise with this finger scrolling back and forth. That's all I do is just roll.
Can you zoom in on that?
I'm trying to right now. No.
Because that, it looks from here, it looks like a hinge, but when you get it close up, it looks like something that's been prized through the crack, the door. I mean, it's too sticking out for a hinge. And a hinge, how would you get them through it? Look at your hinges on your door. I'm looking at one right now. There's no way you're going to get them through it. Let me try and get a picture and just zoom in while you're talking about it.
Make sure it's an American picture because I know some of our doorknobs and things like that look a little
I'm
bit
going to
different.
get this picture up if I can, but zoomed in. Do you get what I mean?
But if you look down here while Maggie is doing that, you guys, there's even more cords here. I mean, was she thinking, how many freaking cords am I going to need to do this? Plus, this is where Dawson was hanging from. So I don't understand exercise cords. Y'all, if you saw me, you'd be like, oh no, that bitch don't exercise at all. She wouldn't understand this at all. But for those of you that do, if you know what these little things off to the sides are, is it just where you could add more tension, another tension band to it? I mean, I don't know, but I do know that one of the pictures we saw did not have this stuff around it. The only thing we saw was hanging, the hanging cords. There was nothing else attached to it. I do think that's a hinge. Our closet doors come out hinged like that, and I can show ours, but most Americans know how ours look. So, I hate to say this, but I mean, it's true crime, right? It's true crime. We're all adults here. From here to here, I mean, Dawson was 3 years old. Let's just say he was between 2 and 3 feet tall. There's no way to hang somebody from here to here. Sadly, my question is, was he hung upside down using this part? Like taking this hinge to this hinge up here, and the cords wrapped around his neck as he was being hung or suspended from somewhere up here. It just doesn't make sense to me that there's more cords here. There's these kind of cords here. None of that makes any sense to me. Maggie, are you want to show those hinges, babe? Do you want me to take this off or show them after?
Do you want me to put this one up now?
Yeah, you can. I can
I
exit.
think it'll go over. Let's see.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. Is that any better? So can you see that?
I can just see the one that I had up there.
Take yours down, Lee, because I can see that. Can anyone see my picture? It's a close-up.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me remove me. Or did I remove you? No, I removed me.
Well, it's in the pictures if you want to go and... Hang on. Can you hear me, Lee?
Yeah, I can hear you, love.
It's in the pictures if you want to go and get it. You put it on. It's in the ones where us are as the dolls. No.
That's the one that I had.
No, that's the one you've got. Yeah, it's in the pictures by the dolls.
All right, so let's just keep going with this. Thank you guys so much
I
for
know why
being
it's
here.
not sharing, because I need to be in here. There you go. Can you see it now?
Let me look back over here. Yeah, I can see the close-up. Yes. But that still looks like a hinge to me. Do y'all in America
Yeah, it looks like a hinge to me now. But
Yeah.
how'd you get them through that? Through a hinge? And I've looked at all the other doors and I can't see a hinge like that. That's sticky house.
Well, it begs the question because a lot of our hinges do look like that. When you open the door, it loosens the hinge. Like it'll open
Right.
up at the bottom and the top. And then when you shut the door, then you're stretching
Yeah.
out the hinge. So maybe when she shut the door, it tightened around those. So let's just keep going. Thank you guys for being here so much. All right, let me get back over here. You guys, I'm starting to crash. I can feel it. I can feel this stupid thyroid. All right, so let me get back over here and keep going with this. I find it funny, there's shoes here and stuff. I don't know what. This looks like a cuff almost. All right,
I'm not seeing anything, only what I've put up.
All right, well, take yours down, honey.
Okay, I'm still seeing them straps that you've got, the bands.
Yeah, so that's
where we are. Okay.
Yep, that's where we're at. All right, let's go on to the next detail, you guys. Again, this is just talking about the roof, and it has got investigator notes on it. We've already seen this one. I'm going to keep going with it. Same as this. Same as this. Maybe I'm going backwards. I don't know. All right, here we are at one of the ropes. And y'all, I mean, I know that they showed the ropes through, when they did pull the ropes out and the clothing that the children were wearing for nighttime. And then, Lindsay and her team, went ahead and stipulated to all of the photographs are true and on point because they didn't
Lee,
want to. Yes,
Dolores is saying, you know what we think was the hinge
yes.
used for the bands. It's part of the bands. The handle will be on the other side of the door. It says, hang on, where's it gone? You open the door and put it in and close it. Part of the exercise bands, apparently.
Really? See, I didn't know that.
Think
I
they
didn't
put
know
it
that.
like that because when it's closer, it's like something's prized through. So it must be
Okay.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Pretty
o-
sure it's the handle for the bands. Look them up. She
Okay.
said.
Okay. Uh,
Thank you for that.
yes, thank you. Another, like I said, cord that was used on the children. Another cord used on the children. Okay, now we are back upstairs. And you know, when the police go into a crime scene, y'all, they have to photograph everything because sometimes photographs will tell a story. Second of all, there could be some kind of DNA through all of this as well. And I mean, they have to go through it with a fine tooth comb. So yes, they are going to have uh, and to corroborate stories. So also when Patrick left in his testimony, they asked where Dawson was when he left. He said he was sitting on the couch eating some cereal or something. The bowl is left right there. So after Patrick left, and it looks empty to me, I don't know. I can't zoom in on these ones. I'll have to in mine. Were they called right down to the basement as soon as their dad walked out? Don't know. Again, more about the blood there. We all know that they went to 3V, or he was sent to CVS to get medication for his daughter's stomach, and then to 3D, and then he was supposed to be home. You see the bag of food sitting right here, and also the bag with the medication in it. Another thing with the bag sitting over here, just a different side, pardon me. Their dinner table. This is a back door leading to. Is this one? I can't remember. You guys might have to help me. Is this the door that is leading out towards the garage? You walk through the little sun part and then you get to the garage. I don't remember, but we do know that this is a sliding glass door. He said that he came running up the stairs. Yeah, running into the house, actually, called for everybody. It was complete silence. He ran upstairs and then saw all the blood and then ran back downstairs and saw his wife out there. He runs out there. He asks where his children are. They say in the basement. He waits until EMT and the police get there to stay with his wife, and then he comes out, and right over here somewhere is where, like past the picture that you can see, is where you would go down the stairs to the basement. Again, just another look at the back side of their house that night, where we were talking about the sliding glass door over here on your left side, and where we were talking about where their dining room table was. This was the glass door that was across from the dining room table. Right here is where you can. Oh, you guys, I'm storming. Maggie, if I fall off, it's because we are storming really bad. Um,
Say that
right.
again.
I said if I happen to fall off, it's because we're storming bad and I lost electricity. Okay, so we know that she jumped out of this window and landed right in here. The window again left open. The curtains on each side of the window. You could see a little bit of blood right here. I'm sure I'm sure there's got to be blood other places, maybe smudged or something like that. This is the bed. The bed had to be pulled away from the wall, and you can see that it is because their nightstand is back over here. And see how far away it is from this nightstand, so it's pulled out so she could get back there and jump out that window. This is upstairs looking down into what you would see at the basement. So when Patrick says he called down to the basement for Lindsay and the kids and got no answer, he does what the rest of us do, right? We're standing downstairs and we're going, hey, I'm gonna need one of y'all to come down here. Come get this crap out of my living room. You know what I mean? Or if we're upstairs, we're like, get up here. You know what I mean? So when Patrick said in his testimony that he called down the stairs to them and did not get a response, that's what he's talking about. He did not walk down the stairs yet. Now we're back into the basement. Here is the couch right here that is made out into the bed. The pole. Okay. Going back here, you can see the different tiling that's in here. And this way, right behind this wall right here is the bathroom and the washroom. Notice this picture right here, you guys. I'm guessing it looks like a wedding photo to me of like him lifting her up. That just kind of saddens me quite a bit. In this picture, you could still see some blood stains in it, unless those are some kind of crayon. Like she had little kids, you know. How many times have we cleaned up crayons off our walls and markers and things in our floors? If you look over here in this tiny little corner off to the right hand side here, we know for sure this is the blood that was tested, and it came back as 99.9.9 whatever that was Kara's blood. Forest blood, pardon me. Just another side of the window. We have seen this one before. Let's skip right over it. I've showed you guys this one before. We'll skip right over it. Man, she had brawls everywhere. This was actually in Patrick's office, which leads to tell me sometimes little Callum was brought in here to sit down and play in his little bouncy while Daddy was working, you know. This is exactly the way it looked. I don't understand this kind of living, but it is what it is. So these right here are the what do you call them, Maggie? Help me out. The door. I'm crashing, you guys. The door.
Where's your case, Lee? Can't even see it. Wiggle it around.
Right here.
Go on. What are we looking at? The hinges.
The hinges, yes. So that's what this hinge over here looked like to me. But I could be wrong. I have to look it up even closer. This right here, over in here, is where Dawson was hanging. But what's amazing, you guys, is her bag is still hanging here. So it's not like there was a whole lot of fighting going on. That's just odd to me, right? So there's that. There's the office. A look into the office from outside the door. We know right over here around this corner is where Dawson once again was found. This is looking into from like the back door area, looking into the room that their TV is right above this piece of furniture here. This is the bedding here that is pulled out of the couch. Their little nightstand thing here. More cords. This is like, okay, we need to be real careful though, you guys. This obviously is a blood pressure cup. These are obviously medications that they did try to use to revive, which was either the baby or Cora, because I believe this is Cora Lane here. So a lot of what you guys are seeing laying around is still medical, um, life-saving techniques that are laying there. But there's also a band right over here. Curious, did she just pull a whole bunch of bands together and only use the one that she thought they had to use? I
My
don't
God,
know.
bands were everywhere. I mean,
Hmm.
if she's sitting there thinking what way she's going to do it and she sees them bands, oh my
Hmm.
God.
All right, and here is another look towards the bed that Lindsay Clancy said at first she asked her husband to go in the basement and sleep there. That only lasted 2 or 3 nights, and then she ended up sleeping in the basement with the baby. And you can see what I was talking about. This ottoman, I'm sure, went right, and the couch is folded up. I'm sure the ottoman went right here
So
on
she was
this.
allowed to stay with the baby on her own.
Hmm.
That baby stayed with her. Oh, this is
Hmm.
just terrible.
Hmm. I'm thinking over here is where they found the baby. Because you see right here, this is Cora. I firmly believe this is Cora. There is no medical supplies around here. She was already gone. They brought Callan. Uh, uh, they got a heartbeat on him. And so I think that's why we're seeing so much medical stuff here.
Maybe the
Uh,
blood was from that and putting IVs in 'em and things like that, like.
Maybe, but usually people don't bleed this much with an IV.
True.
And she was too young really to be on paint
Yeah,
thinners or, I mean, paint thinners, Lord have
yeah.
mercy, thinners or anything like that. This is looking down the hallway like you're coming out of where they would exercise in into the room where the bed is right here. The TV is right here. You can
Mm.
still see the blood on the floor right there, which is where I believe Cora to be laying and Callan to be down this way.
I'm
All
looking
right.
at the layout as you're going around and I'm thinking this was all done in 12 minutes.
Hmm.
See, this is confusing me.
So
All that,
then it.
I mean, like she just said, Victoria, it's going to take 3 to 4 minutes to kill a child. She killed
Hmm.
3 of them.
Hmm.
Oh my God, skin
Um,
jumped up.
yeah, and that's what we mean about jumping around. Like, could this be done in the 17 minutes that they said that it took? Again, we are back at where, see, now it looks different. Now it just looks like a complete hinge to me. I wish this was moved out of the way so we could compare the two. But I just think that she opened this door, put the end, the
Apparently, Lee, it was there anyway. That's how you use the bands. So she hadn't just done it.
oh, oh, oh,
Do you get
see,
what I
I
mean?
did, well, that,
It
I
was
mean,
there.
that could, how convenient, how
Yeah.
convenient. All right, now we're getting into some more material, clothing, what have you, that they were holding up. I
Looks
don't
like
know
a
what
bra.
this is, you guys, but it does look like a bra to me. Yeah, maybe a strapless bra, maybe. I don't
Yeah.
know, but it does look like a bra to me.
Oh
Um,
God, Lee, I'm thinking did she stuff them down the baby's mouth, down the kid's mouth? It's just come to me.
Really, there wouldn't be any way to do that, would it for Callan? Because by the time uh, she went to kill Callan, the other two were already gone. Or was it used to stuff down um, Cora's? But what would be the point in
Or when
that?
she
She
was
already,
doing it, bind his eyes to hide so he didn't see or something. I mean, why? What?
maybe not be able to look at her or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then these pants, I don't understand.
me neither.
Maggie and I went over these, and neither one of us could understand what the point was in showing these pants, other than they kind of look, they the dark area in them kind of look like they're wet, if
Wet.
you
Yeah,
ask me. And
me too.
so this was all down in the basement, so I don't think they would be coming down the basement to take pictures of these. If so, why were they wet?
Mm. Will they show? Would they go through all this, Lainey?
I hope so. Obviously, listen, these are exhibits. They were supposed to show exhibits. So hopefully,
We'll get
hopefully
answers to
we
all these.
understand this. You know, hopefully we will understand this.
Natalie said, did she maybe throw them over their faces so they didn't see? Just a thought.
Mm,
They look wet, Natalie.
mhm.
They do look wet. I wonder if she tried to put them, tried to, oh God, drown them or
Uh,
something.
These, you guys, are some, I can't tell if it's material, if it's plastic. I can't tell what these are that they are photographing. It's part of the exhibit, you guys. The bags that you see sitting around are actually bags for evidence. So once they took the pictures and they were marked, they put them in the bag, they fold it, they seal it, they put the exhibit on it, and then it starts the chain of command from there. Another piece of item that Maggie and I could not figure out what this is. I got nothing. I got nothing. I don't know. I don't know. Be curious to find out though, wouldn't it?
No.
Same thing. I think this is actually the same piece, just closer up. Don't know what it is. Was there anything over their faces?
That's what I mean.
I
That's what she
wonder
just
about
said. We
that.
wouldn't know.
But they would have to tell us, right, if they show these exhibits
Yeah.
in court. I don't know what this means, you guys. I have no clue, but it is part of an exhibit. They took this picture and we're going to use it in court for whatever reason. So that's that. And then again, in a drawer. Now, I think what they're showing in this drawer, I can't be sure, but hopefully we'll find out. I think this is the diary she was
Yeah,
keeping.
it looks
Remember?
like a yeah.
Remember they were talking about she wrote some things on her phone and some things she wrote
Yep.
down. So maybe that's what that was. I don't understand this, Maggie, but it's an
I know. I
exhibit
was
for a
having a good look.
reason.
I don't know. Maybe she had another one in there or something.
I don't
Or
know.
maybe there was a splash of blood on
Maybe.
the cabinet. Mind you, why would they open the door?
Don't know. Was it already opened when
Yeah,
the
true.
murders happened? And maybe she
Mm-hmm.
threw something up there
Yeah.
and that's where they found it. Who knows?
Yeah.
Here we go again. Just another position of the knife, you guys. This is a lot bigger the knife than I thought it was going to be. I don't know why, y'all. I just don't know why. Again, more blood, just in a different way of seeing it. This knife was completely bloody. I don't know how she didn't cut her hands. We know that when blood is on a knife, that's how perpetrators cut their hands, because it slips. This is where her phone was found, you guys. So remember, she had that last discussion with her husband, and then I think she threw it on the bed and finished up. I think she I don't know for sure though. Pardon me?
Now, he must have literally pulled away out the drive and she started killing the kids.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And maybe she didn't even bring Callan and Cora down. Maybe she just brought Dawson down first
Yeah.
and did it, and then,
Right.
left Callan
I
sitting
mean,
in his little boppy seat.
the two older
And
ones together.
yeah, but we
So
do
one
know
of
that.
them have seen the other lady. Oh my God.
Well, maybe not though. If we know that Dawson went first. And if she
Yeah.
told Cora, stay up here with your baby brother, I'll be right back. I got to show Dawson something. And she took him down there, and he, I'm sorry, guys, I'm crashing. I can't help it. I've already taken my medicine and it's not
Do you want to
helping,
go?
but, I'm just trying to get through this because
Come
I've
on,
got to
try to
keep
get
an
through
eye
the
on this
faces and
weather.
then go.
Anyway, so I think once she got off the phone, she was only on it for like 14 seconds or something. and I think she just threw it on the floor, and that's when she jumped. That's my opinion. And let's see this, another close-up look at,
So that knife's been moved, hasn't it? Because look at the line.
yes, and
More over to the right. Who's done
right, right here. But also, not only has it been moved, there's other things on here that have been moved. Let me show you.
that? Oh,
So
yeah.
let's look at the dates real quick. Oh, yep, here it comes, you guys. So the knife even from this picture had been moved because here is where the blade looks like it laid at first, correct? We've got these two things here, these bottles back here. So let's just go back over here. And
it looks
now,
like someone with left hands, because how can someone? It just doesn't seem right, does it? You wouldn't. I don't know.
I see. I don't know about it either. I know some of the theories is going around about Patrick actually the one using the knife. Pardon me, because he is left-handed and she
Did he
is
pick it up just
right-handed.
as a matter of picking it up and like thinking, "Oh my god"? I don't know.
And then somebody told him to put it back down. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Who knows? Who knows? But you could
Let's hope
see
we find
clearly. We do know the knife had been moved,
I
though,
mean, she must have been standing there. There's the drips. Had
all
she
over.
hasn't done it there. Did she just try again there? Maybe
I think,
she had loads of marks. So maybe she done some more there.
yeah, maybe she started off with one thing and then that's not working quick
Yeah,
enough. So let's start on another thing.
yeah.
All right, so let's keep going. Another one that I really, really like, you guys. I like this. I hope that you will go and take a look at it because now they're getting into explaining what type of splatters these are. Chris Nanos, maybe you should have thought about all this. But anyways, that's neither here nor this on this one. You could see where the dropped and then splattered out all these little tiny pieces. And that's explained, you guys, many times over in this. And then also, I can't tell in this one. Okay, so is this the bed over here, y'all? I can't tell. Is this
No,
the bed over here? Because there's no
you can zoom
blood
in
right here
some
yet. There's no blood right here yet. So there's just another patches of
umbilical.
blood.
So which picture is that? Okay. I'll zoom in and tell you once I get it. The blood ones, isn't it? Sorry guys, I'm going through Messenger where Leonie sent them to me, so I'm trying to zoom in on the pictures.
I'm going to keep going while she's doing this, you
You
guys,
keep,
unless you've got it, Max.
no, you keep going because I've got
Okay.
fluids.
So this is showing red-brown stains on the elliptical shape with flow, larger volume, 3 or something. 9 millimeter width, distribution none, drip stains or splatter consistent with whatever that says. These look like, I don't know, are they looking out the window, you guys, or is this an iPad? It kind of looks like an iPad sitting there or something. That maybe there is some, you can see the blood that's running down here and here.
Right,
So
I've got a picture. Sorry, Lee.
it's okay.
It's a fan. I remember seeing a fan. A fan, a white pillow, and a blue blanket. It looks like a blue blanket. And what do you want to know? What's that one?
Well, I'm just seeing it here, and this window is not open, so I'm wondering if, okay, this is a mirror. I see what's happening. This right here is a mirror, and this is her bed in the mirror. So there's this is pointing across the room where okay, I see it now. I see can you guys see what's happening?
I'm
So
looking at it now.
this is a full mirror, and
Yeah.
in the reflection you can see the bed. We know over there at the bed that there is plenty of blood over there.
And there's the white fan and the
Mhm.
pillow and the blanket right by it.
Yeah. All right. So let's keep going. I love this. Absolutely love it. Let's get into some forensics. I love that they are telling us blood stain terminology, you guys. And they're showing it through the pictures. This would be called a projected pattern. And I'm going to keep this for our future future things as well, because even the Nancy Guthrie case right now,
Future
the
crime
blood
chats.
the bloodstain patterns, we were talking about that, and the Brian Koberger thing. So projected pattern on the wall and on the ground. All right, so that's what these would be called, projective, I guess, where they hit or drop and there's so much blood that it's able to go down the wall, and then here it's able to splatter off. Okay, so they were going to show that in an exhibit and explain that. Spattern stain, a blood stain resulting from a blood drop dispersed through the air due to an external force applied to a source of liquid. So, does this mean that, okay, so this is splatter. So did the blood hit here in the dark, in the darkest part, and it splattered upward? Because you can see the dark part here, and then right here is a little upward that is not as dark, less blood. And if you look at this is a wall, I would think, because I think this is a corner, and you can see all these little blood splatters on the wall as well. Okay, same thing here. So in other words, was whatever's being cut or stabbed, however you want to put it, to me, this is saying that if the blood splatter is going this way, hence why this is like a lighter color. If the blood splatter is going this way and
Okay,
the dark.
court's on, Lee.
All right, we'll go back to this. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you for keeping up with it. We're going to have to rewind it a little bit, because I want to hear y'all. I want to hear it all.
I think they've just walked in, haven't they?
Okay.
Let's just try a little bit. Oh, hang on. Just want to make sure, so leave it there.
We're yeah. Okay, yeah, they're bringing the jury in. Thank y'all so much for being here. I hope that wasn't too much for anybody. And those that it was, I'm so glad that you walked out. Thank you for that. Maggie, my lights are flickering. I'm telling you guys, I can't see across the street. That's
just
how
listen, just go. And we'll see you in the morning.
No, I mean, I'll still listen. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if I
well,
blink out.
The record, we return
Okay,
back to
we
the
know.
trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the 18 jurors.
All right,
Don't
thank
worry,
you,
I'm
Madam
here
Clerk. Ms.
anyway. Go on, Lee.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, just a couple of housekeeping matters. I have the medical records from Women and Infants Hospital. I thought I offered that as an exhibit, but it's only marked for ID, so can I offer that?
Come with any objection?
I have that marked them as exhibit 220.
Yeah, I don't, it just says exhibit F though. That's why I usually mess up on those things.
There was another smaller packet that's not in a binder that council offered yesterday that's been marked as exhibit 220.
It's up there.
Okay. All right, why don't we keep that marked for identification? If for some reason there's something different between exhibit 220 and the identification, we could enter it. Okay. All right. If you need to offer anything additional, just let me know.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Don. The other thing, Your Honor, that what I would ask is that there has been a lot of reference to the Diagnostic Statistical Manual 5 TR, especially as it relates to bipolar and related disorders. There's not an awful lot, but there's like probably 15 pages of single space typing, and it's really hard for people to absorb it. I'd like to offer that section of the DSM just as an exhibit, so if somebody wanted to look at it, they could.
I would object. We have witnesses to testify about that.
All right.
All right.
Why don't we mark that for identification? I guess
that's my book, though. I need it.
Oh, I don't want to take away your book. Why don't we can readdress that?
Okay, sure.
Yep. In regards to that, and if we're going to do it, it would just be portions of the.
Yes, it would only be that one section.
But we'll see. Well, I'll give the Commonwealth the opportunity to be heard.
Okay, thank you. So you, in the course of your employment at the South Shore Health, is it?
Yes.
How many times did Lindsay meet with you?
Meet with me was 3.
And how many times did she meet with, does that include medical?
Yes, I saw her twice, telehealth once in person.
And do you know how many times that, you know that she had a psychiatrist that had been treating her since end of September, early October, right?
I knew that she had a psychiatrist that treated her in September.
And who was that?
Dr. Tufts.
And did you know that she continued to see Dr. Tufts through October, November, December, the same time that she was reaching out to you guys for help too?
I was aware she took the Zoloft in October. I was not aware she was still seeing Dr. Tufts in November. And I knew she called her in December.
You would agree with me that young woman came to you people for help, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she was very, very forthright. In other words, if you wanted her to sign a HIPAA form, she'd sign it, right?
Right.
And she would answer your questions to your perspective in an honest fashion.
Yes.
You didn't really hide anything.
Nope.
She told you all about the medications that she had been on and her fears and concerns about the medications, right?
Correct.
She described for you, as District Attorney brought out, what she felt her symptomology was, including suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, feeling heavy, lethargic, you can't get out of bed, all of that stuff, right? Correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that you had left us with towards the end of your testimony is the fact that you were very willing, if you will, to work in tandem with other providers. In other words, you were concerned about being able to get information from other providers that had been dealing with it.
Correct.
And that would be within a compressed period of time. I know it's the last week, I believe, in September, but October, November, December, and then January, right?
Yes.
And during that period of time, you're aware that she was provided many, many, many prescriptions for antipsychotics, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, benzodiazepines, all of that, right?
I'm aware she was prescribed other medications.
She was what?
Prescribed other medications.
Did you ask what other medications there were?
Yes.
And did she tell you?
Yes.
Did she tell you who prescribed them?
Yes.
It's pretty easy to get a list from CVS, right?
Yes.
And did you have any difficulty determining who was providing the prescriptions for all of these medications?
No.
And did you know that, in fact, it was Jennifer Tufts that prescribed the sertraline, September 15th of 2022, 30 count, 25 milligrams, was Jennifer Tufts. You knew that?
I did.
You know that Jennifer Tufts on October 21st, 7 count of lorazepam. You know that?
I did.
And 5 days later, Jennifer Tufts prescribed on October 26th hydroxyzine, 25 milligrams with a 30 count. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Did you know that on the same day, Tufts prescribed 30 count of lorazepam? Did you know that?
I would have known that, yes.
How would you know?
Checking the PMP for controlled substances, yes.
You do recall that you check with it?
Yes.
When you download, do you download that information and kind of put it in the file, in the file?
No.
So is this your memory that you believe that you checked with PMP?
I do routinely check the PMP.
You might routinely check, but did you check?
Yes. Yes, I did.
You don't download it, you don't keep it with the medical records, right?
It's a box you can click in the medical record and you can check that you reviewed it.
Okay. Is it in your medical record that you reviewed it?
I'm not sure how it would have gotten printed out. It doesn't go into my note, but it is a box that I would have checked.
A box in the computer?
Yes.
Okay. October 26th, buspirone, 5 milligrams, 30 count, same day by Tufts. You knew that?
Buspirone?
Yeah.
I was not sure that it was Dr. Tufts that had recommended the buspirone.
Okay, so if I suggest to you that the prescriptions that we have in evidence on the chat indicates that on October 26th, Dr. Tufts prescribed a 30 count of buspirone, would that either refresh your memory or would you accept that as being a medical history?
I would accept that.
And what is buspirone?
It is a medication used to treat anxiety.
Okay, and lorazepam, what is that?
Benzodiazepine.
And hydroxyzine, what is that?
It is an antihistamine medication.
And lorazepam, again, prescribed on October 21st as well as 26th by Tufts. That's the same thing you just told us what lorazepam is, right?
Yes.
Sertraline, of course, is Prozac. Is that right?
Zoloft.
Prozac. They're both SSRIs, right?
Yes.
So from October 21st up through November 9th, she was prescribed all of this group of drugs until she saw a Kavon Izadapana, Izadpanah. Do you know who that person is?
They work in the emergency department at South Shore Health.
All right. And that would have been on November 16th when she went into the emergency department, right?
Yes.
Prescribed trazodone, 50 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And then she started to consult with your clinic around the 25th of November. That would be around Thanksgiving or so, correct? November 25?
I believe her first visit with Julia was November 21st.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that it was around that time in November that she started to consult with your clinic, correct?
Correct.
You know that she was referred to your clinic by her mother-in-law, Pat's mother, who was a labor and delivery nurse.
Yes, I'm aware.
Referred her to Julie Paul, who kind of stepped in for a very short period of time to try to help out, right?
Yes.
And then Julie left, went to New Hampshire to continue her work, and you picked up on November 30th of 22. Is that right?
November 29th.
On November 30th of 22, you wrote a script for quetiapine, 30 count. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is quetiapine?
Seroquel.
You also, a week later, wrote a script for diazepam, 5 milligrams. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the next day, you wrote a script for, December 6th, you wrote a script for diazepam, 5 milligrams, right?
Correct.
December 7th, you wrote a script for diazepam, 5 milligrams, right?
Correct.
December 7th, again, you wrote a script for quetiapine, 30 count, right?
I would need to check my...
You can look at anything you want. If
okay.
you have your records, feel free, please.
Okay. You said December 7th.
Yeah, it would be December 7th. I'm looking at quetiapine, 30 count, 100 milligrams.
I don't believe it was a 30 count of 100 milligrams.
Do you remember writing creatine script for 100 milligrams?
I do. I believe the quantity was 22.
22. Okay. So on December 7th of 22, you wrote a script for creatine, and forgive me, I'm sorry, what is that again?
Seroquel.
Seroquel, for 100 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And why did you write the script on November 30th for creatine 25 milligrams and then about a week later increase it to 100 milligrams?
On November 30th, I had anticipated utilizing it over a 4-week course of treatment for sleep and anxiety. But her clinical symptoms, presentations changed, and we opted to use it for mood stabilization.
And who's we?
Me.
Okay. And were you working with anybody else? Any psychiatrists or anybody?
No.
So when a person comes to your clinic as a woman who has recently had a baby or is within that postpartum range of time and presents with the symptomology that she presented, is that something that would give you cause for concern? Suicidal ideation?
I in no way want to minimize what Lindsay experienced, but it's common for us to treat.
It's common to treat women in that fashion that are postpartum?
Postpartum who may have suicide. Oh.
Keeps cutting off the witness before she gives an answer. May she complete her answer?
Sure. As I've said before, let's only talk one at a time. You finish your answer, and then we'll go to the question.
Go ahead.
Her symptoms were serious, and it's not uncommon for me to treat women with serious symptoms in the postpartum period.
Okay. 2 days later, you prescribed 8 count 5 milligrams of diazepam. Is that right?
2 days from December 7th?
Yeah, it was December 9th.
December 9th. Yes.
And 4 days later, you prescribed more diazepam. Is that correct? December 13th?
Correct. That would have been 2 milligrams?
Yes. And then jump ahead to December 19th, you prescribed 14 count 2 milligrams of diazepam. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then December 19th, you prescribed 300 milligrams of creatine, 30 count, right?
Correct.
And that was on December 19th. 3 days later, on December 21st, you prescribed additional creatine, 100 milligrams, 14 count, right?
Correct.
And then 1 day later, you prescribed more creatine, 25 milligrams of 14 count, right?
Correct.
As far as your prescriptions continued on, if we can jump ahead, you continue to treat her. And on January 13th, you prescribed 2 milligrams of diazepam, 7 count, right? That would be on January 13th?
I did not prescribe that on January 13th.
All right, if I suggest to you that Rebecca Gelada has a script for January 13th of diazepam, that doesn't refresh your memory?
Would it have been a script that I had sent previously that hadn't been filled at the original date?
Well, I believe the records would indicate that we'll make a note of it. January 13th, diazepam. How about January 16th? Do you recall prescribing diazepam to her, 2 milligrams, 3 count?
No.
Diazepam on the 19th of January, 2 milligrams, 14 count?
No.
No? So you're not able to prescribe medications, or somebody else can't use your name, right?
Right.
Okay. And you have the DEA license to prescribe medications, correct?
Correct.
Now, one of the things that you went through was a lot of, obviously, it's a little confusing with the names of the various drugs. And the district attorney said to you blithely, she said, well, she's a nurse, so she knows what those drug names mean. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Yeah. And you just said, yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're assuming that a woman who gets her RN at the age of 24 in a 1-year program and then works for 7 years as a labor and delivery nurse is familiar with these names and what they are, what drugs they are?
She seemed to be familiar with them. Yes, she understood.
Right. Did you know that she was Googling 60, 70, 100 times a night what benzodiazepines are, what Seroquel is what all of these medications are?
I did not know that.
Did you ever ask her where she acquired what appeared to be, apparently to you, her ability to know what these medications are?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, you wouldn't know the medications that a labor and delivery nurse uses when they're helping a woman who's giving birth, would you?
Not necessarily.
Okay. In any event, one of the things that you left us with is the fact that you were very, I think the word was invested in Lindsay Clancy and were concerned about her treatment, right?
Correct.
You knew that she had gone to the Rhode Island program for Women and Infants Center, Behavioral Health Day Program in Providence, Rhode Island. You knew that, right?
I did.
And you basically gave her the referral. You didn't make the referral. I think it was Latasha Dukes that might have done that.
Correct.
So you were aware of the fact that a recommendation was made to Lindsay that she reach out to someone else for help, right?
Lindsay made me aware of that, yes.
And she needed help, didn't she?
Yes.
And she went to Women's and Infants Hospital on December 20th, right?
She did.
And was she treated at Women and Infants?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
I wouldn't want to speculate or assume, but it's going to be her intake appointment.
Or what?
Her intake appointment.
Okay. So without assuming or speculating, you referred her to this provider, right?
Yes.
So you have this woman who you know has been seeing Dr. Tufts, a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
You knew that. Mm-hmm. You didn't get access to Tufts records. You didn't know what Tufts was doing, but you knew that for a period of time before she saw you, she was dealing with a psychiatrist, right?
Yes.
You knew that she was a woman who had just given birth like 5 months ago, right?
Yes.
You knew that she was obviously in trouble. She was sick, right?
Yes.
You told us that she was suffering from, and your words were, a mental health illness that was very real. And you told her that this will get better. And that was in December of 2022.
Yes.
So when you referred her needing help to this Women's and Infants program in Rhode Island, and she went because that's what she was told to do, what happened at Women and Infants program?
I can't speak to what happened at Women and Infants.
Why not?
Because I was not a part of that assessment.
What does that mean?
I did not see the assessment, and I did not speak with Dr. Diaz.
Why?
Lindsay had informed me that she was going to be at the program for 2 weeks.
She was hoping to be at the program for 2 weeks, right?
She told me she was going to be at the program for 2 weeks.
But she was turned away after about 8 hours of sitting there in an assessment and sitting in a group session. And she was turned away because of their concern that she was suffering from, well, let me ask you, what was their diagnosis?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever find out?
I have not.
Does it matter to you as a treating person that I think your words were is invested in Lindsay Clancy's care at that time? Did it matter to you why she didn't get accepted into the program?
It did.
Why was it?
I do not know their diagnosis.
Did you know that she had been diagnosed? You have different diagnoses, right? Like general anxiety disorder or general anxiety, GAD. And then you have, is it a differential? Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Yes. It means a differential in medicine could be patient comes in with a cough. What are your differentials? Differential might be bronchitis, pneumonia, strep throat. So it's different things, different diagnoses you consider.
Did you know that, in fact, they wouldn't accept her into the postpartum program because of their concern that she had been over-medicated by drugs, and they wanted to find out?
I can't speak to that.
Did you know that she was diagnosed as diagnosis depression due to adverse drug effects?
I cannot speak to that.
Do you know, invested as you were, that on December 20th, the very same day that she had finished being evaluated, woman you were invested in, had been evaluated by Dr. Diaz that you recommended or you mentioned, that in fact, looking at the exhibit, that they recommended tapering Seroquel, starting 200 milligrams tonight, follow up with outpatient provider of note. We attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, but did not receive a call back.
I never received a call from Women and Infants.
So this medical record from Women and Infants saying that they called Rebecca Gelada and never got a call back, your memory is that they never called you?
They never called me. I absolutely would have called them back.
Okay. Well, regardless, you never talked to anybody from Women and Infants, did you? Whether they called you or whether you reached out to them being invested?
I did not. I know our program re-referred her a few days later.
I'm going to offer this now, Your Honor. I think just...
It's already in it.
Yeah, we'll just got it.
Mark, yeah, well, I'll allow, we'll keep it as an exhibit for identification. You can double check, make sure the pages that have been referred here are contained within, is it exhibit 220?
Yep.
And if not, then we can admit the second.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that is a takeaway from your treatment of Lindsay is that she was, I think your words were that she was scared and thought that starting these drugs, the drugs, it was scary, were her words, right?
Yes.
And at no time did it occur to you that Lindsay was doctor shopping or trying to get drugs. She was trying to basically get off drugs, right?
Correct.
One of the things that you had mentioned is that the Good Moms Have Scary Thoughts book is something that you guys would give out to women when they would come into your program.
Yes.
And hopefully it would be a good source for them to read things and maybe get some comfort from it. Right?
Yes.
This is not, in your opinion, something that is indicative of like being a smoking gun.
No.
These officers would seize it and the search warrant is.
No.
This is something you guys provide people to just help them out, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And just a couple of things. So on November 17th, she had an office visit with you. Is that correct?
Not on November 17th.
Okay. And the U.S. South Shore Medical Center, right?
Yes, that may have been her PCP.
Okay. Is that her PCP? Is that person that would be under the umbrella of the South Shore Medical Center?
Yes.
Would that be Kimberly Tocchio?
Yes.
Okay. So you must have read Kimberly Tocchio's records, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
And you know that she was seen, the record indicates that she was seen by a psychiatrist, and this would be November 17th note, started Zoloft 25, which was then increased to 50 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And she took the Zoloft 50 milligrams for one night and was unable to sleep and was discontinued because of the effect that it had on her, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you had mentioned is that it's important to determine, and you did have thoughts of possibility that she was bipolar. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that is contraindicated to someone who does suffer from bipolar, whether it's 1 or bipolar 2, is that you do not place them on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor drug, such as Prozac or Zoloft, right?
Correct.
Because it can have an effect on them, isn't that right?
Correct.
And what's the effect it can have on them?
It can cause what we consider rapid cycling, meaning you can swing from mania symptoms to depression symptoms relatively rapidly.
On November 21st, did she have a meeting with you all? If you recall, looking at the records, did she meet with Julie Paul?
Yes.
And she gave Julie a history of what she had been going through. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in that history and in her talks with Julie, she had disclosed the fact that one of the things that she did in November was took a marijuana gummy, one gummy to try to sleep, right?
Correct.
And again, her medical tests, blood tests, urine tests, everything showed that she had no alcohol, no THC, nothing on board, but she still disclosed the fact that to try to get some sleep, she took one gummy in November, right?
Yes.
So again, she's reporting, trying to be honest with you people as a provider, correct?
Yes.
And the scales that counsel asked you about, you were talking about the depression scale, you were talking about the Edinburgh scale, and I think we all know that the Edinburgh scale is geared for an evaluation of a person, of a woman who is in that postpartum period, and you evaluate whether or not they are, as a result of being postpartum, severely depressed, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that at some point her Edinburgh scale was initially, what was it, 15, 17, if you know?
Initially at my visit, my first initial with her.
Yeah, what was her Edinburgh scale the first time you saw her?
17.
Okay. And that would be moderate?
Moderate.
Okay. And then she had another Edinburgh scale after that, correct?
Correct.
And when was that, if you know?
December 6th.
And what is EPDS? What does that mean?
Edinburgh Postpartum Depression Scale.
All right. So would you look at November 21st, please, which would be, so November 21st, she was administered a Edinburgh test, right?
On the 21st. That would have been at Julie's appointment. I don't have that in front of me.
If I told you that, well, on November 21st, it's a short period of time after November 17th, did they, whether it's Julie or somebody else, administer Edinburgh test to her?
Yes.
And what was the result?
23.
And that's severely depressed, isn't it?
Yes.
So in like 6 days, she decompensated from Edinburgh scale 17 to Edinburgh scale 23, right?
So she was 23 on November 21st.
Right.
And 17 on November 29th.
Okay. So when you see a patient that's come to you and has an Edinburgh scale of 23 and an Edinburgh scale a couple of days later, that would be, what was it?
17.
And what was it when you first saw it? You referenced it before, 17?
17.
Yeah, that's still pretty high, isn't it?
It's high, yes.
Would that give you pause in conjunction with the symptomology that she's referring to and self-reporting, what she's feeling? I mean, the fact that she has a 23 on the Edinburgh scale, which is very high, and then followed up a couple of days later by a 17, taken in conjunction with what she was saying her symptoms were. That's of a concern, isn't it?
Yes.
So on November 20th, which would be the day before, that Edinburgh scale of 23, and the jury will have access to all these records, she was reporting struggling with postpartum anxiety, right?
I can't speak to
Okay,
that.
that's fair enough. We'll go to when you treated her.
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review Julie's notes at all?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when was the first time that you actually met with Lindsay?
November 29th.
Okay. Which would have been after Thanksgiving, obviously, right?
Yes.
And you would have reviewed the records up to that point, right?
Yes.
So one of the things that you would have reviewed was what she had indicated or reported to Nicole Harden Francis. Do you know her?
Yes.
And who is Nicole Harden Francis?
She's the nurse at our program.
All right. And this would be on November 28th that she was speaking with Nicole, the nurse. You read the report before you met with Lindsay on the 29th, right?
Right.
So you knew that she had been reporting panic symptoms, that she was disoriented, that she was forgetful, that she was not connected to her body, is what she told her, right?
I would have to review that just to be accurate.
Right. I misread that.
That's correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that symptomology of mania, especially when incurred or encountered by a woman within the postpartum period, that's one of the symptoms, is being disoriented, right?
Not necessarily.
How about maybe a little bit?
Could be confused if you're manic.
Yeah. How about forgetful? That's an issue, isn't it?
Not necessarily a symptom of mania.
Okay. How about not connected to her body? What does that mean?
I'm not sure what that means.
So if you have a patient who's coming to see you, who's indicated the day before that she has the panic symptoms, disoriented, forgetful, not connected to her body, wouldn't you ask her what she meant by that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you saw her on November 29th, you diagnosed that she had postpartum anxiety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Adjustment insomnia, right?
Correct.
And when you met with her, you noted that over the last 2 weeks, you asked her about how she had been feeling, and she said she was feeling nervous, anxious, and on edge. And she said nearly every day, right? That's November 29th. That would be under screenings.
Yes, she was.
I would give you a page number, but they don't give us page numbers. She told you, and you can pull it up if you have it there, that she was not able to stop or control worrying, and that had been for several days at least, right?
Correct.
And she was worrying and stressing about things, worrying about different things every day, right?
Nearly every day, yes.
Couldn't relax nearly every day. This is a questionnaire form that you have, right?
Yes.
Being so restless nearly every day, correct?
Correct.
Asked if she was annoyed or irritable, and she said not at all, sure, like she didn't believe that she was a person that would be irritable or angry with people, right?
Yes.
And then feeling afraid as if something awful might happen, and she got that GAD-7 score of 14. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what does a GAD score of 14 tell you on November 29th?
Moderate anxiety.
And then you ask about in the last 7 days, trying to get a history. She denied, definitely not so much now, that she was able to laugh or see the funny side of things, right?
Right.
And that she was asked, is she looking forward with enjoyment to things? And she responded, hardly at all, right?
Yes.
Blaming herself when things go wrong. She says, yeah, some of the time. Yep.
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason. Yes, correct?
Yes.
Scared and panicky for no good reason. Yes, correct?
Yes.
Then they asked if she felt sad or miserable, if she was a miserable person, and she said, no, not at all, right?
Right.
Did she indicate that on that date you gave her the EPDS Edinburgh test, and she had an Edinburgh score, as we said, of 17, right?
Yes.
All right. And then the medications that you prescribed to her, we've already got an evidence. The jury will be able to look at the actual scripts in the exhibit without going through every single day. The next time you saw her was November 30th. Is that right?
I messaged with her on November 30th, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that if you're not sleeping well with Valium, no need to continue it. I'll prescribe a short taper. And you went on about tapering and 5 milligrams of Valium to 2.5 milligrams and no benzos. And
That was not on November 30th.
okay. Does it say on the record, are you looking where it says patient message in the perinatal behavioral health program of South Shore Health, November 30, 2022?
Yes, I'm looking at the messages.
Okay. So is it a different date that you sent that message? It says November 30th on it, right? I just don't know internally if you guys have different.
Oh, I understand. Oh, at the top it says November 30th.
Okay.
More specific, it'll say the dates, but the header will say November 30th. So I understand.
Okay. And basically, you indicated that you were going to send along information about bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, which actually would be what's known as a bipolar spectrum disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, that was on December 7th.
Okay, but it's underneath November 30th, so forgive me for looking at it that way.
Yeah, I don't know why.
That's all right, no problem. So one of the things with the mania that you refer to and that you talk about is excessive activity. Is that it? Excessive cleaning sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
Excessive exercise.
Sometimes.
Did you know that after she had Callan, that within a matter of a couple of weeks, that she ran a 5K?
No, I did not know that.
And that nobody wanted her to, including Pat, but she just had to get out there and run and did.
Objection.
No overrule.
You know that?
I did not.
Is that something that would be important to know? I mean, as far as whether or not a person is in that manic stage where it's post-delivery, and that's a significant artifact, if you will, of exercising, right?
It would have been something I would have considered.
Okay. And as I said, you were pretty much the only one that actually considered bipolar spectrum disorder of all the doctors that she had seen. You know that, right? Are you aware of that? All right, never mind. That's right. She's going to object. That's okay.
Okay.
So the symptoms that you noted were a mania. It says mania characterized by exaggerated excitement, hyperactivity, and racing scattered thoughts, right?
Yeah.
So what is... Go ahead.
Was that from my note?
I'm looking at the same thing that we've been looking at, which is...
Oh, the information I sent her on bipolar.
Yeah, it says, hi, Lindsay, and then your note, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, if I may suggest maybe showing the witness what he's referring to.
She has it in front of her.
I think I understand what he's referencing, but thank you.
If the witness has a problem in regards to that, and you need to look at some, just let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you move ahead to, I think, the message portal or whatever it's called, on November 30th, it's captioned "Stopping Remeron."
Yes.
And okay, you're with me. And it says, no, this would go to the fact that she was still not sleeping. It was a huge problem for her, right?
Yes.
And she told you in her message thing, no, the weird thing is I don't feel tired at all.
Correct.
And that's one of the things that you had told us earlier is a symptom, correct?
Correct.
A person that is not getting sleep but doesn't feel tired.
Correct.
What is the symptom of?
It's a symptom of mania that we look for.
Okay. And when we looked for that mania, did you notice that? And did you factor that into your diagnoses?
Yes.
Okay. How many times, if you recall, did Pat come with his wife to meet with you? Was it 3?
He came to a visit once. I believe I spoke with him and Lindsay on the phone twice.
Would you agree with me that, as counsel asked, did he get permission to be there? And you indicated no, that you would welcome the third-party contact, right?
Correct.
And did it appear to you that he was very, very invested in her care and was very scared and worried?
Yes.
And he was complaining about the fact that he believed, that they believed, that she was being over-medicated, right?
I believe he was concerned about her symptoms. He felt that they started once she started being medicated initially.
Right, because she indicated that when she first started taking the SSRI back in October, I believe, that she ended up having it increased and then had a period of almost 2 days where there was no sleep whatsoever. That was one of the instances, right?
Yes.
She also, counsel, had asked you, and you did not recall her saying horrible, intrusive thoughts. So if you would just look at November 30th patient message. It says, "Hi, Rebecca." And then it begins, "I don't expect you to answer this until Monday."
I see that.
Okay. And then she says how she basically only slept for about 4 hours at the beginning of the night, 9:30, and then dozed off for 45 minutes and said, "Today, all day, I had horrible, intrusive thoughts and deeply depressed," right?
Yes.
So when was the next time that you saw her after she sent that message on November 30th?
I would have seen her on December 6th. She had sent this message, I believe, on December 3rd, and I saw her on the 6th.
So on December 3rd, and again, it would be the way that they print this thing out. It has a date of November 30th, but then underneath it, it would be a different date of December 3rd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, as an invested nurse practitioner, receive a message from a woman who is postpartum, who has been through what she's been through and the symptomology that she explained and the doctors that she's seen, not two very good results, you'd be concerned when you see a person saying, "I have horrible, intrusive thoughts," right?
Yes.
All right. So as a result of seeing on December 3rd that Lindsay Clancy, with her history, had been telling you that she had horrible, intrusive thoughts, what did you do? Did you call her?
She had told me that she took the Ativan and now the thoughts were gone and she had felt good.
So,
but I did speak to her about it.
Yeah, but she told you
at her
that
next appointment.
she told you that in her message.
Right.
That she had today, all day, I had horrible, intrusive thoughts. Deeply depressed. I finally took 0.5 of Ativan at 6 p.m. And the thoughts are gone, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
Did you ever bother to ask? I don't know. I mean, would you ask the patient what the horrible, intrusive thoughts were?
I would have, yes.
Did you?
Yes.
What did she say?
She described them as thoughts of not wanting to be here.
How about, did she ever describe to you that she was hearing voices?
No.
How many people have you treated for postpartum psychosis?
5.
And of those 5 people, did they hear voices?
Not all of them.
How about some of them?
Some of them.
And that's a real thing, isn't it?
Yes.
And visual hallucinations likewise?
Not all.
So with the voices, that would be an auditory hallucination?
Yes.
Visual hallucination, not all, but some?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's a real thing. Telling you in a prior communication, it sounds more like depression than side effects. That would be of drugs, right?
Correct.
It is not uncommon for me to hear, and then you quote, "I have never felt anything like this before," end quote, or quote, "I just don't feel like myself." All of this sounds like postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So she was expressing all of the symptomology of depression, what you believe would have been side effects, and you indicated that at this point, while you're working through it, this sounds like postpartum depression, right?
Correct.
And what would the symptomology of, what does postpartum depression mean, and what is its effect on a patient?
Postpartum depression is like depression at any time during a patient's life. However, there are some unique considerations. It's typically occurs in the first 3 months after a person has a baby, but it can happen at any point in the first year. The considerations that are a little bit different than regular major depressive disorder are that there are significant hormone fluctuations that a person undergoes when they deliver a baby. Sometimes they breastfeed and they wean from breastfeeding, and that can set off additional hormone shifts. And it tends to be a very anxious presentation. And obsessive thoughts can occur with greater regularity in postpartum depression than they would with major depression outside of the postpartum period.
So as a result of this information, you prescribed medication to her?
After I sent her the information on the postpartum, would this still be December 2nd?
Looking at the form that you have, it would be, yes, but I don't know if it's another date that there's a message underneath it. So let's look at the record where it says that on December 7th.
7th,
Yes. Okay. And that's where you talked about bipolar spectrum disorder, right?
Yes.
And that's where you talked about how people would have these feelings of goal-directed activity, overly talkative, racing thoughts, need for sleep, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
What was the end result of that? Did you prescribe medication for her?
I did.
And what was it?
Seroquel.
One of the things that you had mentioned is that you provided a mood chart, I think. Is that what you said, a mood chart? Is this it? Is that an indication just so the jurors know that it's in the records? It's a horrible
That looks accurate, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is, right there. See on the very top it says mood chart? To the left?
Yes.
All right, and on the top it says daily mood chart. And then you also provided another chart on that date. What is that? That's another variation of it?
It's the weekly mood chart.
Okay. So did you tell her to fill this out?
I suggested that she fill it out so we could keep track of her symptoms.
Okay. Do you remember if she filled it out when she spoke to you?
She did not speak to me about filling it out. After that, she did say she printed it out.
Okay. Did you ever ask to see it?
I don't recall.
Okay. On December 1st, you met with her, is that right? Oh, no, wait a minute. Christine Zappi. Who's Christina Zappi?
I believe she's also someone that works at South Shore Medical Center.
All right. Do you know that she saw Christine Zappi on December 1st? Christina. I'm sorry. It says Christina.
I'm not sure if she saw her for a visit that day.
Okay. Have you seen in the pool of records that you have that she did see this individual and noted that she had been dealing with the problems, the insomnia symptomology, for over a month and a half, and medications keep changing, and it doesn't seem like much is helping. Did you ever see that?
That does sound familiar.
Okay, so she was somewhat this is almost hand in glove with saying, I'm not being hurt, right? Same
yes.
idea. Did you see her on December 2nd, the next day?
I spoke to her on December 2nd.
Okay. And again, the district attorney kept asking you about, she had the opportunity to come in and see you if she wanted to and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it's sometimes better to have a face-to-face actual meeting with a patient rather than just on the computer?
Yes.
Did you ever, if you recall, with all of the symptomology and deterioration going by week after week, say to her, I really think that we should get together in person?
Yes. So we met in person on the 6th, and our plan had been to meet in person on the 13th.
Okay. So that would be December 6th, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, December 2nd, you had a conversation with her on the phone. Is that right?
I believe it was just my chart messages.
Okay. So you see on where it says, again, it's got the big black letters, December 2nd, 22, and then underneath it, it says behavioral health history. Can you find that on your records? If you don't, that's fine. That would be the time that she indicated that she had been to the ER for anxiety symptoms as well as insomnia and heart palpitations. You remember that?
I don't see that.
Okay, well, then let's get it. Do you have access to other staff notes and records, right?
I do. I only brought my own.
Okay,
with me.
that
Yeah.
answers that. So if I approach you,
Yes.
Can I see what you're showing her first? Sorry.
sure. Yeah. Latasha Dukes. Who's Latasha Dukes?
Letitia Dukes was a clinician at our program at the time.
All right. So am I looking at Letitia Dukes, MSW? What does that mean?
Master of Social Work.
All right. And does that indicate a date that Ms. Dukes saw Lindsay?
December 2nd.
All right. And on December 2nd, again, she was complaining of symptomology, she meaning Lindsay, having heart palpitations, right?
She's describing that she had heart palpitations and she went to the ER for anxiety symptoms.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
and that she then went to the ER, and per a patient's report, she has an addiction to Ativan, and that's why she can't sleep. And she also noted had weight loss, right?
Correct.
And panic attacks, right?
Correct.
So she's got a fear that she's on the benzodiazepines by script that she didn't want to be on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was losing weight, and all the other symptomology that we talked about, right?
Correct.
And that's in December.
Yes.
December 5, Nicole Hayden-Francis had a chance to speak with Lindsay. And at that point, there was a recommendation that she might want to try INPT LOC. What does that mean?
Inpatient level of care.
Okay. And that would be Nicole Hayden-Francis, who's a nurse, was telling her that on December 5?
Yes.
Now, and again, I know you don't have the records from Letitia Dukes, so if I may approach.
You may.
On December 5, and you correct me if I'm reading these wrong, this would be Letitia Dukes, December 5, right?
Correct.
Okay. And on that occasion, Letitia Dukes notes that she called Aspire Crisis Support, she meaning Lindsay, right?
Yes.
What is Aspire Crisis Support?
Aspire is the community mental health program that operates the local 24-hour emergency services program for psychiatric emergency services.
Okay. So when I say you collectively, I mean psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, RNs in the psychiatric world, tell patients that are in crisis that if you feel that you're going to have suicidal ideation or anything, you should call these numbers, is what you people will give them, right?
Yes.
All right. She called Aspire Crisis Support, not once, but twice, right? If you know.
I'm aware of the one time she called.
Okay. But she was not given any help at all by Aspire, whoever they are, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Well, it says right in the records from Letitia that she met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. What does that mean? They just told her you're not laying on the ground with your throat cut, so we're not going to be able to help you?
Can't speak to what they told her.
So Aspire then recommended that she start or go to a day program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the clinician said that he, from Aspire, would be sending the patient resources, right?
Correct.
But they never did they? If you know.
I don't know.
Further, Letitia notes that they reviewed the sleep hygiene with the patient. Clinician provided patient suggestions for meditation, grounding, self-soothing techniques. What's a self-soothing technique? You know.
It might just be simple strategies to soothe yourself using any of your 5 senses.
And she notes, and again, this is on December 5th, that Pat patient's husband joined the visit, reporting that her anxiety had become significantly worse since starting the psychiatric medications. Did that say that?
That is what that says.
Okay. And in fact, when you spoke to Pat, he had told you that, in his quotation, his words would be, it was 10,000 times worse since she started this medication, right? If you know.
I don't recall him using that phrase.
But he was upset about the medication, wasn't he?
I would say he was concerned.
Do you recall that he said that you're turning her into a zombie?
I do not recall that he said that.
So would you say to the jury that he was concerned or he was pissed off about the medication and what it was doing to his wife?
Objection has been answered.
No, overall.
I would say he was concerned.
Concerned? Okay. Did anybody address his concerns?
That day.
Any day?
I would say that day I collaborated with them to take her off certain medications.
Okay. December 6th, you had a meeting with her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Again, she's diagnosed postpartum anxiety, right?
Correct.
Her EPDS score, as a result of being administered, the Edinburgh test was at that time a 21, right? That would be underneath office visit and perinatal behavioral health, above assessment and recommendations.
Correct.
And 21, how would you grade that?
Severe.
Severe what?
Severe signs of postpartum depression.
Do you know that she had lost over 15 pounds by that point?
I was aware she had lost some weight. I was not aware that it was 15 pounds.
Okay. So then there was another patient message on December 7th where she again was expressing concern about the drugs, and you indicated, either way, I continue to recommend the Valium taper, right?
Correct.
There was a period of time that she indicated that she wanted to get off the medication and get off the drugs, and you indicated, as you told us, that you were on vacation that week, right?
Yes.
You basically told her to tough it out and just hit me up when I come back from vacation, right?
No.
No.
Did you tell her to call you when you came back from vacation?
No, I asked that she try to hold off and wait for me to come back from vacation for the taper. She had wanted to taper it sooner.
All right. Do you have somebody that covers for you if you're on vacation?
Yes.
Does somebody cover?
She said that she was going to follow up with her other psychiatrist for the taper, but she did reach out to our program while I was on vacation.
Sorry, I couldn't understand you.
I'm sorry. I know that she said that she had an appointment with her psychiatrist who would do work on the taper with her. And I do know that she was in contact with other providers at our program, including Letitia Dukes, while I was on vacation.
And Letitia Dukes is a social worker, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. December 9th, there was another telephone encounter, it's called, right?
Yes.
And yet again, her husband, Pat, was involved with this call, right?
Yes.
So does this put Patrick up to around 4 times, maybe 5 times, that he had been involved either in person with your business or on the telephone or on the telemetry or whatever it is, computer?
I spoke with him on the phone twice. He was in one of our visits on December 6th, and it appears he was in the visit with Letitia as well.
So this would be a Rebecca Gelada telephone encounter on December 9th, right?
Correct.
And on that occasion, Lindsay, and it says, and her husband called this writer, that'd be you, right?
Correct.
Regarding the plan to taper, correct?
Correct.
And they both agreed that Lindsay's symptoms remain too acute. What does that mean? What's acute mean?
Severe.
Did they say that she's sleeping but waking up? Let me back up. Was he telling you all of this? while she sat there? She wasn't saying much in that conversation, was she?
I don't recall who was saying more than the other person.
Do you recall that she indicated that she wanted her husband to be involved to speak for her because she was really decompensating, right? She wasn't self-reporting and self-advocating too well for herself at that point, was she?
I just know she did have her husband on the call, and he did speak on the call.
They indicated that she was waking up with panic symptoms, right?
Correct.
What panic symptoms? What does that mean?
Panic symptoms can be this sudden rush of intense.
That's not what can be. What did she tell you, or what did her husband tell you? Her
Panic symptoms. Panic symptoms.
What were they?
Panic symptoms are racing heart, intense fear. Those are panic symptoms. Sudden rushes of intense anxiety that seem to come out of nowhere.
Okay. Is that something that you learn in school, or is that in a book? Is it in the DSM, or what? So we all have our own opinion as to what panic symptoms might be, but from a medical standpoint.
Those are what panic symptoms are.
Would you agree that Patrick, in this conversation, also indicated that she was having intrusive thoughts yet again? Right?
Correct.
What were the intrusive thoughts that she was having when she wakes up with panic symptoms?
I don't recall the specific intrusive thoughts. I recall asking about safety and that she did identify having thoughts of suicide.
Well, Patrick told you that she has thoughts of suicide, right?
Lindsay as well.
Okay, so I'm asking you what you, as an invested healthcare provider, told this woman to advise her, what your investigation revealed. If you have a patient tell you, I'm having intrusive thoughts, what were they?
I recall that they were intrusive suicidal thoughts.
And is this a frequent theme that you noted?
I don't know if it was a frequent theme that I noted, but I know that it was documented several times throughout her course of treatment with providers in my program.
So at this point, with all the providers of your program and her indications, as well as her husband's, about the number of times that she had suicidal ideation, did you prescribe more drugs for her?
At this occasion, I prescribed Valium.
You bumped her up to Seroquel to 400 milligrams, didn't you?
Yes.
Did that help? How'd that work out?
At 200 milligrams, she was able to sleep. So I felt that the manic symptoms in her mixed presentation were alleviated at 200.
So on December 12th, she sent you one of those messages. Thank you, Rebecca. December 12th. She says, for the last 3 nights, I've taken 2.5 milligrams of Valium and 200 of Seroquel. I have to say, I do like the way it makes me sleep deeply and soundly for about 7 or 8 hours. I don't like the way I feel in the morning. That you read that to the jury for the DA, right?
Yes.
But then the rest of the sentence is, incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything at all. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that that's one of the observations that you make, or symptomology of a person that's suffering significantly from postpartum anxiety, depression. She's incredibly depressed and unmotivated to do anything, right? What
Correct.
does that mean? What does she mean by that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When she says that she's unmotivated and is incredibly depressed, was she able to go shopping? Could she get in the car and drive? Did you know that she stopped driving?
I was not aware of that.
On December 12th, She saw Letitia Dukes. Patients reporting thoughts of SI, suicidal ideation, but no plan. She contacted Crisis over the weekend and will be starting a PHP in Norwell. What does that mean?
Partial hospitalization program?
Okay, and that's because, yet again, she's reporting the suicidal ideation, correct?
Correct.
And there's a difference between suicidal ideation and having thoughts of suicide, right? Under the DSM, is there?
There's a suicidal ideation can be a spectrum.
Okay. On December 13th, telemedicine in the perinatal behavioral unit. Again, there was a concern about suicidal ideation, and her look underneath Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, if you have it, was now 20. It's still severe, right?
Correct.
So what did you do on that date, if you know, December 13th?
I recommended that she continue Seroquel 200 milligrams and Valium 2 milligrams.
December 19th, telemedicine with Letitia Dukes. And this is when she indicated that she was going to contact women and infants, and Letitia helped her out to do that. So she went to women and infants on the 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay. So as time went on, and she had gone to women and infants and was unable to be treated on December 20th and went home, or picked up by her husband, what was her course of treatment after that? You didn't talk to anybody at Women and Infants, right?
At that time, I did not talk to anybody at Women and Infants, but I do know that we re-referred her in a few days.
I know you already told us you re-referred her. My question is real simple, and I don't mean to be bully. I just want to ask you.
Yes.
Did you talk to anyone at Women and Infants?
No.
So, as I read the record, which is an exhibit, Women and Infants, December 20th, differential diagnosis, concern about medications, reaches out to Rebecca Gelada, no return call from Gelada. You don't recall that. You don't know what happened to her after that, do you? Other than going to McLean.
I know that she went to McLean.
Right. Do you know when she went into McLean?
At the end of December, early January.
Okay. Did you review the McLean records? Because you have access to them, right?
I do not have access to them.
You don't?
I don't.
So if you're treating a person for all of the stuff that we've talked about, and it's now apparent that things have decompensated so bad that they have voluntarily admitted her to a locked ward in a mental institution, is it important to Rebecca Gelada to find out what the diagnosis and treatment was of their patient?
Yes.
Did you find out?
I did not.
And anytime you called it an ROI, anytime you needed a release of information, such as a HIPAA release, she would have signed it, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Would have.
You have no reason.
Speculation.
Well, not hardly.
I'm going to allow that. The jury can weigh that. You can explore that on cross-examination. Redirect, I'm sorry.
From your treatment of Lindsay and her efforts to be a good patient and tell you all what her symptoms were and third-party contacts and everything, to your opinion, she would have signed a release for you to get access to pretty much anything you wanted, right?
I'm not sure if she signed a release for McLean to be able to speak with us.
Did anybody ask her? Did you ever ask her to sign a release?
I did not.
That's all I had, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Buckingham.
Mr. Lotta, Lindsay Clancy was only a patient at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic between November 20th and December 13th. Fair to say? Meaning November 20th is the first contact she had with Julie Paul, right?
Yes.
And December 13th is the last time that you met with her.
Yes.
And she came to that clinic not from a referral from somebody like Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Correct.
And so your information about her contact with that psychiatrist is limited to what she shared with you.
Correct.
And she never offered to you that maybe you should talk to her, did she?
Correct.
Now, you've also been asked about providing all the different medications. And if I may approach with Exhibit 1, please.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you the second page there. I know it's kind of small, but take your time to take a look at it. Do you ever see on there that you prescribed any medications to Lindsay Clancy in January of 2023?
None.
And in fact, January 12th of 2023 is Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Correct.
January 5th of 2023, Aaliyah Goodhart, correct?
Correct.
January 16th, Jennifer Tufts.
Correct.
Jennifer Tufts for diazepam. Jennifer Tufts for diazepam. So your last prescription filled is December 22nd, 2022.
Correct.
So when counsel asked you about this chart he was reading from,
Yes.
you would agree with me that this record from CVS is what you would generally see when you pull a patient's prescription list.
Yes.
And as far as the going back through some of the medications, and you were read by counsel about on December 6th and 7th prescribing the same medication, is it common that you would change prescriptions to adjust for dosage?
Yes.
And when you start some new medications, do you give somebody an automatic 30-day supply if you're not sure if that's going to be the course of medication?
Correct.
So sometimes you're prescribing things at kind of odd dosages, right? Or odd number of pills.
Yes.
So on December 6th for the diazepam, you actually prescribed 1 pill.
Yes.
And then December 7th, 2 pills.
Yes.
And then December 9th, a 5 milligram dose, 8 pills.
Yes.
And then on December 30th, I think it is, 2 milligram dose, 7 pills.
Yes.
And then the Seroquel as well. On November 30th, when you first prescribed that at that low 25 milligram dose for insomnia, she was given 30 pills.
Yes.
And then when you changed the plan as of December 7th, you had to give her a new prescription for a higher dose, didn't you?
Yes.
So that's the 100 milligrams at 22 pills.
Correct.
Now, when you adjust the dosages or adjust the number of pills, do you give specific instructions on how to take the medication going forward?
Yes.
Do you expect the patient to follow those instructions and disregard the previous prescriptions?
Yes.
Now, at several points, you've indicated, and counsel asked you about referrals or recommendations that Ms. Clancy go to a partial hospitalization program, right? Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And does South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health have a partial hospitalization program?
Not at this time.
And so oftentimes you have to pair or recommend places outside in other communities, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about women and infants, and that's one of the places that you've referred, and that you did in fact refer this patient, correct?
Yes.
You don't have an affiliation with women and infants, do you?
No.
So any information that you receive would have to come from the patient or at the patient's request. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
In regards to her visit to women and infants in December 20th, you had contact with Lindsay Clancy the next day, didn't you?
I did.
And that was through the MyChart messaging?
Yes.
And she explained to you what happened at Women and Infants?
Yes.
She gave you details about what they told her, that she wasn't going to benefit from the groups, and that when she told them about her medication history or medication issues, that they believed that she should come off Seroquel.
Yes.
So while you don't have the records of the diagnosis, you had a report from the patient about what they were recommending, didn't you?
Yes.
And as a result of that, you started a conversation with her about tapering Seroquel, didn't you?
Yes.
Council bounced around a little bit with the dates, but as far as some of the communications and contact with her, in December or November 30th into December 1st, were you talking to her about postpartum depression?
Let me double check, please.
Mm-hmm.
I was.
So that's when you sent the information in the mood chart, right?
Yes.
So that's November 30th, December 1st. And now by the time you get to December 7th, after having pretty significant back and forth communication with her, now you're talking with her and giving her some information about bipolar, correct?
Correct.
So upon her presentation at the clinic and her initial focus of treatment, it was for postpartum depression and anxiety, was it not?
Yes.
And as you began to have more contact with her, as you began to trial different medication regimens, is that when your differential diagnosis started to emerge?
Yes.
And you responded to that appropriately with the medication you recommended, right?
Yes.
That's why the titrating of Seroquel became a conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you, after the Women and Infants program on December 20th, you didn't see Lindsay Clancy again in the clinic, did you? Either telehealth or in person?
No.
And the only contact you had with her was through the messages about the plan for tapering, correct?
Correct.
And while you were going to be away and not available to her, you still gave her a plan and a prescription to assist with tapering, didn't you?
I did.
Was your clinic or your colleagues still available for her if she needed it?
Yes.
Did she reach out?
I believe that either she or Patrick did reach out on December 30th.
And that was for a higher level of care recommendations, right?
Correct.
But as far as issues with the taper, did she reach out to you or your colleagues about issues with the taper?
No.
Now, counsel went through with you a call in which Patrick and Lindsay, or Lindsay indicated to you that she was having panic symptoms and intrusive thoughts. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In that call, did you contract for safety?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means assessing immediate safety. For example, not to speak in hypothetical, but if somebody was saying, I have a plan to kill myself, I have a knife, I am calling 911, I am sectioning that person. If somebody's saying, I'm having thoughts of suicide, okay, what are they? Do you have a plan? Do you have intent? What I recall from Lindsay is she was having thoughts of suicide. She did not disclose a plan, no intent, and her husband was aware of this as well. He was on the call.
And in fact, in any of the times that you met with or had messages with Lindsay Clancy and she talked about intrusive thoughts or suicidal thoughts, did she ever articulate that she ever had a plan?
No.
Or that she ever actually had any intent of completing the act?
No.
And you're aware that she did have support in the way of her husband and her family, didn't you?
I was aware of that.
And again, intrusive thoughts, when a person tells you, a postpartum mom tells you they're having intrusive thoughts in your training experience, in the times that you've treated moms with postpartum depression or anxiety or even psychosis, that's a fairly common complaint, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed and unmotivated, fairly common to hear those from new moms.
Yes.
And in your experience in treating individuals with postpartum psychosis, whether they hear voices or not, did you ever have any concerns based on your contact with Lindsay Clancy that she was suffering from postpartum psychosis?
I did not.
I have nothing further.
Well, it appears as though she was, doesn't it?
Objection.
Hold on. Why don't we do this? Why don't you get over there, Mr. Barrington, if you can, go ahead. Let me ask you a question.
I will try it.
All right. Anything further? All right. Maybe you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Counsel, could I see you over sidebar?
Okay, girls, what's going on now? I can see you all chatting away there. A lot of disbelief. Where are we at? Just reading. Let's read some of these while they've gone. Lisa, you are bad. Dolores, have you only just realised? I realised as soon as she come into chat the first day, she was trouble. So Lisa takes care of, oh God, where's it gone? Her 89-year-old mum. I threatened to cut her bangs if she isn't nice. I used to take care of my 86-year-old mum. Oh God, it's sad, isn't it? Eh? So we've got 440 joules off Grace. Thank you very much, Grace. Are you still in the chat? Thanks a lot. I hope someone thanked Grace for them joules. Thank you very much. Let me put my cup out the way. Hang on. Been drinking a cup of coffee. Goes on. Hang on. So, let's see. These experts have totally made the psychiatry field look completely incompetent, says Misty. Once she said, I'm back. The power is back on. Woohoo. That's the way she said it in my mind. Oh, they're all saying that, like, thanks now, Grace. Do you know what I mean? It's probably 3 weeks late from all of us. Grace, I hope you haven't gone. Do you know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. At 1 minute, I remembered something on Timu or Temu, whatever way you say it, and I had to go looking for it. So it took my eyes off this. Here we go. They're back.
About how the day was going to go pretty close.
Well, thank you, Gracie, if you're still there. Mary Jane Doe, thank you.
And so what I'm going to ask you to do is come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The hope would be kind of a similar schedule that we can follow tomorrow as well. And then I'm told that we are well on schedule and perhaps somewhat ahead of schedule. So just for purposes, I don't want to jinx us, but that's kind of where we are. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. Remember those instructions. Don't read anything about this case or any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't talk about anything. Don't take any field trips. Don't happen to be driving by any certain places. And put this out of your head till tomorrow. All right. It's been a long day. I appreciate it. So I hope you have a nice evening and come back here tomorrow morning. We'll pretty much follow the same type schedule. So again, my thanks. I hope you have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Court, all rise. Judge, close the notebook, please.
I know, yeah, Lunchy. You got that right, didn't you? Oh, look at Lindsay. Oh, her face hasn't changed. Oh, let's just have a little look at her face. She looks devastated, doesn't she, Deb? She just looks empty, like there's nothing there. She just died that day, I think, guys. And she's drained as well, obviously, sitting listening to this.
Counsel, anything we
Do you
need
reckon
to
she
address
goes back and
before we
lies on the
recess
bed
till
and just
tomorrow?
goes out like a lice?
All right,
I
so
do.
this court will be in recess on this case till tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Thank you.
All right.
9 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so let's get this off. Let's take it off. Let's close this. Because I need shut StreamYard then, I don't know what day I'm in. So, well on schedule, how long did they plan? I don't know what you mean. I know we've been saying that. I wonder what med she's on now, Toshi. Because obviously they'll have had to put it on something too. But that was like now, how long ago? 3 years ago now. So, I mean, I don't think you'd have to stay on them forever unless bipolar is a condition, isn't it? It's you'd have to be on something for that. Is that right? Anyone? I know who was it was in here before? I think it was Victoria said she's got bipolar 2. I don't know. Does anyone know the difference? I meant to ask her that before, what the difference is. But she has to. I thought she was going to get up because remember she got sworn in, Lindsay, and I thought, oh, she's going to be getting up. I still don't understand what that was for. I've asked Leanie, but I still didn't understand it. She will still be on quetiapine. Oh, I think she's just in her own hell there, isn't she, eh? Is it bipolar 2? What's that mean, Misty? If anyone can, just hold on a minute, guys, anyway. Wonder how many days they plan on this lasting in court. Well, I'm just thinking if they're going to go through all these meds, I think, what else is there to do? Because what they're trying to prove, isn't it, is postpartum psychosis or it was with intent. I think what the jury will struggle with is where she had the ability to work out and control all of the timeline where she ordered the food, he went to get it. She obviously knew there what she was going to do to send him out. So that was like premeditated, but in a psychotic way, wasn't it? So I said, it's crazy how they changed their meds so frequent. I've never heard anything like it in my life. My doctor required me to wean off before I could change dosage. Well, yeah, but they were just handing them by the minute, just giving her prescriptions for a new one, then a new one, then a new one. They weren't even getting time to like work on it. But what they were doing, they must have all been fighting each other. When you can't take certain drugs together, they must have all been killing each other. She must have been a total mess. Teresa said they literally make up DSA categories and diagnoses in order to push meds and support the system. We are guinea pigs. Well, you know what? I think to some we are. Like a candy dispenser, yeah? So sad for her now. I mean, see, I'm back to it. it wasn't her fault, you know. I know she's made it, but what I'm waiting for more than anything now is to find out when her kids, when she woke up, when her children were first mentioned, and how did it work out that she owned up she was guilty of killing them. I want to know what was said, and I hope we're going to learn all that, because all we've heard is that her first words were, well, it wasn't even a first word, she wrote it down on a whiteboard, was, "Do I need a lawyer?" See, that messes with me. See, I'm back at there again now. As soon as I said that, I'm like, oh, do I need a lawyer? I mean, was she still in a psychotic state then? Oh, mind you, she couldn't have been, could she? See, I'm all mixed up. Would that be the first thing you'd say if you've took every life of your children? If you've come to and realised what you've done, which she obviously did, asking if she needed a lawyer, would that be the first thing you'd say? Now, for me, that would never have even come into my head. And I mean that. I'd have just thought, get me to my kids. That's all I wanted, to be with my kids, get me to my kids. I'd have just been hysterical with the realisation of what I'd done. Because she'd obviously knew what she's done to ask if she needed a lawyer. What do you think? I don't see how she didn't know, do you? But listen, have we heard about what was in her system? Was there enough in her system? Because when I was listening, because then I just thought my head, I couldn't take any more meds, was they used the word, what was the word? Like it wasn't an overdose. It was like sort of okay, it was fine. So I don't know whether she was taken, because some she wasn't taken. I don't know how much was in the system when she was found. Has it been said? Because there is loads that I've missed. When I get in the chat, I can't listen and type at the same time. I only type with one finger. So by the time I've sent a message, talking about something else. Gemma said, "Oh, I mentioned this earlier, Max. Apparently, she was seen by a chaplain before the psychologist. Apparently, her first question was about her family." Yeah, I heard that about her family, and I don't mean they're not. I wouldn't give a shit. I just want to know about my kids. I just need to know about my kids. It would be my first and only thought. And I know that can mean a kids. I get that, but I'd have to say, be screaming the names. I don't know. I don't think I'd be fucking. I think you'd have to section me. Therapeutic. That's it, Jem. At a therapeutic, whatever. Yeah. Benzos with positive in toxology. That's all I'm clear of what was. Okay, so is that a bad drug, that? And anyone know how much she was on, and if that was like a crazy dose or whatever? Yeah, therapeutic. It was at a therapeutic stage or something in the system, wasn't it? So, yeah. Oh God, all these thoughts go round. It actually organising to send him out. She'd obviously worked out before she sent him out. But do you see? This is another thing. Okay, so if that was premeditated, and she was sending him out to murder the kids. No, sending him out so she could murder the kids. Would you only give yourself 12 minutes? See, that's just come to me now. You'll have to remind me tomorrow to say that to Leonie. Would you, if you were premeditating and you were telling him to go out so you had time to kill your kids, would you have only given yourself 12 minutes to do that and then take your own life? You all right, Miss Judy? She was. Everything was a mess. It was, I think, they all failed. End up on them doctors. When that attorney gets going, they can't answer, can they? And the way that one finished yesterday was brilliant. Valium is no joke. The only thing I believe was not detective, Misty said, was illegal drugs. Thank God, because they would have blamed that. Gemma said almost everything was that level, some already digested with the presence of the byproduct of the digestive weed. The whole thing is, fishy as fuck it is. Welcome, Hannah. We're just at the end of the live now, love, but we'll be here. If you're in the States, it's 9 a.m. in the morning. We'll be here, we're here every day while the trial's on, and I hope you come back in and chat with us, because this is a great group for chatting. You know, we've all got our different opinions, but everyone is adult enough to, you know, just talk it out, get it, you know, it's fine. That's what I'm saying to Loris. If it was premeditated, would you only give yourself 12 minutes? That's just insane. So it can't be premeditated. That's made me feel better now. So we just need to think of something about first words, first correspondence on the whiteboard, whatever. Do you know what I mean? I mean, why would she ask our family? She must have been still around the bend, because why would she ask how her family was when she knew she killed them? Do you know what I mean? Because she woke up and asked for a lawyer. It's awful mixed up, me. Now, it's nice to catch you. All my family is from Liverpool and I'm living in New Wales. This case is heartbreaking. Whatever way you look at it, it is. You're right, Hannah. It really is. It's, you know, there's just absolutely devastation right through. Where about in Liverpool did you come from, Hannah? And definitely come in tomorrow, because they have a crackety base in the chat. Guys, when I say cracker, that means goes. Natalie said, thank you for the live and chat. I found this very interesting. I have to go, unfortunately. Take care, everyone. Nat, hope to see you tomorrow, love. And you're always welcome. Thanks very much for coming anyway, Natalie, and you take care. Oh, from Walton, I'm only up the road. Have you moved to Wales long, Hannah? I think I need to move from here. It's going berserk. To Wales, I can't be bothered. Are you going to work, Tosh? Nosta, Nat, Nosta. My friend says that to me. She's in, where is she? In, oh God. Oh, where's Angie from in Wales? Forgot. Ritten. I say Rutan. He says Ritten. But I say everything wrong, Annie. Have you noticed, guys, if you're a Scouser, even though Hannah's name's Hannah, we'll always say Annie. That's how when I had my baby girl, right, and they asked me what her name was, they were writing it on a little band, and I said Annie, and they automatically thought I'd missed the H and wrote Hannah down, but she became Hannah, but she actually should have been Annie after my grandma. And there you go. So I love the name Hannah. That was my little girl's name. I'm at work now. I think I have an earring. Oh no, can't bear it. The pain's terrible. Get something warm, Tosh, and hold it against your ear. Something as hot as you can. Oh, can't stand pain in my ear. I think it's terrible. We need Leanie's timeline for Patrick's movements. Telling you. Don't start here on timeline. I've got the timeline of all the medication. But Hannah says, oh, nice now. My dad and his family grew up on Ince Avenue, then Cawthorpe Road. My uncle calls me Annie with an H, lol. And yet I'm very close to it and actually live in Abergele. Oh, I used to go there on my holidays in the caravan. Right, everyone. I'm going to close this down. It's been a long day. And see us all in the morning, 9 o'clock. It's going to be 2 o'clock our time in the UK. So I'm going to love you and leave you. Again, thanks for coming in. And it was a great day again with you all. Thanks so much. And Lena will probably be with us tomorrow. She's obviously crashed, hasn't she? Good night, everyone, or good day wherever you are in the world. And thanks for coming in.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Lee, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Lee. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Lee. Be good at it. Until next time, lovely, lovely, lovely. Next time.
Please hit the like, guys. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. We're only little. Help us grow. Thank you so much.